What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the conversation today. Um, just want to start off by saying thank you to everybody that's in the chat. I see Binks, Quaja, Gavin, Martin Tapp, Willino, Black Crow, all the usual guys that are always here, always showing love. Just want to say thank you to everybody. Lucas, appreciate everybody. Lynch, everybody stopping by. Just want to say thank you to everybody. Hitting 300 subs is absolutely insane. And yeah, man, I just really appreciate everybody who donates me their time to stop by and have a conversation, everything else. Dow, big up Manny. Like I said, big up Martin Tapp, everybody. Appreciate everybody stopping by for the conversation today. I will go ahead and put the link in the chat since as I am a man of my word and said that it is a celebration call-in show. A lot of stuff to quickly talk about, though. Obviously, the big news is that is hit today so far is that Mohamed Salah is leaving Liverpool at the end of the season, as announced a couple hours ago. They're already starting to talk about comparing him to other people and all this other shit. So it is what it is. But listen, it's a massive thing. He has done well when you look at the numbers and stuff. If you only look at numbers, he's leaving as the fourth highest goal scorer. I think it's in Rush's appearance list. I think on the appearance list, it's like he's still behind Ian Rush and Roger Hunt for Liverpool. And his scoring goals has been absolutely insane. So as far as the goals and everything else, he's done absolutely fantastic. It is what it is. It's going to lead to a lot of conversations about what's going on with Liverpool's rebuild and everything that's coming into it, as well as there's also been rumors now that Slot is going to get pushed out and it will be Xavi Alonso to return to Liverpool to straighten them up. So a lot of stuff going on. What's going on, my guy?
Hello to you. And first of all, as I said in the chat, congrats on the big 300. I just did a recording actually with a Bournemouth fan channel, and we've got a series coming out called Football Has a Problem. So it's a recording, and it will be, uploaded soon. You can see it later on the channel, Up the Cherries in All Departments. But I saw you were on, and I thought I obviously couldn't make the huge melee that was the League Cup final reaction stream. Obviously, Macy and Chike were there. Big up to you both. And I can tell that, Chike, obviously you were grinning from ear to ear. Macy, not so much. And I wanted to sort of stay away from that and stew in my own, anger or what have you. But, it's interesting you start the conversation with the talk of Salah. I think it's kind of sad that he's leaving before completing 10 years at the club, but maybe, 9 years is too long. And it could very well be a sign that, there's going to be a lot of upheaval and a lot of flux at Liverpool because people are obviously not happy with the way, Slot has done things this season. I think he has been found out. And that sort of segues into why many of us believe that even if we do manage to win this league, Arteta should go because it's just going to be, Slot Mark II. And even worse, don't get me started on the injuries that we have and the way things are going right now. It's going to be interesting to see where he goes. He could either go to, Saudi, and as a native Arabic speaker, I'm sure he'd fit in very well there. Maybe he'll go and play in the MLS like Antoine Griezmann will be doing. He signed a contract with Orlando City. Orlando is, of course, the closest city to Tampa, but I could never follow an Orlando team just for, the sake of it. If only he had done a Joe Cole and joined the Tampa Bay Rays. But he will be remembered as. That's
good. That's a good one.
Yeah, but that was a good one. I actually met Joe Cole when he came to the University of Tampa to play. Lovely fella, and Salah will be remembered as one of Liverpool's greats, as you mentioned. Maybe not quite as prolific a goal scorer as the luminaries that are Ian Rush and Roger Hunt. And I think obviously those two have had success with Liverpool before Salah came to the picture, but his legacy will definitely be, there for all to see. It's not in any question. And all I can say is that I wish him all the best. And the next manager who comes in will have a lot of work to do to try to, build everything again from the ground up. And it will be very interesting to see what happens. I don't even want to speculate on what's going to happen with, the new manager coming in. Some of these players definitely will also be given their P45. So we could see a new Liverpool team struggling to, stay in. But, it is what it is. We say Alf Mabruk and, congratulations on the career that he's had. And, life moves on. And with the Liverpool connection, I'm sure you've heard that Federico Chiesa has been sent home from the Italy squad. How's your feeling on that, Gianni?
I don't think they're qualifying.
Really?
I mean, they've got Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland are without Dan Ballard.
Okay, but answer me this. Why is Italy going in to play Northern Ireland in either Wales or Bosnia with a back line of 5?
That's Gattuso for you, I guess.
Yeah,
I can't answer that question.
The man for that.
He's shit. He's an idiot, man. Okay, here's the reason why I don't think Italy is qualifying with the team that they've sent. Once again, Matteo Politano gets into the team. For some reason, Calafiori's in the team, and they want him to play as either a second center back in a back line of 2, or they want him to be a center back in a back line of 3 when he shouldn't be there. I'm sorry. I don't get the biggest problem. The reason 50% of me want Italy to qualify and 50% of me wants us to lose, because to the point to where we need some embarrassment to happen to this fucking team so that it could be the first nail of ending the bullshit of the the politics that goes into the Italian FA. The politics in the Italian FA is the reason why the Serie A has fallen behind the Premier League. It's the reason why the Serie A teams struggle to even compete when they even make it to Europe. And it's the reason why the national team is in disarray. If I was to name you the top 19, 20 players that Italy has, we're better than majority of teams. That's the uncomfortable conversation. The problem is there are players getting into these teams that don't deserve to be there because of certain clubs that they play for. That's the problem. Like all the years, people swore up and down Ricardo Montolivo was a good player. Ricardo Montolivo couldn't play for my fucking high school team. He sucked. He was trash. My grandmother could juggle the ball better than that fucking bum. Like there's too many players of that level of Ricardo Montolivo where it's like, how are you even getting into this? Matteo Politano is the perfect example of that. Politano doesn't deserve to be there. I'm sorry. Not with the captain of Rome, Lorenzo Pellegrini, who's had a monster season with Rome, is still sitting out. He's not getting called up. And Berardi. Fun fact for everybody, Berardi is the third highest goal scorer in the Serie A over the last decade of Italy. The only 2 people that have scored more goals than Berardi in Serie A is Ciro Immobile and Dybala. That's it. He's outscored Lukaku. He's outscored Ronaldo. He's outscored all the big-name strikers that you think or have seen come into Serie A in the last 10 years. He scored more than all of them. He's on track for it to be his 7th out of 9 years of having 10 goals and 10 assists for a small team like Sassuolo. And if it wasn't for his injury, Sassuolo would have never dropped to Serie B. He's been single-handedly carrying that team to stay in Serie A with how they've been reselling all the players. So it's like, how do these 2 guys who have shown up when it matters are not being allowed to make the team? Italy's biggest problem is scoring goals. A goal-scoring midfielder and a goal-scoring winger / another creator. Why are you leaving them off? Politano's best season is 8 goals. And it was under the season that we didn't make Champions League under Gattuso. So it's like, what do these guys have over these coaches to get called in? So for me, I'm being straight, especially because Chiesa's hurt. Tonali's hurt. Tonali is not expected to play either of the games, even if he makes it to the first game. He's not expected to play. So it's like, we're really going to trust a midfield of Locatelli playing out of position in the 6. Barella is being questioned even if he's going to be healthy enough for this game. So now we're talking about maybe a young kid in Richie, Locatelli, and I think maybe Fratesi is the midfield for the 3. I'm sorry, we're not going through if that's the starting midfield of Italy. especially when you're leaving better players at home, better attackers at home. It's just, for me, it's just a whole bunch of nonsense. So I would not be shocked if we get sent out. Would not be shocked one bit if we fail to qualify.
But in the third consecutive World Cup failure, I mean, that can't be good news for the state of the game back in Italy. I mean, it could have a knock-on effect maybe for, wouldn't it have a knock-on effect for Serie A attendances, perhaps?
No, it won't have a knock-on effect with Serie A attendances. But the problem is they're never going to get over the internal problems in Italy because it's been a historical problem. The problem is that if you're from the South, generally the South produces the better talented players. Unless you play for a northern team, you're never going to get the proper opportunity that you should have. That's
just like in the U.S.
No,
if you don't have the money, you're never going to play in the U.S.
If you don't have money, that's the different thing. It's not about money in Italy. It's about where you're from, because historically, what are you mixed with? Southern Italians have black blood running through their veins, whether they like it or not.
Yes.
Whether they want to admit it or not. The problem is that the country as a whole, when it comes to football, if you come from the South, you're already slighted against. The only way that you're going to make it if you're a Southern player is if you leave the South to go to one of the Northern teams. Hence the reason why Fabio Cannavaro jumped to Parma as fast as he could. That's the problem. Certain players have to leave certain areas in order to get playing time. Look at Cassano. Cassano at one point was, once Del Piero and everybody was leaving the national team, Cassano was the best offensive player that we had. Did he fuck up at Real Madrid? Yeah, but he didn't get a call up because of a beef that he had with Marcello Lepi's son. Same thing. Quagliarella was the best striker that Italy had at the 2010 World Cup. He doesn't get in until the last game for the last 30 minutes. And in 30 minutes, he was the best player of the whole tournament for us. And he's Neapolitan. He was the captain of Napoli before he went to Juve, because there was a whole situation that led to him going to Juve. So it's all bullshit that goes on with it. That's why until that gets addressed, Italy's never going to be fixed when it comes to that. So people can talk about Roberto Baggio's 900-page bullshit book he wrote in all of how to fix Italian football. All that is null and void if the best talent isn't getting called up to the team. You could rewrite the whole system. If the best talent's never going to get to the team, what's the point of even having a talk about this?
Agreed completely. And just briefly, before I let other people come in, do you think Robbie Baggio should have been picked for 2002? There was a huge controversy around that, and apparently the press told Trapattoni, if you don't make the final or win the tournament without Baggio, don't you dare come back.
No, he should have never got the call up. He was done by then. He shouldn't have got the call up for 02. Fuck no. We didn't need him.
We
didn't need him. Here, if we go by that team, 2002 Italy is the greatest team that never won a World Cup.
Really?
By far. Go look at the team. You have the mix of the old guard of the 90s, and you have the new kids on the block with Totti and Del Piero going forward. The old team for Italy back in the day was all reliant on as soon as Paolo Rossi and all them boys from the 80s retired, you had nobody going forward, and you had a great defense. You had nobody consistently going forward.
Don't forget Christian Vieri with the goals as well.
Well, Vieri, Del Piero, and Totti all was the new brand that ended up coming with the older boys that already knew how to defend. The problem was we didn't have anybody going forward. Baggio, if Baggio wasn't it, we weren't scoring. If Baggio had a bad day, Italy was going out. That's how the national team was. But Beppe Signori never showed up when he got called to the national team like that, and deserved more call-ups because he was a goal scorer like crazy. But again, 02 is the best team. If you played a game between the 2006 Italy team and 2002 beats 2006 4-0. They smoked that team.
Agreed. Maldini over Grosso any day of the week and twice on the Sunday, but then Brazil 82 versus Italy 2002. Ooh boy.
Brazil 82 versus Italy 2002. I'm still taking Italy.
Really?
Still taking Italy. Because offensively, we're better. We're just as good defensively.
Socrates will come back from the grave to haunt you, my friend. And with that, I'm done.
Fuck him. I feel like I'm already getting haunted from the grave from some people, even family members of mine. Not, you know what it is? 82 Brazil, 82 Brazil, 2002 Italy, and probably this one's going to be controversial. If they had their shit together and it wasn't
2010 France.
Yes. Yep. 2010 France, 82 Brazil, 2002 France, no, 2010 France, 2002 Italy, and 82 Brazil are the three greatest teams that never won a World Cup. Those are the three best teams in my book. And I will say, is it class of 96, the Ajax team? The Dutch is going to be up there too.
Oh yeah, 1988. No, that wasn't a World Cup year, but still, that team in 1988 was nasty.
Yeah, all the teams.
Euro 88, you mean?
It was Euro
88.
Yeah, no, dude, Italy. If you look at all the teams between Italy 82 all the way up to 2006, how we didn't win any of those other tournaments was ridiculous. Jesus. Even with how good France was in 98, Italy's team was badass in 98.
Wow.
But those, for me, it's going to be, what's the Dutch team with Bergkamp when they won? I think did they win in the European title? Was it 80?
Yeah, it was 1988.
Yeah, like how they didn't win a World Cup is up there as well.
And even the 2010 Netherlands squad was incredible.
And
maybe not
really.
but still.
Not really.
But no, I know what you mean. Like the Dutch are always known for just never getting over the line.
Yeah, but if you compare the quality of the Dutch team of the 80s and 90s compared to that 2010, they don't stand anywhere close to that team.
Oh shit, no way.
So that's why I'm just trying to figure if it's going to be the 1990 Dutch or 1986 Dutch. That would be the team that I would throw in there for best teams to not win. That's a shout, RSV. England should have won more in the 60s, but they capitulated too. But at the same time, they won in 66. Listen, the greatest international team of all time is 1970 Brazil. That's the greatest team of all time that's ever been assembled on the international level.
Really?
Shame about the goalkeeper.
Brazil?
Yep.
Wow.
Shame about the goalkeepers. Felix couldn't catch a cold.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was going to say 02 Brazil. That 02 Brazil team was disgusting.
Fuck no. That team couldn't even come close to 1970. Hell no. You need to do your research, brother. You need to do your research, brother. Jarcinho and Pelé would dance around them fools. Jarcinho, Pelé, Roberto, Carlos Alberto, they would smoke them boys. Not even close. Not even. You got a better shot of the Brazil in 94 with Romario and all them standing up to 1970. 1970 Brazil. Brother, here's all you got to look at.
Tell me.
Look at the team Italy had in 1970. You had Gianni Rivera. You had majority of the players from that badass period of Inter Milan and AC Milan before Juventus took off in the 70s. They were mopping the floor with everybody. Brazil passed the Italians like they were a bunch of cones. Brother, they embarrassed them. They embarrassed them.
Wow.
If Italy plays any other team, Italy wins the World Cup. That 1970 Brazil team is the best international team ever.
Wow.
You got so many ballers on that damn team. It's not even funny, dude. That's the greatest. That is single-handedly the greatest international team of all time. That 1970 Brazil team would take fucking that period of both the Germans and the Spanish to school.
Oh, facts.
That Brazil team is different, bro. That team is different. Just go back and watch the goals. You would think them boys were playing FIFA on easy against those with the star power they had. They made everybody look stupid.
Jesus. Or just playing street football or whatever, or futsal.
Yeah, they were sambaing all over everybody.
Jesus.
They were freaking dancing all over everybody. But what's going on with everybody else? Macy, what's going on, my guy?
Damn.
Yeah, big up Gianni, and once again, congratulations for 300 K. You fully deserved it, man. And besides, I was the one that subscribed to you, and I was the one because I was doing on other shows like Aaron and Northside and all these other guys, but I really grow fond interest of your channel, Gianni, and I gotta say it's very entertaining, bro. So big up to you. You fully deserved it. And you mentioned about Italy's chances of qualifying. I agree with you. It's not going to happen because I've seen how Northern Ireland play. they got a good squad. You know, they've got two Charles brothers, Shea Charles and his younger brother Pierce Charles. And I've got to say, and Dan Ballard as well. So your chances of beating Northern Ireland are not going to happen, because Northern Ireland, for me, like, let's not underestimate these guys. I understand that they've had a bit of a sticky journey so far after they got rid of Michael O'Neill, but then all of a sudden they brought him back into the national team, and look what he's done to them ever since then. He's turned them into a formidable force in this competition. And it wouldn't surprise me if Northern Ireland qualified, because they've not played in the World Cup for so long. I mean, I can't even remember the last time they were in the tournament, though. But it would
1986, Macy. 1986.
Oh, yeah,
that was Pat Jennings's farewell tournament. Kyle, my guy.
Oh, that's good, Manny. So it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
It would be nice if all the UK teams came into the World Cup, but in the end, only one can go. So if Northern Ireland beat Italy, then it will come down to them to play either Wales or Bosnia in the other playoff match.
Yeah, don't sleep on Bosnia. They got a good new young team that they have. They're just rounding off with some of these. But listen, for me personally, I think whoever wins between Italy and Northern Ireland goes through. The problem is,
but listen, Ballard's injured, so that's giving Italy a bit of a chance. Ballard's not available.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. I thought he was a decision time for them, that they were going to
but still, I mean,
Northern Ireland, it's the problem. Northern Ireland defensively is very, very good. They always have been. They've always set up well defensively. We had a problem against Northern Ireland, I think, in one of the European competitions a few years ago. So it's like, again, my problem with Italy is our problem is scoring goals. If we don't score goals, we're not going through. And you lining up, when you got all these people who try to act like they know football or talk about Italian football, they're saying, "Oh, I don't have a problem with Gattuso lining up with 5 defenders." The fuck you thinking?
Yeah, and also another thing, I would also like to say that Ireland are in action as well. They've got Czech Republic as well in that other playoff match, so that's going to be a good game. I might watch that as well, because I mean, Ireland this season, they've really surprised everyone. You know what I'm saying? They really surprised everyone when they won 3-2 against Hungary to earn themselves a spot in the playoffs. They've got a very good manager though, Jaime Helgrimsson. He's really turned them around this season. This Helgrimsson manager. So it would. I mean, I'm really starting to believe that Ireland could go to the World Cup too.
I think Ireland. I think Ireland. I think Turkey, I think, is definitely going to make the World Cup. Turkey's got
I think they'll beat Romania, because even though Romania they earned themselves a place. I just think the forces of Turkey are going to be too much for them, especially the fact that they've got Yildiz, they've got Çalhanoğlu, they've got a ton of great Turkish players, and they're being coached well by Vincenzo Montella.
Yep. Montella, yeah. Fellow Neapolitan. Chike, what's going on, man? You ready for baseball season to kick off, or are you not a big baseball guy?
I actually am becoming more of a baseball guy, and I also have to say this: F the Dodgers. And I'm praying that there's no lockout in 2027, but I'm kind of fearing that there's gonna be one because
lockout's coming.
Oh yeah, the players want no salary cap. The owners want a salary cap. Yeah, a lockout's coming. But I'm rooting for the Yankees. I really want to go to Yankee Stadium. I've never been to Yankee Stadium. It's historic. I just
How the hell you live on the East Coast? You ain't never been to fucking Yankee Stadium.
Do you know how expensive?
Chicago, I've been to both of them. I've been to old and new.
Do you know how expensive it is to go to Yankee Stadium, or just any venue in general?
I do.
The last baseball game I went to was. God, it was 2013. My brother took me to Fenway to a Red Sox game. I think we played against the Orioles. The tickets had to have been at least maybe $100. Now they're probably $1,000. Yeah, no way.
I've never been to that shithole.
A Yankees fan going to the Red Sox stadium. Oh boy, that must have been hell, Chico.
Fuck them. They're a bunch of pussies up there.
They are a bunch of pussies. I actually hate Boston. I hate Boston as a city. It's an absolute shithole. It is a shithole.
Here I was thinking that English football has so much tribalism and its rivalry. I mean, you know, stateside across the Atlantic Ocean sports, you boys are real thugs. Jeez.
Brother,
Honestly, it depends. Honestly, here's the thing. So, like the Red Sox and Yankees rivalry, what's cool about it is it's ethnic. So,
Yes.
like, it's basically Boston is majority Irish. So it's the Irish and the Dominicans is the main fan base for Boston. Now, there is a decent Italian community in Boston as well. Like the north end of Boston is very renowned of being home to a lot of only Italian speakers. It's a lot of Italians that don't even speak English that live in the north end of Boston.
oh,
But
I never knew that.
outside of those Italians, predominantly majority Italians support the Yankees. Because there's a larger Italian population in New York. So, like, the fan base that backs New York is mostly black, Puerto Rican, and Italian are Yankee fans, especially because that makes up a lot of the community around the Bronx.
Right.
So, but the Dominicans, because there's been so many Dominican players that have played for Boston, even if you're a Dominican in New York, a lot of the Dominicans still go for the Red Sox.
Yeah.
So it's
David Ortiz, also known as Big
David
Pappy.
Ortiz and all those guys. So
Yeah.
the cool thing about the Red Sox and the Yankees is it's very ethnic, but fuck the Red Sox. Yankees all day. Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on? What's going on, bro?
My
Yo,
God,
yo.
how you doing?
Legends. Big you all up, man. How goes it?
Good, man. Just doing a little stream to celebrate at 300 subs. So
Come on.
And when the
Get
Yankees win the
in.
World Series this year?
Get
I don't
in.
think the Yankees are winning the World Series this year. I hope, but as long as Aaron Boone's the manager, we're not winning.
Yeah.
Seriously? You think he's a bad manager?
Aaron Boone's a fucking bum.
I don't think he's terrible, but he's not Joe Torre levels or DiMaggio levels.
He's not better than Girardi. Girardi would win with this team right now.
He's not off the level, but yeah, good team. But yeah, the thing is that you don't have to look far to look at what the Yankees need. Like this, the Yankees, the history is so rich. You can look at, is this guy off the level? Is that he's not off the level.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Big up, Kyle, my brother.
Kyle.
What's going on?
Big up,
Kyle Walsh.
big up, brothers.
How's
big up
everything
to the
going,
chat.
bro?
Gianni, I'm not going to stay long. This is just a quick one, man. I'm after having a long day, brother. My father went in for surgery with cancer there today. I'm at been in the hospital there since 5:30.
How's he doing? I know you brought it up yesterday when you hopped on. How's he doing with all that?
Yeah, I think the surgery was a success, and look, we won't know for 100% until a couple of weeks' time when he goes back in for
The scans and everything?
Yeah, man. Yeah. So look, all I can say to you is fingers crossed, prayers,
Yeah, man.
and all the rest of it. But
100%.
it's been a tough day since 5:30 this morning up to literally 20 minutes ago, brother. I'm absolutely wrecked, and it doesn't do you any good watching your father go through something like that, you know.
No,
But-
God, no.
I hear it.
But I just wanted to jump on Gianni because I have so much respect for you, brother, and I want to say a big up to you for the 300 subscribers.
Appreciate
I couldn't let it go. I had to jump on even for a few minutes just to say my piece.
I
And
appreciate
it's just when I came across you first, Gianni, the thing that caught my attention straight away was your accent. I'm big into the gangster movies, as you know, and you're one of the characters of The Sopranos.
No, I'm not from New York. I'm from Chicago.
Yeah, my brother, listen, that's the first thing that got to me. And then the second thing was, and I think I said this to you before on numerous occasions, like Manny. When I first came across Manny, the thing that caught me up with Manny was he was like a commentator. It was just the way he was able to put things. It came across to me highly intelligent. And the same with you, Gianni. You remind me an awful lot of the first time I met Manny for the first time. So your IQ of football is top level, and I love listening to your opinions. And and I think I've built up a good friendship with you as well since I got to meet you on through this YouTube app, like I did with Manny and the rest of the lads.
Yep.
But no, I just want to say big up, Gianni. You deserve to have 3,000 subscribers, and hopefully someday you will. And keep working, keep your work rate going, brother. You're top man, top class. Keep at it. Keep the lads here, every one of them, all read ones and all read chats as well. And I just like to say, when you see things like today, we all take things for granted.
Can't take
I would
nothing
take
for granted,
life for
brother.
granted, and we all think that everyone's going to be okay and we'll have our health forever and stuff like that. But life is not like that. So
No,
it's
it's
great
not.
to be able to turn on your phone, listen to you guys here. I'm getting my dinner here now in a few minutes, and I listen away to what you are all saying. I'll take my mind away from the reality of today. So I just want to say big up to you all, and Gianni, 100% brother, keep at us. You're a real one. Love listening to you. Love your IQ. Keep it going. And to the rest of the lads, big up to you all. Big up to the chat. The road to 1,000 is on. Subscribe to this man. He deserves it. He's one of the best out there. End of story. So big up to you, Gianni. Big up to you all. And I talk to you all soon.
Big up, Kyle, man. Big up,
Big
man.
up, Kyle. Absolute
Love
Big
to
up,
you and your
Kyle, man.
family.
Absolute
Big up to
legend.
you as
Dad
well.
too, Kyle. Big up
Big
to your
up, brother.
dad.
Big up, Kyle, man. Take care, man.
Positive vibes and thoughts for your pops, man.
100%.
Oye, mi amigo, ¿cómo está?
Hey, Johnny, da post.
Ah, está tutto a posto.
Tantissimo Google for your subscription, my guy.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, man. No, but what we said, let's go around this. What do we, now that obviously the big word right now is today is that Salah's leaving Liverpool. What are we all making about this upcoming season for Liverpool? I actually think it's a blessing in disguise that Salah's leaving, but what do you guys think about the whole situation? Taryn, I'll start with you. What do you think about this the situation with Salah?
It's the worst kept secret in football. Everyone knows that he was going to go. Right. So essentially what happened to Mo Salah this year is what FSG thought would happen to him last year. That's why they didn't pay him. That's why they let his contract run down to the last 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
But Salah was motivated last year. He bet on himself and he won. This year, he's been garbage to the point where he's been benched. He's creating a stinker in the press and all that. He hasn't been good this year. So, yeah, like the next Liverpool player who hits this age and tries to negotiate a contract, it won't happen because FSG they're a stubborn bunch. They operate the same way, the same model they do their football team as their baseball team as they do with the Red Sox. And Salah was the exception. He is not the norm. They don't dish out this type of money to 30-plus-year-olds. But it's time. It was time for him to go. They have to rebuild that squad. And most Liverpool fans this year, fans of Liverpool who I never thought would question whether Mo Salah should be in the starting lineup, were openly coming out say they're better without him and Rio should play and that guy should play. So it's the worst kept secret in football. You know, he was great for the time that he was here, but you know, Father Time is undefeated for a reason.
Yeah, no, 100% agree.
Yeah,
100% agree.
Agree.
Anybody, it's an open forum. Anybody who wants to take a crack at the question next, more than welcome.
Well, you know, just fresh ideas now, new ideas now for Liverpool, isn't it? That's the thing, isn't it? It's time to move on from like Salah. He's been there for many years. He's won like many trophies. Mm-hmm. It's time to move on. And in fact, like we can actually learn from that. Like we got players that need to be moved on as well, and we need to like move on to new chapters.
Thanks.
So yeah, we look for next season. It depends. Like I don't know if it's like staying easygoing. If he is like a new manager, new ideas, fresh ideas, new players coming in. Who knows? Yeah,
Xabi Alonso to come in. They're already Xabi Alonso to get the job. I think it's
ex-player then.
I think it's a little premature to go after Xabi Alonso, but maybe that's just me. See, the thing is this: if you're going to let go of Salah, who else are you going to get rid of in that offense? Because I can tell you right now, Cody Gakpo's dog shit.
He's got to go. He's got to go.
Cody Gakpo's trash. You can make an argument that, for me, I think one of the biggest problems Slot did this year was remove the engine room. I don't understand why Szoboszlai was the guy deemed to become a right back. That midfield's the reason why they won the Premier League last year.
Right.
Szoboszlai, McAllister, and Gravenberch was by far the best midfield in the Premier League, which is what powered them to win. You could say what you want about Frimpong and injuries and all this. Frimpong, I think they got it wrong signing him. Part of me thinks that they were already bringing all these players in knowing that Xabi Alonso was going to be their guy. That's part of the reason why I feel like they brought these guys in. The thing that's going to be interesting, though, is how do they fit all these different parts into this team now? Because it's like, okay, let's say Xabi Alonso wants to play the 3-4-3 from Leverkusen. Again, their best player this season is Szoboszlai. Where are you going to put him? Are you going to put him back out to the left wing like he played at RB Leipzig in this 3-4-3? But then now what happens to Kerkez? It's just, I think they did a little bit too much with revamping the team. I didn't think they needed all this to happen. They should have been smarter with the money. That's just my opinion with Liverpool.
The
but
bigger
Johnny,
question is also is Van Dijk going to go as well?
yeah,
You also have to remember he's on big money as well.
Season after.
I think Van Dijk should walk after the season. If I'm Liverpool, I sell him. It's crazy.
So if Van Dijk leaves, who becomes the new captain? Maybe Szoboszlai?
Probably.
Possibly he's the best player.
Him or one of the midfielders. I wouldn't have a problem throwing the captaincy on Gravenberch. Gravenberch has been a solid player for them as well. I like Gravenberch. So it's whichever way. Listen, there is not a world right now that if Barcelona is trying to get Inter Milan to knock down to 50 million euros for Bastoni, there is no way in the world, if I'm Liverpool, I'm letting Bastoni go to Barcelona when I'm going to need to replace Van Dijk. Because for me, the only two center backs in the world that's better than Bastoni is the two at Arsenal. That's it. Outside of them two, there's not a better center back in the world than Bastoni. And if you need to replace a captain, go get the vice captain that's been there and learned how to be a captain or a co-captain at one of the biggest teams in Italy. And his track record of the trophies that he's won speaks for itself. I mean, he was there for Conte's title, and he grew up as a boy with that, learned from a lot of good players at that team to the player that he is now. So if you're looking for somebody to step into those roles, I'm not saying to step into the role to completely take over from Van Dijk, but at least have a better foundation coming in. I'm going after Bastoni. Then you figure out what you're going to do with Konate, because Konate's been shit. Part of it, obviously, lost his father, everything else, and I get that. But you can't allow that to go on more because you need to win. This is Liverpool. That's the standards that Liverpool should be having for themselves.
I think it's important for Liverpool to go back to their business model when they built the team, when they went and signed Mo Salah before he was Mo Salah. They went and got Sadio Mane before he was Sadio Mane.
Yeah.
Bobby Firmino from Hoffenheim, right? Last year they went and did this Wirtz and Fremd and all these mega stars. That's never been the Liverpool model. Even Luis Suarez wasn't Luis Suarez. You know what I mean? He was not that that level when they signed him. That's what they need to get back to. Go back and get your 35 to 50 million pound signings and you turn them into superstars. That's what worked for them. This year they got way too big and splashed the cash, and they tinkered with the team too much. And they're not even willing to admit that they miss players like Luis Diaz and dare I say Darwin Nunes, heavy metal players. Because
Luis Diaz
doesn't press,
tough.
TK doesn't press. None of these men press. So the heavy metal football that Liverpool is known for.
Miss Trent as well.
Also, Jota, rest in peace.
Yes.
Yeah.
Back.
Oh yeah.
That's a big miss for them. But the reason why I don't give them that out is because these Liverpool fans, when they were 5 for 5, and we told them, hey, it's not sustainable how you're playing. They just told, hey, shut up, we're 5 for 5, you're jealous. And we told them.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, as soon as it went off the rails, we're missing Jota. No. Let the man rest in peace. We're not giving you that out because we told you this when you were 5 for 5 and flying. And as soon as it go off the rails, every bad performance, we're missing Diogo. Stop it.
Yep.
That's a good point because I remember there was Suarez, Sturridge, Sterling that had that three. Then Firmino, Mane, and Salah as well. And they haven't had that since.
Before Salah, you had Coutinho who was tearing shit up.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah.
No, listen, the thing for me is I hear with what you're saying to get back to that, but I do appreciate a big club trying to be a big club and throw some money around. I do appreciate that part about what Liverpool's doing, especially if you're building towards the foundation. Me personally, I think Liverpool's got less of a rehaul and tinkering to do than City does. I think Liverpool's the biggest threat to Arsenal next year more than City is. City's got way too much shit to do.
Whole new back line. At least
a whole
three
new
midfielders.
back line. On top of the back line, you need to get proper players in the midfield that are going to be groomed into taking over the roles of Rodri and Bernardo Silva. Because you still haven't done it as far as KDB and Gundogan. That's the whole reason why City's struggling to where it is right now. And let's be honest, we don't know if Haaland's staying at City.
I don't.
There is a world where I could see Haaland leaving for 100 million going to Barcelona to replace Lewandowski. I see it.
Do you think so, Johnny?
I agree. I think so as well. Lewandowski's 38?
Even with all the debt that Barca are in?
They always find a way, don't they? They will sell something.
Barcelona has knocked out a lot of that debt because of most of this team is young kids now.
Yeah, they will find a way, bro. They will sell their TV rights, some of it. They always find a way to get the money down. But like, Gian, you don't think United can do something next year?
No. United's gonna get a wake up call when they got to play European football. They look good because they're playing once a week,
and there's no pressure. There's no pressure. They're just cruising.
Look at Napoli. Napoli last season, second half of the season, was whooping ass with Conte losing Varashelli and a bunch of ragtags that they put together. The problem is now when you got to play the multiple games a week, that runs that squad down. I'm not believing in anything. I'm not believing anything in Carrick right now. Me personally, if they give the job to Michael Carrick, I'd be shocked. Because you got too many
But
things.
didn't you say though, Gianni, that go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, didn't you say that if you want to get back to the identity of your team, Michael Carrick fits that? You don't think so?
Michael Carrick's playing defensive pragmatic football. He's not playing open attacking football.
No.
Michael Carrick is setting up defensively against Arsenal and everything else. Historical United goes out and attacks whoever the fuck they're playing. That's the identity of Manchester United at their peak. The problem is this. One, you need the Glazers and Ineos to change what they do, because remember, the Glazers never add big money to Man United when they make Champions League football. They suck the money out. They only invest when they're in the Europa League because they want the big payoff from the Champions League. So them getting Champions League, are they going to change the way that they invest money? That's the first thing you got to worry about. The second thing you got to worry about is who's staying or who's going. All these United fans swear up and down that Bruno Fernandes is one of the best players in the Premier League. Yet every year this motherfucker is trying to find a move for himself away from United. So if Fernandes is so important and he's leaving, Casemiro's leaving, you got to replace him. You need a back line. Their back line ain't that good. Maguire's shit, has been shit for a long time. Lenny Yoro looks okay, but the same thing with the hype around Matthias de Ligt. Big name for no fucking reason. And then you got who just said it? You got Luke Shaw, who's been dog shit for I don't know how long.
Lisandro Martinez.
The butcher. Lisandro Martinez, another one. He couldn't play for my high school team. Get rid of his ass. And then you got too much shit to do over there. And I don't think Michael Carrick is up to the task to do it. That's my personal opinion.
No, the only reason I asked, right?
If he got fired after the World Cup, I'd throw money at Thomas Tuchel to be the manager of United and then invest under Thomas Tuchel.
Wait a minute, though. Tommy Tuchel might be staying with England until Euro 2028, so I'm not too sure he'd want to just leave them in the lurch. And who replaces him with England?
But DNA of the DNA of your team.
All I'm saying is there are better managers out there to look at than Michael Carrick. I hear it, but again, you could potentially run into the same situation that you did with Ollie as you could possibly do with Carrick. If you're battling, if the board is not going to change, if the ownership's not going to change, and the money, the way it's invested is the same thing, it's not a guarantee that United's going to be a contender like that. It's not.
Absolutely. And when United drew with Bournemouth, mind you, I mean, that was, of course, the game where Maguire got sent off. And I think, we sort of saw United for what they are. They've had some very impressive wins against City, against, they also beat Aston Villa all ends up. But when it comes to playing these middle-of-the-road teams, I mean, they ended up struggling, and that's not what you want to see, really. And you nailed it perfectly. If he ends up having to manage, the team in Europe as well, because, I mean, they look good to qualify for the Champions League, whether in third or fourth. But will he handle the pressure? How is he going to enjoy this new format? Of course, with the UCL format, we've seen an absolute, bovine manure Spurs team qualified for the knockouts, finishing fourth. But now we don't even know if they're going to be in the damn Premiership next season.
All that's going to change next year. All these corner kick rules are changing. Once it changes, the Premier League's going to have to straighten themselves out and get back to playing proper football. That's all that's going to happen. There's no coincidence whatsoever. There is no coincidence whatsoever that as soon as everyone started complaining about the corner kicks and the style of play and everything else, that the referee said we're going to change it, all the Premier League teams got bitch slapped to reality. There is no coincidence with that. There's no coincidence whatsoever. If you just look at La Liga versus Premier League, La Liga beat Premier League 20-9 on aggregate scores across 6 games. There's no coincidence.
Hey guys, I'll be back.
Yeah.
All good, brother.
The only reason I brought it up, right? The only reason I brought it up is because I can argue that Amorim cost them 6 or more points this year.
Amorim cost them a title fight.
Right, and they're only 6 points from Man City. So had Carrick been there for time, they would be where City are, and technically they would be in a title race. That was the only thing why I'm asking next year, because they spend money as well. They bought a whole new front line in Bumo, Sesko, and Cunha. So when they do make Champions League this year, I think they will invest some more. So next year there could be a potential spanner wrench in the mix. But we could next year we could literally have a 5-horse race.
See, I think it'll be between us, Liverpool, potentially City, maybe United, and then after that, I'm really drawing to who would be next, because if Unai Emery walks away from Aston Villa because of the financial things, I think Villa's going to get busted up. I see a world where, one, I could see both Boubacar Kamara and Onana leaving and possibly being the replacement for both Rodri and Casemiro at either of the Manchester clubs. Me personally, especially is what I've said about the gambling problem with Tonali. If I'm Arsenal, I'm calling up Aston Villa as soon as the season's over and asking how much Yuri Tielemans is, because I'd take Tielemans over Zubimendi in a heartbeat.
We could have got him on a free.
At 100%, and it's going to suck because it's probably going to cost us around 40-50 million pounds to get him, but he's not 100 like what Newcastle's going to be asking for, and he's been much more consistent in my book, especially not with injuries. This year,
forget about signing Morgan Rogers though, because if he goes there to work with Arteta, that idiot will destroy him, quite literally. And I will say right now, I'm still going to call it. We talk about the financials, but as we speak, Villa are still on course to do well in the Europa League. They're also still on course to, qualify in the top 4, which will be increased to top 5 once the coefficient is secured. I don't think Emery will leave. I think once they secure the money they need, he'll stay on for at least one more season, and then we'll see. Because several of the Dean Smith era players will also have to be moved on, and they're going to do some regeneration themselves. But they're already making moves to win.
They have to win the Europa League. That's the problem.
They will.
They have to
think
win
they
the
will.
Europa. I think they will too, but you never know. The problem is they have to win the Europa League and double up on the cash. If they don't win the Europa League, Emery's walking, because they're not going to have enough money to keep that team together and add to it.
Agreed. That's where you have a point. And one person who could definitely leave is Emi Martinez. A lot of people talk about him possibly going to Inter Milan, but I think Bayern Munich might be the better destination for him once Neuer retires.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Jay Lux, what's going on, my guy?
What's going on, my bro? Just congrats on your 300, man. Just wanted to stop in quickly, bro. Just say that, man.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, good to see you,
Jones
bro.
over Zubimendi. That's a shout. I don't know. They both suck. Curtis Jones ain't that good either. I don't know if I'd take Curtis Jones over Zubimendi. But
I mean, you did say you wanted Tielemans. I mean, he'd be a really good shout.
I
think a lot of people are saying
midfield's one of the best midfields in Europe, let alone just in the Premier League, if I'm being honest with you. Onana,
Absolutely. And, when that idiot Palhinha literally, smashed Kamara's knee to smithereens, ruling him out for the season, that was a big chunk of their midfield gone. Tielemans was gone. McGinn was gone. They just came back against West Ham, and given the run-in that Aston Villa had, they will definitely secure Champions League football, I think, because they look really good against West Ham. And listen, as you've said, I think with Roma out of the way, there's not going to be the Marlon reunion that a lot of people feared. I think Villa have faced Bologna several times already and have come out on top. The only point of jeopardy could be if who they face in the semi-finals. It's either Porto or Nottingham Forest. But if they overhaul either of those teams, I think they should be able to make it. And I think it would be kind of wonderful if Emery were to win it with Aston Villa. And maybe that'll be another point of contention, because a lot of people have been saying that when he managed the team in 2019, when Arsenal played, the players just downed tools on him, and it was so disgusting. He deserved better treatment from the players and the fans, who still see it fit to disrespect him every chance they can get. He wasn't a perfect manager. He had his sore points, but he's going to be one of those managers who history will look back on very, very favorably indeed. And the same cannot be said about a certain Mikel Arteta.
Bro, Unai Emery is one of the best managers of the last 15 years if we're really looking at it. First of all, outside of the Europa League titles with Sevilla, look how good the Valencia team was he made.
Oh, yes. I remember
Because Valencia fell off when Pablo Aimar, Vicente Rodriguez, and everybody left that team from where they were in the 2000s. So he got them to Champions League. Sevilla, I mean, look how many ballers balled out at Sevilla and didn't go anywhere after they left because he did the best with them. I mean, does everybody remember Yevhen Konoplyanka, the Ukrainian left winger for Sevilla? He was an absolute baller. Had 2 good years at Schalke and then got ran out of the Bundesliga because he was shit. And he was the one who discovered Ciro Immobile's form. Immobile was dog shit at Borussia Dortmund and before he went back to Italy when he was in Sevilla. So it is what it is. So listen, I think Emery walks because there's going to be other big jobs available. I would not be shocked if Unai Emery is the next manager of Milan. That's why I wouldn't be shocked if he leaves Aston Villa. Would not be shocked.
But then, no, the problem with Unai is that, listen, and he does a lot of really good work with Guillem Balag, the famous Spanish journalist, and a lot of other people who have basically made it clear that coming to Aston Villa, he's had the time of his life where he's had so much control over affairs and so much respect. The biggest issue, and this might be a stick with which to beat him, is that when he was at Paris Saint-Germain, obviously in the first season, he had to contend with that Monaco team under Didier Deschamps, which had, Falcao and several others falling out. They reached the Champions League final that season, if memory serves me right. I don't quite remember. And
with the Portuguese manager.
Oh yeah. Deschamps was out of the picture then. And the next season, of course, he was able to win a domestic treble. He still has the highest, win percentage. But there's always going to be this issue that when he goes to a club where there's a lot of internal flux, the politics that you've mentioned, he may not really find it comfortable. So again, the grass isn't always going to be greener on the other side, you see. And if he goes to AC Milan or any big club where he has to deal with all that crap, why would he want to do that? One, a bird in the hand is always worth more than 2 in the bush. Aston Villa just needs to solve their financial problems.
It is, but it's also the name. You can go here to Chike, to Taryn, because we're the Americans on here. We can talk about this with baseball. If you're a good American coach and New York Yankees call you up, you take the call.
You don't let the phone
100%. You're getting drafted any second. It's not even a debate. Or if it's the Dodgers, but again, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. There's certain teams across the world that always have that name to where people are going to want to leave. That's why you always hear footballers say, if Real Madrid or Barcelona come calling, they're leaving no matter what the situation is because it's Real Madrid, Barcelona. Milan.
Nobody said that to Francesco Totti, mind you.
Totti,
That's a different story. And listen, he's the token Roma player that I love, even though I hate Roma. You got it.
Not the rule. He was the exception.
He is. Listen, Totti for me is if I'm being honest, Totti's top 5 greatest Italian players of all time as far as offensively, arguably top 3.
What are the other 4? Baggio?
Who's the other 2?
Well, number one is Gianni Rivera. He's number 1.
Had to be a Gianni, huh? See what you did there.
Gianni Rivera is number 1.
Pirlo?
Oh, Totti's better than Pirlo.
Maldini.
No, he said attacking players, isn't it?
Attacking players.
Oh, my bad.
You can't hold that World Cup over Baggio, that missed penalty over his head forever, bro. You have to let it go.
No, I'm trying to think because here's the thing, right? Baggio, I'm trying to see who's better between Baggio and Del Piero.
Oh, shit.
The problem is Baggio is an unbelievable player, but he bounced around too long and stayed too long at certain clubs when he should have went on to the bigger ones. And then if we're talking about potentially, because he fell off, Antonio Cassano's in this conversation.
I'm taking Del Piero still. I'm not gonna
same.
That's the thing. I take Del Piero over Baggio. I'd probably put Baggio as 3, then 4th. Because see, here's another one, and he was a wasted talent, but at 16, he was one of the baddest things that came out of Italy was Balotelli. If you're looking at natural ability, Balotelli's in that conversation. Zola's in the conversation.
Zola's a shout.
And you have the little guy from Udinese who scored a shit ton. Antonio Di Natale's in this conversation. You know, he Udinese is not even top 10 biggest teams in Italy. He had them fighting for Europe for 7 years, scoring crazy goals and everything else. So there's a lot of different names to look at. Baggio's probably 3. Gianni Rivera's 1. Totti 2. No, Baggio's 4th. Del Piero's 3. 5th, I don't know. If it's based on just potential and talent, it's a toss-up between Balotelli and Cassano. Paolo Rossi was a good player, but the gambling and shit takes it away from me for him. So it's an interesting conversation. There's also there's Vieri. But yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. You know what? It might be Zola. Might be 5 as far as ability on the ball. I'd probably take Zola.
Calafiori.
No. Please, I'm already mad enough that he made it. I'm mad. I need to fly to Liverpool. I need to fly to fucking England and talk to them fucking doctors at Arsenal to fucking re-injure Calafiori. I don't want to Italian.
Damn, re-injure him.
Re-injure him. Break his leg, break his foot, whatever you got to do. Get him off the Italian national team. I don't want to see
watch the surgery or something.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Lux, what do you think of the news about Salah leaving Liverpool? How big is this to hurt Liverpool next year? You think it's major, or do you think it's good for both?
No, I think naturally in life sometimes things run its course, bro, and I think it's reached that point. I think just based on this season, just based on his performances, the team's performances, even fans' reaction. Like I can't lie, like people talk about Arsenal fans are negative and toxic, this, that. Some of the stuff I've seen them Liverpool fans saying towards Salah, yes, it may be online, but you wouldn't expect. It's almost like they forgot what he did very, very recently. So I think it's just a natural transition, to be honest. And I also heard something you said about you're concerned about them. Bro, that's why I don't understand people dismiss Liverpool. Like Isak and Ekitike is going to be the 2 centre forwards at one point, and it's just, you can't dismiss that. So I'm with you, but yeah, no, regarding that, no, bro, I think it's a natural progression. He seems disgruntled. He's fallen out with Slot already this season, and also I saw the fan base kind of divided about him as well. So yeah, I think it's a natural progression. I don't see it as anything other than that, but obviously, yeah, when you lose a legend or an icon of that club of that magnitude, sure, I think within the dressing room it will be felt. But I think they can recover just financially. Yeah, I think they'll be good, man. They'll be good. I just want to say as well, bro, thanks for making me a mod. I just saw that. And also shout out to that's Kawaja, right? Shout out to Kawaja because he always posts my channel in all these chats, bro. So first time I ever
big up, man. No worries, bro.
I appreciate you, bro, because I never even spoke to you before. And every chat I go into, Kawaja's always posting my channel, and I've not made a video in a year plus. So love for that, bro. Appreciate it. Man.
No, just as a mod, bro, you just want to put out links because you just want to put out links to make sure everyone subscribes to each other. So
yeah. No, thanks, man.
Appreciate that, bro. When it comes to that.
Hey, big up BBK as well, bro. I'm sorry I missed your members link, my bro. Salute, man.
All good, bro. It's always the next one.
Yeah, and also thanks, Kawaja, for correcting me on the Bournemouth game because I got a bit confused with that because we don't play Bournemouth because we've got an FA Cup match against Southampton first before we play Bournemouth.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
And the FA Cup, I think the FA Cup final is played on May 16th this year, so we might have to reschedule more games. I think the Burnley game will fall around that time as well. So there's going to be should we get there, be some more fixture rearranging that might work in our favor or against us. Don't know how.
And also the fact that on the 25th of April is the quarterfinal, and on the 25th of April we play Newcastle United at 5:30. That's going to be rescheduled again as well. So a lot of games going to be
lots
rescheduled.
of moving pieces. Facts.
The final is May 16.
What do you guys think of the news that came out that Eze's out for 4 to 6 weeks with this calf injury?
Right.
Another victim of the
money because
injury.
He was sitting down in the final of the League Cup, and he was like, and we knew he was feeling like sad to himself that he wasn't going to start the League Cup final. And after we found out that the news of him getting injured was confirmed, this is what Arteta does to these players. He absolutely just ruins them because he does it because this is what this manager's been doing to to these players. He always rushes them back too quickly, and this is what you get.
Not only that, but this is why I say that what pisses me off with Arteta is he's trying to rewrite how football has been handled throughout the history of the sport.
Yeah.
How many great teams have we seen where injuries have come and they call upon youth academy players to come on and be able to get minutes? Like what? Like people forget, Guti was a youth academy player and a youngster at Real Madrid and worked his way up into getting into that squad at the times. I mean, even as great as Guti was, he never could even get consistent starts for Real Madrid. So it's like, what the hell does Miles Lewis-Skelly have to do? He's got to play now. And Arteta looks even more of an idiot for putting his neck out on the line and backing Odegaard over Wanyeri. Wanyeri's been balling in fucking Marseille. Right now, on form, if Wanyeri was still on this team, on form, Wanyeri, Madueke, and Dalman should have been playing that final against Manchester City rather than the bums that we started.
Big facts.
And Gianni
and even more so, real quick, J-Lux, the even sadder thing is the other youngster that he's already sold, Emil Smith-Rowe, walks back into that left wing position over these fucking bums that we got right now. That's how bad the talent ID and the disrespect to the youngsters have been at this club right now. Because all of them have to get minutes now till the season ends.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, and it's selective, right, Gianni? Like, I think with Arteta, I try and be. I mean, I'm not his biggest fan, definitely, but I try and be objective when I see certain things he does. But if you even look at how he treated like Kieran Tierney, and there's always this thing about, oh, he's so injured. And if you see some of the injuries we've had this season, and it's just, it doesn't correlate. It's like selective. He's very selective with what he does, who he likes, who he prefers. Oh no, this will fit how I want to be, and this person will be quiet in the dressing room, etc. And it's just like, bro, like what kind of, that's why when people say dictatorship, like you say it in a mocking way, but you kind of, you know, it's kind of like, oh, he, like what he says goes, right? And it's just, and even the way that the PR, like people, I don't think people deep it, like the way that the club structures content that's put out, the way they say it, how it's said, who they get in front of the camera, you know, they get Keown and Ian Wright, all these people who we would traditionally admire. And they just say exactly what you want, what they want to hear, and how it's said, and it's just fed into your minds, drip fed day after day after day, and then people just repeat it like it's gospel, bro. It's really disappointing, man. Like
you want to hear a funny stat? Kieran Tierney was here for 5 seasons in an Arsenal jersey. He was only injured for 192 days. Calafiori hasn't been here for a full 2 years. He's been injured for 227 days. It goes right.
That's the power of messaging, because the faithful will have you believe Tierney was injured the entire time. He was
exactly.
That's just the narrative they ran, and everyone just lapped it up.
And the most shocking thing is, guys, is that Calafiori in that final, he was our best attacker. Even though I personally hate Calafiori, he was the only one that was trying to do something for us, because when he hit that post, I was shocked. Like, Calafiori has been dog shit for us this whole entire games that we played him through. But in this League Cup final, he was balling out for us. So I was a bit shocked, like when he hit that post. But
yeah, it is what it is. But he shouldn't. The sad thing is, he should have never been here in the first place. I mean, what Calafiori was what, 35 million. Marino was 38.
Calafiori
in the last year of
was
his
also on
contract,
12,000
Marino
pounds
as
before
well.
he came to Arsenal. Now he's on 120,000 pounds.
Yeah, he was on 12,000 euros in fucking Bologna. He got put up to 120,000
Ben
pounds.
White is now in the England squad. He's been called up to the England squad.
Yeah, I don't know how he parlayed that.
This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. Do not expect England to win the World Cup.
And I'm gonna say this now: Spain are pissing the World Cup. They're gonna destroy everybody.
Let's see.
I got France still.
Maybe Argentina, maybe with Lionel Messi still there. I think maybe Argentina.
I hate Argentina.
No, the thing about Argentina is that Messi will probably not have a starting role, but he should be used as an impact sub. But interesting how Gianni mentioned Paulo Dybala. he can't. I don't even know if he's going to be around for this time because of his injury issues now.
Yeah,
Poor
that
chap.
doesn't sound
I love the guy, skillful player, absolutely, wonderful to watch on his day. But Scaloni has pretty much marginalized him, and if Dybala were fit and in the squad, Argentina would have a chance. And had the Finalissima been played, we would see where Argentina are at right now. Now they've got a friendly against some team, Mauritania, I think. They should be playing Spain.
You know who's a dark horse? Senegal. If you don't think what just happened with this AFCON nonsense, first of all, Senegal's team, their starting 11 and probably the next 5 to 6 guys they got on the bench, Senegal has a very, very good team. If you don't think what just happened with this AFCON is going to light a fire up their ass, Senegal might be a problem for this World Cup. They got a really, really good team.
That could be true, yeah.
Yeah, the thing about Senegal is that since that breakthrough tournament in 2002, I think they were quarterfinalists and lost to Turkey on a golden goal, if memory serves me right. They've been doing well continentally, but internationally not so well. But this could be their time. You're right. I think the likes of obviously Mane and a few others, certainly the goalkeeper Edouard Mendy. This could very well be their last chance to really do something great as a group, because some of them could very well be on their way to retirement, but they are dark horses. And just continuing on Argentina,
Hold on, Manny.
I'd like to see.
Hold on one sec. Canada ain't winning shit. You guys already got taken over by the USA in hockey. Big up the boys in the red, white, and blue for that.
USA.
You guys are definitely not winning. You guys are definitely not winning the World Cup.
And you're definitely not going to win with that bum Jesse Marsh. No way.
Listen, he should be the U.S. national team's coach.
Bingo.
Not that bum
Pochettino. Not that bum Pochettino. Shit, no.
Pochettino sucks, man.
Yeah, that ex-Tottenham coach. And there's talk that he might end up going back to Spurs, but if they go into the championship,
let him go into the
championship
with some fucking scrubs.
Let's see what happens. I think Argentina they'll reach the knockouts, but it'll be, I don't know if they'll go as far as they did, but if they do manage to win it, I mean, that would be a sweet ending for Lionel Messi. But again, with Portugal, as long as they've got Ronaldo insisting on playing, they're going to continue to be held back.
Thank you, Manny. Thank you. Everybody pause and let Manny say that one more time when I take a sip of my yak. Please.
As long as Cristiano Ronaldo still continues to play and insist that he becomes the main man, Portugal are going to continue being held back. And that chap, Bobby Martinez, the biggest example of failing upwards you will ever see. That FA Cup at Wigan was his meal ticket, and he's been dining off that for how many years now? And how he was able to get to manage that Belgium team with that generation, and now this Portugal team. I think we're going to have to do these cities on this to understand how you can actually fail upwards in that way.
This Belgium team is so overhyped, bro. They're such an overrated team. I don't know how they were like 3rd or 4th in the FIFA rankings. It was crazy. That
FIFA rankings is a bunch of bollocks in it anyway.
Bro, that FIFA rankings is full of shit. Remember, they tried to say that scrub-ass Belgium team was the #1 team in the world.
No way.
Their golden generation.
I think Stevie Wonder.
No, that's an overrated team, bro. They are not overrated.
Hold on. Taryn, you said you got some yak?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I'm a match.
Oh, we celebrated for Gianni. Oh man. Oh man. I'll just take a sip of this.
I don't consume alcohol these days. There's a Sting energy drink, non-alcoholic.
Alcoholic. See?
Especially now that it's starting to get a little warm in Chicago. Especially now that the neighborhood bar put the patio back up, we'll be out probably at least 3 to 4 days a week, like it normally is. Summertime Chicago is one of the funnest places in the world for those who've never been here. Summertime. So, cheers, everybody. Thanks.
Cheers, my brother. Cheers.
Gianni, is
Soldier
Field getting any games?
Huh?
Soldier Field getting any games?
No.
Nope.
Damn.
Wait, but the United Center is host. The
Too
United
small.
Center. Oh, yeah.
Too small.
The United
Won't hold any of the games. That's why Chicago didn't get any single game.
Soldier Field holds what? 65,000?
65,000.
69,000.
No, 65.
Hey Gianni, if Arsenal this summer, if they sign somebody, Would you take another Chelsea reject at Arsenal? Because I wouldn't.
Fuck no.
Yeah, because apparently
That's not a question worth asking, Macy.
only
I'm telling you right now.
Man,
If I never see,
I'm not trying to like say anything to like make Gianni angry, but I'm just saying because
if I never ever see another Chelsea reject at Arsenal
me
again,
too.
it will be too soon.
Macy, I got Black Label in my hand. Gianni's not going to get angry.
Of
Gianni's
course,
Yeah. But then here's the thing.
Well, because I despise every reject of Chelsea that has come to Arsenal has done nothing for us.
So here's the thing for me. I'm fine. I would be fine with signing players from any team as long as Arsenal understood the standards of what it meant to be the third biggest club in England and sign the top players of the other teams. If we were here having a conversation that Cole Palmer is on form and Cole Palmer's back to where everybody was hyping him up a year and a half ago or at the end of last season, even though you got to go back a year and a half before he was in solid form. I'd be fine if we were linked with taking Cole Palmer from Chelsea. What I'm not okay with is signing a guy like Madueke, whose best season was at PSV, and it was 5 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
Same scenario with Havertz. Havertz's best time was at Bayer Leverkusen. He didn't do shit for that team, and he didn't do shit for Chelsea. Outside of the fact that he got the one – Kai Havertz is living off of the one goal that led to Chelsea winning the Champions League over.
True.
That's all he's living off of. Because besides that one goal, he sucked at Chelsea overall. You know, what was it? They all hyped. Timo Werner and Kai Havertz are going to resurrect Chelsea. Bro, them two were fucking scrubs.
Yeah, the best of Kepa Arrizabalaga was when he was balling out at Bournemouth. He was making a lot of good saves there. So I just don't understand why we bought him from Chelsea. Like, what was the purpose of that?
Not
And he
even.
cost us the final as well. Funny enough, he cost us the final with his flappy arms. He couldn't even catch the ball, bruv.
Kepa's best time wasn't even at Bournemouth. It was at Athletic Bilbao before he got the big move to Chelsea. That
Record signing as a goalkeeper when he went.
Still to this day, I don't think a goalie's gone for more money than him.
And the thing about these Chelsea rejects is that at least if you look at the ones that are playing at Aston Villa, you know, Ross Barkley, Jadon Sancho, Tammy Abraham, Ian Matson, these guys can play to an extent. I mean, Sancho probably didn't do too well at United, but obviously he did quite well at Dortmund. And at Aston Villa, he's starting to rediscover his best form. So as you say, if people can play, they're welcome. But it all boils down to the talent ID of the manager. And we just know that with his track record, he's going to sign another idiot to come and, you know, play for us if he's still around. And that's another thing.
I swear they got a picture of Arteta on that Green Island. I swear.
Yeah, that Lewis Hall at Newcastle is
the way we're money laundering, we're basically cleaning cash for Chelsea. We're basically cleaning cash for Chelsea. We're cooking
kind of like what the Chicago owners are doing.
No, the Chicago owners are just being cheapskate billionaires like they always have been. They're the shittiest owners in the world.
The thing is, Gianni, the reason why Arsenal keeps spending all this money on Chelsea scrubs is because now Chelsea have an American owner and Kroenke is fond of it because he and Bodley are very close because they're both Americans and they can just like ask for an exchange because Kroenke will say to Bodley, "Yo, Bod, can I have one of your players in Chelsea?" And Bod will say, "Yeah."
See, I hear that, but at the same time, again, this is what I always say. The American owners get a lot of slander, but at the same time, if it wasn't for the American owners and the American money, the Premier League would not be the league that it is right now.
The Premier League still isn't the league as it is because of the American owners coming in, and they're trying to do what the NFL is doing and doing a bunch of stuff that they're doing in America without the American owners, the Premier League would be nothing.
That's the thing. So it can't be. That's the thing. Why I say when we talk about American owners, it's a two-way street because. Here's the problem, right? This is the thing that people in England have to get over, whether they like it or not. The Premier League games might get a couple billion people around the world to watch, but a couple billion people around the world to watch is still not fucking with the American market in the NFL. It's never going to happen. Wow. No. It's never going to happen. Yet
the panel question.
Yep.
Sure.
Right. So, you know, in other countries, they've got an abundance of managers. Like Johnny, like with us, with Italy, we've got an abundance of managers. Unfortunately, the Italy squad is where it is at the moment. But the abundance of managers in Italy is just astronomical. Why is it in England? Here in England, like, we haven't got an abundance of English managers, especially when it comes to the national team.
Oh, I can tell you why, but it's gonna cause a lot of ruckus, and a lot of people ain't gonna want to hear the truth.
Yeah, no one wants to hear
the truth of the matter is, whether anybody wants to say it or not, up until recently in the revolution that Pep has caused, the British players, bar a little bit, were the Americans of Europe. The British, the English can say whatever they want. Outside of some of the token players, the English were all about pace and strength. It was never about technical ability. And this is why I say that when you look at the situation now of where the state of football is, there is a reason why the English teams got slapped up by all the La Liga teams. It's an old saying. Antonio, you know this, being Italian and watching the old Serie A. Tara knows it from being older and watching all the leagues. One of the standard things is the smartest coaches and the best coaches tell their players to let the ball do the work. You waste more energy chasing the ball around, playing defensive style, than what you are with technical ability. That's why England always had problems playing Italy, because the technical ability of the Italian players understood, let's just pass the ball around the English for 60 minutes, tire them out, and now we can slap them for the final 30. Or if we score a goal early, they have to come out, we'll play Catenaccio, hit them again, and then control the ball after we do it. The problem is that the English players for the longest time have been pushed the same way the American players are. We're all about being an athlete and not the technical side of the game. That's the biggest problem. That's why now you're seeing this massive import of all foreign coaches, because they want some technical ability and technical mentality of the managers. That's why you see the likes of De Zerbi going to Brighton for a season and tearing it up. He brings something new. He brings more of a technical game. You know, the reason why Eddie Howe's the best English-born manager is because look at the technical side of the way he wants Newcastle to play. You're not getting that from a Sam Allardyce or a Eric Dyche or Eric
Sean Dyche.
All these guys. That's the thing. It's the difference of the technical.
The fact that no English managers ever won the league in the Premier League era is criminal. How many Englishmen are managing La Liga right now? How many Englishmen are managing La Liga or Bundesliga or Serie A?
None. And the people that have done it are
crazy
because they can't.
And if you go back 50 years, all the big clubs had different English managers. That's the crazy thing. You go back to the 60s, the 70s, and parts of the 80s. English managers were in all the leagues.
Yeah.
Now you can't get English managers to go. Eddie Howe, if you guys remember, Eddie Howe was an understudy to Diego Simeone for a time period.
No way.
That's why he left to go to Spain to learn the technical game. That's why people gave Eddie Howe so much.
Gianni, this same Eddie Howe in 2019 when he was appointed. In 2019, he relegated Bournemouth. The same year Arteta got appointed, he went to Italy, learned his trade, came back to Newcastle, took over when they were down in the dumps, got to 2 finals, won one of them before Arteta got back to a final.
Correct.
So there are so many things that these men can learn. Pace and power is one of the most overrated things. It's good to have, but it's not to substitute for tech. Sergio Busquets never had either pace or power, but he was one of the best DMs that we've ever seen in modern time. You couldn't get the ball off him because he's so technically good.
And I think that's where Wenger went wrong. Do you remember, like we had strength and we had power, and all of a sudden he fell in love with the Barcelona method of playing.
Yeah, facts.
Big facts.
I remember.
He never. How many years have we said the thing that Arsenal was missing under Wenger towards the end was a true number 6?
Yeah.
People act like Jorginho did something special. We had Jorginhos before Jorginho in the middle. After Fabregas and Abu Dhabi didn't work out. That's the reason why we never went anywhere.
You know what? You mentioned Diaby. You mentioned Diaby, but I felt sorry for him because he was injury prone, but he was solid. Yeah, he had a bit of a temper, hot-headed at times, especially in that Newcastle game against Joe Barton. But he was solid. But unfortunately, his injuries cost him.
Brother, you need a mean streak in a number 6. Unless you're going to be the levels of Xavi or Busquets or Pirlo, you need a number 6 that does have a mean streak that knows how to fucking go after somebody. You look at Ambrosini. Ambrosini took up the mantle after Pirlo. He had a mean streak. That's why he lasted as long as he did. You know, unless you're one of the silkiest players of all time in that number 6 that doesn't need a mean streak because of how well you can play, you need a mean streak as a number 6.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Even Pep. To a lot of people who forget, Pep had a little nasty mean streak in him as the number 6 for Barcelona back in the day. He would lash out at times. You need that in that position. And to what you said with Diaby, the problem with Diaby was he couldn't stay healthy. When Patrick Vieira comes out and says he could have been better than me, you know that you're a big time talent. That's just what it is at the end of the day.
But yeah, I remember going to Arsenal at home at the Emirates. He played Portsmouth. It was the first time I saw Diaby in person. He was absolutely it was an unreal type of. I couldn't believe how good he was. He was. And, it was just tragic with the injury. But to go back to what BBK was saying. Sorry, go ahead.
That old Arsenal team would slap this Arsenal team
up. Oh no!
These guys try to hype up this team. You know who walks into this team right now? He's the cult legend. He's one of my favorite Arsenal players. Was fucking Hleb. Hleb walks into this team in the midfield.
Alexander,
underrated.
Cesc. Come on, man.
Tech was beautiful.
Sanchez.
Real and Nasri. Nasri was my other.
Nasri. Yeah, Nasri.
I felt sorry for Nasri, though. I felt sorry for him because unfortunately Wenger misplaced him as well on the pitch. Like he was always on the left wing. Do you remember that game against Man United when we beat him 2-1? Nasri scored both goals. You know why? Because he was playing attacking midfielder. That was his position.
It's true. It's true. But Gianni, one thing I was going to say, I wanted to say as well, when BBK mentioned about English football generally and the way that managers play, etc. I think as an extension of that, if you look at Europe in continental football and how, like, you know what the philosophy is in Spain or Italy, but in England, like if you look, like if you go through like grassroots, etc., what is the true identity? I don't think it's clear, and then that ends up getting reflected when we actually look at the culture of football, and it's confused, and people aren't actually sure what they're actually doing because it's just, what is the English identity of football? I couldn't tell you. I don't think it's clear. Whereas when you think about Spain, La Liga, you automatically know what it is. Italy, you know, it's the structure, it's that strong foundation. But what is the English culture of football? And then they put so much investment, and it's just like, I don't know where the money goes, bro. I don't know what they're investing in, because it's just like, it's just mismanagement and a loss of identity, to be honest. Just trying to be what others are and not knowing what you represent football wise. And I think that's what we end up seeing, bro. Like what we have now.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Not only that, but the other thing, and big up Rich. Appreciate you hopping on, my guy. Appreciate you hopping on.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, big up to you as well, mate. Congratulations.
Big up, Rich.
Big up, Rich.
Big up, panel.
Big up, Rich, man.
The other thing about it is too, though, is this is not only is there not really an identity for England, but the other problem is the golden era, the quote unquote golden era of England. The other problem is they got in their own way. I'm sorry.
No, they did.
Maybe this is me being an outsider and not being in England long enough to learn the history of the rivalries. But the rivalry, I don't see an English rivalry outside of Liverpool and Man United and Arsenal and Man United. I don't see a single rivalry that's on the same level at the main stage, like Milan versus Inter versus Juve. And the fact
Real Madrid v
Barcelona
or any of those.
The fact that those rivalries,
Rangers Celtic. Yeah.
Right. But the fact that those rivalries aren't at the same level, the fact that those players couldn't put that bullshit to the side to make England as a national team better shows that there's a weak mentality there. Because again, Roma and Lazio have a massive rivalry. But if all Lazio players get called to the national team, that gets put by the wayside. And to hear the bullshit about, the Chelsea fans stayed here, the United players stayed here. And all that nonsense went on, and it affected the team on the pitch. That's the reason why, for me, it's a weak mentality that goes into that. Because there's not a single rivalry in England that's bigger than Real Madrid versus Barcelona. But magically, Spain, when Barcelona and Real Madrid's rivalry was at its peak, was slapping everybody up. And the whole squad was a mix of both of those teams. That's a problem that I see with the English national team.
Also, the problem was, Johnny, as well, back then, unfortunately, you had Gerrard, Lampard and Scholes, and he couldn't accommodate all of them.
Correct.
And also, the left wing, was missed. Because, you have Beckham on the right, but there's not really a left winger either. And also, I think Carrick was not used as a defensive midfielder. Maybe that would have made a difference. Who knows?
See, to me, the biggest thing was if I was, of course, this is Monday morning quarterback, but for me, England should have played a 4-4-2 diamond midfield. They should have never played with a winger because Beckham could play in the midfield too. Beckham could play in the midfield too with no issues. So for me, there was no reason for that. The fact that they tried that nonsense of putting Steven Gerrard on a wing one time and all that, no need for that. No need for that. I thought that hurt him greatly. Rich, appreciate you hopping on, my guy. What do you make of the news today that Mo Salah is leaving Liverpool? And I didn't see you at all by any. And if I missed you, I'm sorry. But what was I didn't hear your opinion. What did you make of the that horrid showing at the League Cup final?
Well, with Mo Salah, last season was class. If there would have been another 10 extra games, it would have probably scored 10 extra goals. You know what I mean? It was just that good. This season, it's just gone to rat shit, hasn't it? I think as well, it's bugged him with that little controversial moment where they were like taking him off and that. I think it's gone to his head, and it's just not been the same this season compared to last season. And I knew it was going to happen this season. He's got to go, hasn't he? And I think it's time. I think it's time. If you like what Mo Salah did last season, if you get that form out of someone at that age, then you think, right, it could happen again this season. But if it doesn't happen like it hasn't this season, then you think, shit, we're going to get nothing from him if we're not. You know what I mean? He's got to go now. So I knew that would happen eventually. I hadn't seen much news regarding a few things. I've seen this Eze thing, which I think I'll probably mention a little bit. Where's that come from? It seems to me like he's probably had a niggle. He's been told, can you play? Arteta's like, yeah, you'll play. You're perfect. You're fine. I'm not saying that's the case, but it just feels like another one of these. Apparently, we're going to be playing against in final. It was just a little niggle, little. You know what I mean? There were nothing, just a bit precautionary, and then next minute, it could be 4 to 6 weeks. Well, I look at that and I think if it's 4 weeks, his season's probably done. He'll probably make one game. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I just
it could cost us the title.
Weird injuries. Yeah, it just makes me think: was he forced? As Arteta thought, right? You've got a little niggle, because it feels to me, Gianni, that he goes to physios, how controlling he is, and he's a stubborn smoke prick, as everyone knows. I call him on my channels and that on my streams. And he's probably goes to physios, the medical team, and says, "Is there a chance he can make it?" And they might say, "Yeah, there's 70% chance." Right, he's playing. Do you know what I mean? That's how he might not do that, but that's how to me, Mikel Arteta comes across to me. That's how it comes to me.
Exactly.
And Sunday, for the first time, and I would say from being an Arsenal fan approaching 35 years, I shouted at the telly. I was like, for one certain moment when Kepa had that ball, and I just couldn't. Something I don't normally do, because as you get older, you grow out of it and that. But I shouted at telly, and I just said, "Kick that fucking ball!"
You're nice.
This is my football club.
And you're nice, Rich. I'm Italian. I've been yelling since I was 3. I'm Italian. I've been yelling since I was 3.
Yelling in the mood.
I hadn't done it for ages. Do you know what I mean? But I was like, kick that. Like it was like, oh, we're just here. We're just strolling about. We're top at league, quarterfinal, this, quarterfinal that. And it's like they felt like it were all done. It were all wrapped up. You're playing against Man City. Pep's been to, I think it's 19 finals now and won 14. Haaland hasn't scored in, I think it's 8 games now, which is, still can't believe that in the final. But you're playing against players what have got people on bench like Johnny Stones and Foden. Phil Foden's won 6 titles, for God's sake. Do you know what I mean? Like these are winners. These are proven winners. These aren't coming here to just give cuddles out and be happy and just having a laugh on to the side. In second half, you could see it were like, right, you've pissed about, you haven't really given us an headache. Now we're going to destroy you. Now we're going to give you a footballing lesson. And I'm telling you something now, we play like that. we will not win that Premier League. We will not beat Man City at Etihad. I think Newcastle will give us a problem if we turn up like that, because they do bring intensity and urgency.
And
Even
they're playing for Europe.
18th in league,
They're still
when
playing
that
for
switch goes on
Europe
Newcastle,
too, Rich.
they can go. It don't matter what position they are at league. Newcastle, if that switch gets flicked, they bring so much intensity and so much urgency. And if they're on it, Harvey Barnes, Baltimore, they can cause massive problems. And they're very organised at back. But obviously, Newcastle have been completely different this season. But I looked at it and I thought there were no intensity, there were no urgency, there were no freedom in that play. Like I've said it so many times, though, Johnny. I've put shorts out at half time saying shambolic first half again for Arsenal again. Amount of times we've scraped through games, and Sunday we came up against a giant and we got taught a footballing lesson. And it's because we were smug, we were complacent, we were arrogant, kicking the ball around, thinking, it don't matter, we can score whenever we want. And they didn't even have Garvidal, which we know, which is probably not going to play all season, no Diaz and no Mark Gay, and we had a perfect opportunity to lay a glove on him, and we did nothing. Odd shot from Calafiori, etc. And that Kai Havertz, when people tell me he's a top player like Eduardo Egan, that absolute wet wipe on Twitter, saying Kai Havertz is an unreal footballer, I think on the 7th of February, I had to put it on one of my YouTube on post. If that's a top striker or a top player, I've played football for myself for 7 years at eye level when I was younger, but I did have trials for Norwich City, etc. as a striker. Scored 79 goals in one season, so I know where it net was when I was younger. If you're in that situation, when that ball comes to Kai Havertz, if you think, right, I'm going to let that ball run across my body, you have to. There's no other solution. You have to lift that ball over that goalkeeper. If that goalkeeper is 4'11", he's going to make himself about 6 foot when he comes at you. The moment that ball comes across your body, you're going to have a goalkeeper coming at you. An experienced goalkeeper or any goalkeeper knows what they're doing. They will run at you and make themselves big, and they probably just have to. It's going to hit the chest. It's going to hit the arm. The first thing you do is think, right, if I'm doing this, I've got to. There's no other option. I have to lift it over that goalkeeper. A top striker or top player would have done that. Natural instinct. Even Jesus did it against Crystal Palace last season. A pathetic, shambolic, embarrassing, underbelly, weak performance. And when you look at who we've got on touchline as your leader, it's someone who's never even been capped for Spain, Mikel Arteta. Because we've seen it that many times this season.
See, here's the thing. I disagree with that. And I'm not disagreeing with everything you said. I'm disagreeing with this simple post because I'm hearing this. And I'm like, no, that's kind of an excuse. Pep didn't school Arteta. Arteta just decided to be a dumb fuck. Pep didn't do anything of the sorts to school Arteta.
Put his life jacket on and laid it back.
All Arteta did was decide to be a dumb fuck and a hardhead and said, I'm going to beat you my way, even though it wasn't going to happen. See, this is the funny thing, right? Every Arsenal fan a week ago was saying, we're going to beat Barcelona because of the high line and all this Barcelona can get at. Manchester City just played the exact same way with the high line right at the 50-yard line and schooled us. This is the problem.
Gianni, sorry, my bro, I got to run. Just appreciate you, bro.
Big up,
Big up, J-Lux, man. Big up, man. Take care, man.
Big up, man.
Good night, man.
Have a good rest of the week, brother. See, this is where I disagree with that. Real Madrid's B team gave us the blueprint how to beat this team. And to your point,
100%, Gianni.
He's not there, who's their best defender. I don't believe in this hype of Ruben Diaz. I think Ruben Diaz has been an overhyped.
He's done, Johnny. He's no Diaz from 2-3 years ago, mate. Man City don't
even 2-3 years ago. Even 2-3 years ago, I didn't believe the hype in Diaz.
He's still overrated, right? He's been overrated for like 3 to 4 years by now.
He's been overrated since he signed for Manchester City. All them center backs at Manchester City are hyped up because of the fact that Kyle Walker always took out the fastest player for the other team. As soon as Kyle Walker was ever out of position, that defense would get ripped open. There are some times where if Kyle Walker was out of position, that back line was so exposed you could land a 747 on Manchester City's ass.
And now they've got Nunes, who was the centre midfielder at Wolves, playing right back. So like you just said, Kyle Walker's gone massive hole, and that's the right back.
And the other thing to that is Chike is a City fan, and he agrees with me, and I say this all the time. Manchester City should be building a statue of Gundogan and Kevin De Bruyne outside their stadium because those two guys in the engine room is the reason why they've won those 4 titles in a row and why they won the trophies that they did. right now, the embarrassing part of the overall situation is the only reason why this is a title race is because we fucked up. This title should have been over with a month ago.
Yeah.
This title should have been over with a month to 2 months ago. We
Chelsea and
loss,
Forest away, Liverpool home and away. So many, Gianni. So many piss poor, pathetic performances.
Rich, he keeps playing this haram ball. I'm sick and tired of this haram ball. Parking the bus when you're 2-1 up against Sunderland. He was doing it against Manchester City. It's all haram ball FC, anyways. We're not Arsenal.
Do you know what the thing is, though?
For everybody,
when
for the cheap seats in the
when
back,
the players are like to play with freedom. When the players like to play with freedom and they express themselves, and we bring that intensity.
Even Josh Kroenke was watching the game and
Arsenal in the world at the moment because of how good we can be in defence. But he does it, and it's like, right, we need to wrap ourselves in cotton wool. I need to get in bath and lay in there with my life jacket on. Bayern Leverkusen, he let us go. Next minute, back to negative.
But see, at the same time, Rich, I disagree with that. The only reason why we beat Bayer Leverkusen is because Bayer Leverkusen tried playing out from the back at the Emirates.
Yeah,
yes.
They played the exact same game that they did in Germany. That may be a whole different situation.
Yeah.
That may be a whole different situation. We got the
I think Bayer Leverkusen, Johnny, as well, have gone in lead 28 times in all this season. So they do come flying out blocks as well in all competitions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they will have a go.
Definitely. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. As long as the sad thing is with this whole situation is the title should have been over with. We didn't end the title. The game Sunday, you had a blueprint how to beat this team by Real Madrid's B team. It wasn't even the A team that smoked City; it was the B team. And if we're being honest, if Vinny had his shooting boots on, they might have lost that score line 10-1. With the amount
if Mbappe had a first leg, like you just said, it'd have probably been a couple more. And do you know the thing is, you just said perfect example, Johnny. We were 9 points clear 7th of February. And we're 9 points clear now. We should be 15, 16 points clear, mate. Like I said,
even 20.
Rich, not only that, how the hell are we the only team that hasn't scored a goal against that piece of shit Liverpool defense? How the hell score a goal against
Aston
Liverpool?
Villa haven't scored either, but if they score in their penultimate game, then we'll be the only team with that record.
Okay, but Aston Villa's got more of an excuse to not score their team than we do because of injuries and other stuff that have gone into play. Plus, Ollie Watkins is not on the mark. If Ollie Watkins had his shooting boots on from 2 years ago, we're having an entirely different conversation for the title.
Yeah, Tyrone Mings started the season, didn't they? Victor Lindelof were playing at centre-back, and Unai Emery, who apparently these are Arteta fans, said he's no good. He got Victor Lindelof playing fantastic. He's had Tillman's out, Kamara, McGinn. I mean, McGinn comes back on.
Rich, not only that,
when he exactly the day he came back, scored straight away.
But remember also with PSR, our best scorer at the beginning of the season, Trossard was supposed to be at Aston Villa. So if Trossard has money and they buy if Aston Villa has money and they buy Trossard at the beginning of the season, we may not even be leading the race because a lot of the games that we won was Trossard scoring goals of the year. So
and do you know what, Johnny? Even on Trossard, he's not scored since 30th of December. I mean,
exactly. But the overall problem is this. We were given a blueprint to how to beat City. We lose to City. First off, as far as the game goes, like I said to everybody, that is the worst performance single-handedly of the season I've seen. First off. Second of all, the fact, because I'm trying to stay calm and not start talking crazy again. But the fact that you are in a final, the fact that you haven't won with this team, fuck the FA Cup. I'm sick of hearing about, Arteta won an FA Cup. It wasn't his team. It was Emery's team. The team that you have constructed, that you have wasted £1 billion on, has not won, and you need to lay down the groundwork to show that you have the mentality to go on and win this title and the mentality to challenge for other titles. You fucking throw it away like that. Now, one of the things that I'm hearing that I think is absolutely hilarious is everybody said, Pep went to a 4-2-4 formation to nullify playing out from the back. Well, if that's the case, why do we put so much stock in goalkeepers to pass the ball and be good with their feet? Because if a goalie's supposed to be this good to pass the ball out from the back, you should be able to lob the ball over the front line of the press. Everybody talks, because this is where Arsenal fans don't like to get into the nitty-gritty and talk about the stupidity of this manager. Every time we go forward from playing out from the back, the fullbacks are further up the pitch than the fucking wingers are. For some reason, the wingers have to be able to play the fullback position, and the fullbacks have to be able to play the winger position.
That's backwards.
Well, not only is it backwards, it shows, because why is Saka the guy guarding fucking Nico O'Reilly for the first goal? That should have been fucking Ben White. Why is Ben White so far up the pitch and you got this retard Kepa running out and doing what he did against Doku, which he was lucky he didn't get a card for that either.
Yeah, well.
So at the end of the day, you've now proven that these goalies needing to be able to pass the ball and be good with their feet is for no reason, because they can't even just do a quick chip pass. I mean, Rich, you're older. Vincenzo's older. Manny's older. We've all seen the old school goalies didn't need to be good with their feet. They could pick the ball up with their hands and throw the fucking ball out and hit a guy if they needed
David
to.
James get ball and not obviously the old pro used to be like that. David James get the ball and like sizzle it.
Not just David James, Richard. I mean, like, look at David Seaman. I mean, that guy was a 6-foot Yorkshire brickhouse, and whenever he could launch it with his arm. So did Schmeichel.
How many counterattacks? How many counterattacks have we seen Juventus score? How many counterattack goals have we seen Juventus score where it came from Buffon throwing the ball out and Juventus turned right around and score? All this shit is overcomplicating a simple sport.
Whatever you've got, you release it if it's with your arm and your foot, but you build an attack.
Exactly.
And the thing is, no, John.
Exactly.
With this wingers thing, I've grew up watching wingers. To me, and when I played football myself, a winger must have to track back. They have to track back, but to me, it should be 70 to 80% attack to their game and 20 or 30% defensive. Arteta requires 70 to 80% defensive to the attack. He takes away, like even Manieri or whoever's number 10. Well, even Manieri's took the piss out of him, but whoever's number 10, it requires defensive work from them. Let them play football and do what they're good at and stop taking their talent away. Because
exactly. And Rich, I'm glad you spoke.
Any attacking player working under Arteta, even if absolutely Alvarez, Kvaratskhelia, I just don't.
Brother, you could give us Kaká, fucking Ronaldo phenomenal. They won't be the same under this fucking
exactly.
idiot.
And just to land on this, Sunday was the first stepping stone to breed confidence in these players. Some of these players have never won a trophy, even in their career, and just reached the first final in the career. Not all, some, like Nkapé is an invincible, which we know, but this was the first stepping stone to start breeding confidence to say, we're not the laughing stock, we're not bottlers, we turn up to a final, we're Arsenal, and this Sunday is going to be the start of something hopefully special where we win trophies this season and start next season. So do not be surprised if these players cannot get out the arse and they struggle when they have a hangover, which happens in football, and we end up fumbling against Bournemouth. Newcastle come and draw to us, and next minute we're neck and neck with Man City. And the moment if Man City go 1 point in front of us, we're done.
Because they're not going to give it back. They're not going to give it back. I've said that from the beginning.
Absolutely, and I'm really glad that the two of you are talking about old school stuff, because obviously Rich and I are both old enough to remember how he even played under George Graham. George Graham wasn't exactly, a very fluid sort of manager, but he allowed his players to play. And, we remember the likes of Rocastle and even Anders Limpar, who was underrated. They never were forced to do too much defensive work because they also believed in allowing our fullbacks, whether it was Lee Dixon on the right or even Kenny Sansom or Nigel Winterburn on the left, to just overlap quite a bit and be that more traditional way. What we're doing right now, Rich, and I'm sure you'll agree, is Gianni hit the nail on the head. We're overcomplicating things. And even if you wanted to sort of start an attack from the back, you didn't need to have a situation where, your goalkeeper would be trying to, play with his feet. Because one of the biggest memories from 1990, from the World Cup, Italia 90, of course, Rene Higuita. Now, that guy fancied himself as, a Billy Big Balls with the ball at his feet. Fancied himself a bit of an outfielder and thought he could try and dribble. But then he lost the ball. Roger Milla ended up scoring, and the rest is history. And that was a big lesson. Do not try that sort of nonsense. Now you see these things being applied. But the biggest thing is, if you don't learn your lessons from history, whether it be football or otherwise, you are doomed to repeat it. And that is what we're seeing right now with football. So we need to go back to the way we used to play under Graham and under Wenger, which would win us trophies, because we're not getting anything under this manager. It wasn't even this bad under Unai Emery. People are going to talk about the 30-odd shots conceded against Watford. I see that and I raise them. 2 shots on target, 2 own goals against a Wolves team that were bottom of the table with only 2 points of their credit. Do not ever gaslight me saying that Unai Emery will never be a better manager than Mikel Arteta. He craps over this.
And that's the thing, man. It just sums it up. He plays Zubimendi and Declan Rice against bottom of the league Wolverhampton Wanderers, not won a game all season, and it was a Christmas period under the lights on a Saturday night. We just beat Club Brugge. Madueke scores a screamer from edge of box, and you think he needs to score a Premier League goal. He has to score a Premier League goal for his first goal. That would have been perfect that Saturday night for Madueke to start. He didn't get one single minute, and he plays Zubimendi and Declan Rice in midfield. You just think to yourself, that guy would lay in a bath in a life jacket. That night, it should have been Eze and Ethan Manieri and Norgard sitting, being the protector, being the disciplined player. He treats Norgard like a youth team player. I honestly, I can't believe I still feel like this, that knowing we could still win a treble, and I would still love it if he got sacked in summer for some reason. Do you know what I mean? Or even if we won league, I just hope he get. I do not like him. He lies in his interviews and stuff. That one with PSG with that female reporter where he says Enrique and the PSG bench said Arsenal played better over two legs.
Yeah, right.
Liverpool and Aston Villa gave him biggest game of his season. Do you know what I mean? It's like he wants to be accepted for. I could be here all night, so I'm going to stop and let other people think.
You're right, but see,
don't worry, guys. We have a bigger fish to fry. We're still fishing the fry, though. We've still got a bigger fish to fry, so we got to keep fishing it.
In American parlance, you could Chike and Gianna will know this. Arteta sort of reminds me of the uncool kid who's trying to join the fraternity in college. Catch on to that happening.
Yep.
That's a good way of saying it's a real.
He turns up with massive white socks and shit sliders and stuff, and he's just making stupid jokes, and they just turn him around looking at him as if to say,
"Yep,
what?"
He's literally a killjoy. That's literally what he is.
Yeah.
And Gianni,
flatliner.
Gianni, do you think Josh Kroenke now is going to take action if Arsenal don't win the league? Do you think he's going to take action?
Yes.
But my issue is that Josh, for me, is responsible for hiring Arteta in the first place. So what do you think about that? Like, do you think it was...
Listen, you're not wrong with saying that he's responsible for hiring him. But again, this goes back to this. See, this is what goes back to what the conversation we previously had. Here's the problem. The Premier League don't make as much money as the NFL does. You're a businessman. You're going to look after your bigger investments. The LA Rams are going to make more money than Arsenal does. Sorry.
Talk about it.
People.
The Denver Nuggets are going to make more money.
For some reason, again.
5 million match day, apparently, Gianni and I, mate, just to interrupt.
No, not only that, but just look at it with the simplicity of the math. There's multiple billions that watch they say normally the big game every weekend for the Premier League gets around 1.5 to maybe 2 billion every weekend to watch, right?
Yeah.
Cool. The NFL, the Super Bowl may only get 125 to maybe 140 million people, but with the way the money circulation in America works, that smokes the 2 billion that watch the biggest Premier League game. So
Talk about it.
When you look at it from a business perspective, nobody is going to look at the smaller increments of money. That's listen, for anybody who hasn't figured this out yet, the reason why they give Mikel Arteta $1 billion to spend over 6 years was because the Kroenkes cared more about setting up the LA Rams in LA, building the new SoFi Stadium, and making all the money that the NFL has to be there.
Bingo.
Now that the LA Rams have made their second Super Bowl in 6 years, since they've made the move to LA and did the whole stadium, now that they've already been successful, every sporting piece that they own has been successful except Arsenal. Now, the uncomfortable conversation is it's not only Kroenke. The other question that needs to be asked is how many of the board members were idiots with shit that went on? Because magically, now that Josh Kroenke has given so much power to Andrea Berta, we've had 7 or 8 board members walk out because they can no longer fleece the club or skim the money off the top like they've probably been doing for the last 6 years, putting a couple £100,000 extra off the books in their pockets, which for me is what's most likely happening to why Berta's forced 7 or 8 board members out of the picture. Because what people don't realize is there's only one or two ways in sports that you work. if you're going to look at it from a business perspective. Either you have the greatest PR machine in general and just drown out the fans to accept mediocrity over time, and you're just going to create it a cash cow, or you learn the old business model, which is it takes money. You have to spend money to make money. Spending money on a club to be successful, to then selling all the new merch, the gold tag jerseys that now says Premier League winners, having, in Italy, the team that wins comes out with a new jersey and puts the Italian crest in the middle of the jersey to signify that you won the Scudetto. So you have all this new line of merch to make more money on. For me, the Kroenkes are realizing all the extra money that they can make now if they win. Plus, you see all the hundreds of millions of dollars you make if you're more successful in the Champions League, if you win the FA Cup, even if you win the League Cup. Look at the amount of prize money that City has stacked over the years.
Yeah, I think Gianni, this season they've made about 70, 80 million already, just from like revenue and that, with all the competitions and going on that 5 million. I think it used to be only 3.5. So obviously,
exactly,
we're doing better. More fans are turning up. People are spending more each shop, which I haven't brought anything from Club Shop since 2016. I just don't do that.
The last time I've bought anything with Arsenal on it was the alternate black and purple jersey. This is the last time I've spent any money for Arsenal. I'm not giving. I refuse.
Would that have been Dreamcast sponsor? Dreamcast?
No, I don't think so.
No,
I don't think it was Dreamcast. It was somebody. Hold on.
02 maybe?
No, it was the 2012, 2013 jersey, the black
102.
Wait, how long have Arsenal had Fly Emirates for?
A while.
I bet it's about 8 years, isn't it?
It's about 7-8 years.
Wow.
The 02 with the thousands.
Yeah, they were.
No, it was Fly Emirates still. It was the black and purple. It was the black and purple with the red trim along the sleeve was the last one I got. That's the 12-13. Actually, I think that's the away jersey from 2012, 2013. That's the last time I bought anything of Arsenal. I'm not giving them any money. I don't give the Chicago Bears money. I live in Chicago.
Yeah, talk about
Chicago Bears fan. I ain't giving them no fucking money.
Same with me. Like when I buy my stuff, I never get it from Club Shop, but I'm hoping where I get it from, they don't get any percentage of it. Do you know what I mean? But they probably will.
Oh, 100% they will. But see, for me, the thing is this. I will go out and spend my money on the team if I see that you are actually taking the initiative to go out and win. If I see that you're just taking the piss out of me, you want me to turn up, spend a shit ton of money on game day, and then go behind and nothing's going to equal to it, why the fuck should I give you any money?
Talk about it.
The Chicago Bears are masters at it. This is why I say all these sports owners who have learned to turn it into a business, they've copied all the Chicago owners. Look at the Cubs. The Cubs didn't win for 109 fucking years in baseball.
Yeah,
guess what? They were called the lovable losers. You go to the Cubs game, you go to a Cubs game in Chicago, sold out every game. Haven't won in 100 fucking years, was sold out every game. When the new generation came up and said, we're going to stop going to the games to affect the owners' pockets, that's what caused them to spend money. They spent money in 2 years. The Cubs won the World Series.
Talk about it.
I think as well, Johnny, though, Kroenke's came to party basically from the Mr. Legend, Mr. Arsenal, David Dean, who obviously people know about. David Dean got his first 16.6% shares in 1983, met Wenger in 1989, etc. But he says in his interview that he knew Arsenal needed some financial muscle, some power, needed help, and that's when obviously he came across the Kroenkes in 2007, which the bastards disrespected him and let him go April 18th, 2007, which to me, that does not sit right. He's a legend globally, worldwide. He's done everything. He's done everything. Even now, he's going around all prisons in Wales, England, looking at the rehabilitation programs. He's fighting for 18 teams in Premier League. He was one of him and 4 others, I think he's called the Big Five, to invent the Premier League. So to me, he deserves a statue outside. David Dean is Mr. Arsenal, but he was obviously the one what needed help and found the Kroenkes. And obviously 2007, I think they dipped the toes in water a little bit. Then in 2009, and obviously full ownership in 2018. So if it weren't for you look at it, and if it weren't for David Dean, we wouldn't be in a decent financial position, probably. Do you know what I mean? But like you said, it's Stan is obviously the main key holder. But he couldn't give a crap. He couldn't give a shit. I mean,
No, this is Josh. Josh is the
real
main.
owners turn up to grounds, don't they?
Yeah.
If they're old enough and they're mobile, they turn up to the grounds. Stan don't care about coming to Emirates. Don't care. Want even there Sunday. I mean, he's not bothered. He's not interested. I always say Stan's in clouds. He couldn't give a shit. Josh just takes over now, and he started getting involved a little bit.
Josh is the one.
Well, apparently, Rich, Josh wants trophies. Apparently,
I know, mate. I know.
That's what he says.
Listen, did you see that picture of him shaking hands with Arteta? Arteta looks good.
Yeah, there were no smiles.
Look up at Josh. Josh looks like he's ready to slap the fuck out of Arteta. So it's
about time.
The thing at the end of the day is,
mate,
just real quick, David Dean is an absolute Arsenal legend, but I have a bone to pick with David Dean because David Dean is also the same person that came up with the idea of consolidating the money and robbing the rest of the leagues. So while David Dean is an Arsenal legend, the problem that I have with David Dean is how all of the money has changed in the circulation of money in football in general. The problem is this. If we want football to go back to the way it was in the beautiful sport and be able to have the different countries have their own emphasis on the game, you need to get rid of financial fair play first and foremost. I'm sick. Listen, it ain't my problem. It ain't my problem that the Premier League owners couldn't keep up with AC Milan, Inter Milan, and Juventus in the 90s and the 2000s. You handicapped those owners because you knew that you couldn't keep up with the monster squads they were doing. You couldn't spend $50 million every single year the way AC Milan, Inter Milan, and Juventus were. Sorry, that ain't my problem. Let everybody have money rather than the Premier League hold all the money and watch how much better the sport gets back in general. That's the only problem that I have with David Dean. And even worse, and again, this goes back to some of the other conversations. As much as people say they hate American ownership, they love the American investment money, and they love the American ideology. Because here's the biggest thing. While everybody doesn't like the fact that there's no relegation in American sports, the Premier League is starting to accept that because that's what PSR is. PSR is trying to franchise the Big Six. That's why Tottenham needs to get relegated. The fact that Tottenham has a leg up on clubs like Everton and Aston Villa, who are way bigger than Tottenham are, the fact that those clubs cannot take the financial risk and bet on themselves to bridge the gap between them and the Big Six is bullshit. The fact that Aston Villa is not able to spend money the way they want because it looks bad for the Premier League Big Six is absolute nonsense. Again, this is what I mean by when we talk about comparing leagues. The Premier League will never hit the heights of the old Serie A because the Serie A didn't give a shit. Chievo Verona was able to spend money and win a league. Sampdoria was able to spend money and win a league. That's why we all talk about Leicester City being one of the greatest stories in footballing history, probably the greatest story, is because they won on a budget with all of this nonsensical political shit on who's being limited to spend money. There should be no limitation on spending money. If Aston Villa decides to drop $500 million and they find a bank that's going to loan them, they should be able to do with what they want for the money to try to build a team and compete. The same reason why
if Aston Villa title race.
Yeah, same reason Newcastle's owners aren't allowed to spend money because they know the Newcastle owners print money. Them dudes can come in tomorrow.
Same
and
with the city owners.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the problem.
No, 100%.
But that's the thing in it with Newcastle owners. They're worth about 500 billion. Imagine if they were allowed to just let that go. They would have won league by now.
Forget Newcastle. Let's go back in history in 2010. The whole reason why financial fair play was designed was to stop Massimiliano Moratti at Inter because he was spending billions like it wasn't going out of style. Like, again, the Premier League, these new age Premier League fans have revisionist history. They all try to say, oh, Roman Abramovich brought money in. No, he didn't. Roman Abramovich didn't spend $1 billion before Inter, before AC Milan, or Juventus. They all spent the billion way before Roman Abramovich had even hit the $1 billion mark. Again,
100%.
And the reason why we have this revisionist history about it is because, once again, when you start talking about what really happened in football, it also shows what it means to be a big club. Arsenal's the only big club that tries to redefine what it means to be a big club. That's the fucking problem. Arsenal's the only team that is a part of the big three in any country that finds excuses to not win trophies or be competing for trophies every single year. I'm sorry, it ain't happening. If you replace
Gianni, like you say, Conte turns up at Napoli first season, got Philip Billing, who played for Bournemouth, Billy Gilmore, Lukaku. Apparently, a lot of these obsessed Arteta fans and Arsenal fans say he's no good, etc. And Scott McTominay, who's been fantastic at Napoli, turns up in his first season, wins league. Before that, Spalletti won it with Kvaratskhelia, Osimhen, and Politano, not Raspadori. I don't think another player up front.
I'm a Napoli fan first. Trust me, I know
exactly. Who was it, Gianni? Kvaratskhelia,
Vada, Raspadori, Osimhen, Lozano, Politano. Yeah, but see, that's what I mean by this is what I mean by saying how big clubs are operating. I'm a Napoli fan, right? Yep. We're not a big club. Historically, we are not a big club. We represent the South. We have a massive fan base, but financially, Napoli has never been a big club up until recently.
No.
So that's true, John. Watching the Serie A, I know what it means to be a big club because I saw how Inter, Milan, and Juventus operated. Right? Arsenal does nothing of the sort. I always use this. Look at Roberto Mancini when he was at Inter. He won 7 trophies in 3 years. They still sacked his ass and said it wasn't good enough. Because he didn't win the Champions League. That's what it means to be a big club. Win or fuck off. This is the only big club.
Wins La Liga this season. That's 5 trophies in 2 seasons. Turning up at Barcelona with a very young squad, injury squad, normal injuries to Frankie de Jong, who always gets injured, Balde, Lewandowski, Kunde, I think, got injured, and Cabrassi, the new young centre-back, he got a massive injury as soon as Hansi Flick turns up. Wins league treble last season and nearly won Champions League, and he's already won a trophy this season. I don't think it's Copa del Rey. I don't think it's that. But if he wins La Liga, that's 5 trophies in 2 seasons with a young squad, injured squad. But yeah,
but look at Bayern.
He needs so much time to win something.
Yeah.
Also, Johnny, as well. You got certain fans saying, "Yeah, but do you want to be a sackable club like Chelsea or Real Madrid?" Well, yeah, if we win trophies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of course I would.
They look for every excuse in it.
What's the history of Inter? What's the nickname of Inter? Pazzo Inter, crazy Inter, because Inter always does crazy shit to fuck up trophies. If you take away all the times Inter fucked up with all them years of spending money, Inter's got over 20 fucking trophies. Not just the trophy hall at the Taylor end with Mancini and Jose Mourinho. Look at all the great teams they had that could never get over the fucking line. Look at Cinque Maggio. Cinque Maggio is the perfect example of that shit. But again, this is what I mean by Arsenal complicates it. Arsenal's the only team to spend $1 billion, no matter what currency or what country you're in, and is still talking about what if, buts, and maybes for fucking trophies.
Was it classy?
The new one is it's good we lost the cup final on Sunday because that will make us be more hungry to win Premier League. I mean, I hate it because sometimes I just think I wish we didn't have this manager now if we're going to potentially win a league title. And I never ever talk like that about my club while I've supported nearly 35 years, but it's the fans what do it to you. Like when I see Eduardo Hagen, the wet wipe on Twitter saying Kai Havertz is an unreal footballer.
Brother, let me tell you something. Unreal footballers are slowly.
What's Dennis Bergkamp then?
Exactly. But not only Dennis Bergkamp, the other problem is that world-class footballers, as far as what we're used to as world-class, is being conflated because these guys nowadays are just athletes.
Exactly.
Here's the difference of world-class
100%.
back in the day.
Gianni, just going to say one thing. I got to bounce, but I just want to say thank you very much for having me on as always, and thank you very much for the panel. One more thing. There really should be a salary cap in baseball because the fact that the Yankees and the Dodgers can outspend everybody else and no one can compete with that, it's just asinine to me, but that's a whole other conversation. But just want to say thank you so much for having me on.
Good to see you, mate. Big up.
Good to see you, mate. Big up. Take care, bro. Take care.
Thank you very much for having me.
Bye, GK.
Take care, GK. Appreciate it every time. But see, here's the thing. First of all, here's the biggest problem with footballers nowadays. Number one, the old rule was you have to be able to do 80% with your weaker foot, what you could do with your strong foot. Nobody's dual-footed no more. That's problem number one. That's problem number one. The fact that every single one of these wingers have to slow the play down to put the ball back onto their weaker foot is bullshit. It's bullshit. That's the first thing that's wrong with football, number one. Number two, the other problem that's wrong with football is these guys aren't allowed to express themselves no more because everybody is worried about all this defensive bullshit that doesn't even matter. Like the problem that I have
invert shit, crap in it. Yeah.
the problem that I have with Arteta is this. Everyone talk, defensive football. Brother, I saw Jose Mourinho's Inter. It doesn't get more defensive than that. And he still smoked teams and allowed the offensive players to play. Nobody can sit here and tell me that if they watched that Inter team, they weren't wowed by Diego Milito, Wesley Sneijder, and Samuel Eto'o. I'm not hearing none of this shit. They're holding you. The problem with Arteta is that the wingers are basically secondary fullbacks now. He cares much more about the defensive game than going forward. And guess what? When the corner kicks don't happen, we look like shit. That's the problem at the end of the day.
And that's the thing I know, Johnny. Conte turns up to manage Chelsea. We play him at Emirates, beat him 3-0, like just ran all over him. In his interview, turns around and says, "It's my way now." Reporters like a bit intrigued.
And he smokes the league.
And he won't give it out. And he was like, "I do my way." And she was like really intrigued, but obviously he's not going to give anything away. Next minute, turns to a back three. Chelsea win league first season. That's sign of a proper
Rich, not only that,
intelligent manager.
Not only that, you can use Chelsea a different year as well. Chelsea's history is defensive pragmatic football because it was built under the identity of Jose Mourinho. If you're a good team, you can play multiple different ways instead of one way. Arteta only has plan A. Arteta only has plan A, and if plan A doesn't work, it's shit. We look like dog shit. We're lucky to get a score. Look at Chelsea.
Second half against Chelsea.
I was going to say
second half.
Look at Ancelotti when he took over Chelsea.
Exactly. Absolutely. I'm going to say second half against Chelsea, Stamford Bridge. They had 10 men. Casado sent off in 37 minutes. And we needed to win that game. Chelsea were in form, which is what, when we played them, we were in form. Another manager would have said at half time, right, we're just going to destroy them. We're going to make them suffer. We're going to play two up front for 10, 15, 20 minutes, and we're going to drag them everywhere. I can't remember who was at side as Casado that day, but they should have said, we'll play two up front. It'll feel like we've even got another extra man, and it'll probably mean they'll have to drag the other centre midfielder even further back to sit in and protect the back two. And there was nothing. It was just right, go out there, just carry on 4-3-3, and Chelsea won't score even straight away. That's when I thought he is not capable of taking Arsenal to where we need to be.
We all know how good a coach Ancelotti is. He rocked up at Everton, and in his only full season with them, he beat us home and away. And we could have had him instead of Mikel Arteta.
That's the PR. That's the PR.
Absolutely. That is disgusting. And all the stuff you're saying about how it has become a lot more defensive, it's become a lot more pragmatic. Ironically, the same criticism was there in Italia 90 when there were fairly quite few goals scored during that tournament, and that was perceived to be a bad advertisement for the game. But a lot of that had to do with that disgusting final between Argentina and West Germany. Yeah, the Germans weren't angels. They were diving all over the place. But Argentina, they were absolutely filthy, and I don't mean filthy in a good way. I mean, and that was the time when Jimmy Greaves, Lord rest his soul, said, if I never ever see Argentina in a World Cup final again, it will be too soon. Clearly, the bloke hadn't seen Lionel Messi at the time. I'm sure he would have been happy to have seen that. But you're absolutely right. I think, when you have a situation where teams start to let the shackles up and start to play a little bit more, and also try and find a little bit more balance, you're going to find that with Ange Postecoglou, for instance. I know a lot of people don't like him. High line for life, doesn't have the balance right between attack and defense. If he does get that balance right, having been coached by the legend Antonio Puskas, he will actually become a really good coach. And he's the type of person who could go into that Manchester City team, shake it up a little bit, and that could be perfect for him. He might need to have some defenders who are a bit more intelligent. But
if he's got good personnel, good defenders, he knows how to let that handbrake off. Definitely.
Absolutely. And, the fact that the Spurs team that he coached to win the Europa League could now end up getting relegated. Nottingham Forest are also not out of the woods. This guy stands vindicated, and I think his legacy will be the teams he's managed will never know just how good they would have had it with him until long after he's gone. As Joni Mitchell famously sang, they paid paradise to put up a freaking parking lot.
Also, May as well. Remember, he said, in my second season, I win a trophy. Lo and behold, he did it.
Oh yeah, you do what you
Did.
say you're going to do. You say what you're going to do. That is what makes you a man, gentlemen. I'm
And
going to go
Arteta
and
told
sleep. It's
Willian
late.
he's going to win Champions League in 3
See you,
seasons.
Manny.
Manny.
Yeah, absolutely. But listen, it's been wonderful being on here with you lot. I hope to see you all soon, Gianni. Once
Big up,
again,
Manny, man.
congratulations. Hope
Manny,
to see you
your
on-
channel, member, I'm on you.
Yes,
I'm on you.
Antonio. I'm going to try. I'm going to start working on it. I promise you. But listen,
All right,
big up
man.
to every one of you. Big up as well to James and Furioso. I'm sorry I never got to talk to you, but I will see you again on stream soon. Macy,
Peace out, man.
It's a pleasure. Rich,
Peace out,
Antonio,
Take care. Good night,
take
bro.
care of yourselves.
Have a good sleep,
See you all
man.
soon. Yeah.
Man,
Cheers.
man.
See you
Big
soon,
up
man.
the channel.
We got Manny. Yeah, man. It's just a whole. The problem with Arsenal is it's multiple problems, but the biggest problem is Arteta. I'm sorry. For me, I said it on the reaction after the League Cup loss. That was one of the trophies that I said was mandatory to win. If he only walks away with one trophy, even if it is the Premier League, he's got to go. The only way he stays with one trophy is if he wins the Champions League, which we know that ain't happening. Arsenal ain't winning the Champions League.
Yeah, but Gianni, the thing is that not only have we thrown the League Cup away, we've handed Man City the advantage now because they will be fired up after that League Cup victory, and now they can go on and smash any team they see. And if we continue to do the same thing that we did against them in the League Cup final, it won't be long before they overtake us in that top spot. So we have to be careful now. The Premier League is,
Listen, for me,
Johnny as well.
We win either way. We either are winning a trophy. We're either winning the league or Arteta's leaving. We win either way. That's the way I'm looking at it right now.
But Johnny, I disagree with you in regards to just the Premier League. Okay, granted, I believe we won't win the Champions League, but I want the Premier League and the FA Cup. I want a double because we spent over $1 billion and we're paying stupid wages. The Premier League alone is not enough. I'll be happy, don't get me wrong, but it won't be enough.
It's not enough.
Yeah, I mean,
like I said, standing there watching
am
the celebration is
still
perfect, but it's not enough now.
I mean, I'm still confident we can win the Premier League, but I just think
Me too, Mason.
Yeah, in my mind, Antonio, I agree with what you're saying. I think we can win the Premier League, but I just don't think we're going to win the FA Cup because even if we beat Southampton, we're going to get Liverpool or Man City either way, and they will probably knock us out of the FA Cup. So I just think we're not winning the FA Cup, and I'm not confident we're going to win the Champions League either because, because even if we get past Sporting Lisbon, we're going to get either Barcelona, PSG, or Bayern Munich, and they will obliterate us.
No, we don't. We have either Barcelona or Atletico Madrid, by the way.
Yeah.
Listen, the way that Manchester City just played, Sporting Lisbon doesn't play that much different. I would not be shocked if Sporting Lisbon has something for us.
Yeah.
They play good football. They're quick on the ball. The biggest thing as well, they keep the fucking ball on the ground. I am so sick of seeing people trying to play possession-based football through the air. You have no better chance of losing control of a game if you constantly play the ball through the fucking air. Keep the goddamn ball on the ground.
Yeah, and Josh
Gianni.
Kroenke was giving Arteta that death stare, like he was like keeping an eye on Arteta, saying, "I'm watching you." So Josh is now cautious on Arteta because if Arteta thinks about fucking the league, then Josh is really gonna start gonna have to push the button on this manager.
Oh yeah, 100%. Go ahead, Furioso.
Oh, if we scrap the Premier League, I'll lose my shit.
Salute, Gianni. Thank you for having me on and congratulations on the 300.
Appreciate it, my guy. Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? One step at a time.
Yep.
So I'm just going to pick up on that Sporting Lisbon thing. Sporting Lisbon have got their best player missing the first game.
Oh, really?
Hoijbjerg.
Huleman, is it? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he got an extra yellow card. So he's a big player for them in midfield because he does all the dark arts for them. You know, the fouls, the time, you know, the time stoppages. He knows all the dark arts. That guy, really good player he is. Well, I wanted to ask you guys a question because my brother's an Arsenal fan, right? I'm not an Arsenal fan. I'm Benfica. And I had an argument with him ages ago when I said to him that Borussia Dortmund were a bigger club than Arsenal. And he got all, you know, he bit at me and he said, "Oh, no, they're not." Listen, what do you guys think? Because you're an Arsenal panel. I just wanted your guys' opinion. Who's the bigger club? Dortmund, because it's a tricky one, isn't it?
See, fan base size, Arsenal's the biggest team in London. The problem is Dortmund. A lot of people don't realize Dortmund's the biggest supported club in Germany. There's more Dortmund fans than there are Bayern Munich fans.
You see, and they've got loads of silverware, haven't they? European stuff.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Arsenal is bigger when it comes to silverware domestically than what Dortmund has. Dortmund has the European wins over Arsenal. That's where it becomes an interesting debate.
Yeah. And my brother was like, no, but Arsenal got a bit more fans worldwide, and I think they do. They do.
Yeah, but worldwide fan base.
Africa, Asia.
Yeah, the worldwide fan base, big up Natster.
Yeah.
Big up Nat. The worldwide fan base, of course. The Premier League is the biggest league in the world now. That's the reason why that the fan base is blown up.
He kind of trumped my argument with that, the fan base and everything. But it is a sort of an even keel, isn't it? Them two.
See, if I was to compare Arsenal to another club that's a similar club that reminds me of them, it's actually Inter Milan. Because Inter, while they have the massive, while they are massive in Italy and have done very well domestically, similar to Arsenal, they are not on the same level as far as European. Well, actually, no, they are. They might have more European trophies than Juve.
They were the first to win the European Cup for Italy.
Yeah.
Against Benfica, they well heritaged in Europe, well heritage.
Yeah, but see, all the big three teams in Italy all have European heritage. It's just the more so of the fact that, if I'm trying to compare, like here, everybody knows when it comes to Italy European heritage, it's AC Milan. It's nowhere close. Yeah. AC Milan's the biggest team in Italy when it comes to European heritage. If you're looking at it domestically, Juve's obviously the bigger team. Inter's kind of that in between. They have European heritage, they have domestic heritage, but it's not the same either way you look at. That's why I kind of look at Inter being similar to Arsenal in that respect with that. With Dortmund, the problem is Dortmund's the second biggest team in Germany when you look at everything, but because of how big the fan base is, their fan base is bigger than Bayern. Bayern's fan base isn't bigger than Dortmund domestically. When you go international, Bayern is much bigger than Dortmund.
I still think Arsenal's got some heritage in Europe because just like Benfica, although Arsenal have lost a lot of their finals, like Benfica, you still got to get there. Do you get what I'm saying? You still got, and that gives you wins in Europe. It gives you points, and when you look at Arsenal, say last 2 decades, they highly ranked because you don't win it, but you're always in the sort of quarters, semis, aren't you? So that does give you prestige. Obviously winning is the ultimate prestige. Yes.
Yeah,
but
I was going to say Arsenal find ways to lose better than anybody when it comes to Europe. Yeah. So the prestige doesn't really go with us.
Yeah, just in Europe. Yeah, I know. If you had beaten Barcelona in that final, but Barcelona were UEFA, UNICEF. They were the UNICEF team.
Yeah, I think but at the same time, Barcelona was on the precipice of a dynasty. That's the reason why I went over the top with them.
But they had everything behind them. The whole UNICEF thing, for the children. So that gives the sentimental sort of like whistle from the referees. It was all. They had the whole package. Obviously, Messi, everything, plus UEFA, plus the referees. Because don't forget, I believe they always wanted Messi to be better than Ronaldo. So this is just my conspiratorial, it's an opinion. Oh, yes, I believe. And the Spanish influence,
They did, but you know what the problem is?
They were putting the needle in. Of course they were.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that.
Yeah.
The Champions League was going to top off what the Champions League that year was going to top off what Arsenal did from that period. The Champions League was just a start for Barcelona. That's the difference. Barcelona won that Champions League. They ran into the last little bit of Real Madrid winning, and then Xavi, Iniesta, and everybody else all came up at the same time and started that whole period of dominance. So it's a kind of coin flip to who it goes with in that situation. The problem with Arsenal is Arsenal slowly turned into, like what Rich was alluding to with David Dean's interview, was we went from the Invincibles to now having to sell players to make money because we were having problems left, right, and center. That's the issue at the end of the day.
Another thing I want to say to you, Gianni, and then just the panel, and then you can guys whatever, but is the watching the game at the weekend. Watching the game at the weekend, I thought Arsenal, they haven't got a player that can keep the ball. They haven't. It's they've
keep the ball. Brother, we don't have shit going forward. Fuck keeping the ball. We don't have shit going forward.
Keep the ball in the Arsenal squad. No one. As in caress it and look after it was.
Nope.
They have. They've got obviously Shirky, Bernardo Silva. They can get the foot on the ball, as the saying goes. At Arsenal, there isn't. Declan can do a little bit, but then he's got to pass it. Yeah, he's a 1-2 guy, isn't he? It's a bunch of 1-2 strong, stiff kind of guys. Yeah, hard to penetrate also. Kind of like a rugby set. They are.
Yeah, that's what it is. We're playing rugby at Arsenal. We're not playing football. First off, here's the biggest problem. We're playing players in wrong positions. Declan Rice is one of the best number 6s in the world, whether anybody likes it or not. He's not a number 8. And like to what Natster said multiple times, he's an old school English number 4 midfielder. Win the fucking ball and give the ball back to the offense to go forward. Number 1. Zubamendi is fucking lost. Now, I don't want to take away from Zubamendi similar to what happened to Jorginho because it took him a year to get used to the British style. But the fact of the matter is there are a lot better players that can do what people are saying Zubamendi's the best at in Europe when he's nowhere near the best quote-unquote line-breaking passer. He's nowhere near that. Nowhere fucking near that. That's why he don't start for Spain.
When it comes to big opponents, physical players, he struggles big time. Gets pushed all over.
Can you guys all pick one guy at Arsenal that can look after the ball? Can you all guys pick one, please?
No, nobody.
There's nobody.
No. 48 seconds, keep him ball at his feet.
Yeah, for about a few, like say 10 seconds. No, 5 seconds. 8 seconds. Around there, just to give everyone a breather. No.
But Furioso, here's the problem. That's also on the manager. Yeah. It's also on the manager because of how he
doesn't want someone. Yes, because they all structured players, aren't they? He doesn't want any
micromanaged all lot.
Yeah. He doesn't want a guy who puts his foot on the ball and gives it the shot.
Here, when was the last time you watched? You're a Benfica fan, so you know about offensive football and being able to express yourself. When was the last time you've seen a successful team with a number 10 with the quality of Eberiche Eze that they're asking the number 10 to start the play within their own box or just outside of their own box?
Eze likes to put his foot on the ball, but he's not allowed to. He's told to give and go. Give and go.
But that's the problem. Even with give and go, there's nobody up forward for him to do it with. Saka and whoever's the left winger are basically playing as secondary fullbacks. So who can you even play give and go with? You can't play give and go out of your own box.
No one. That's
the problem.
They hid the ball. The objective is to do that, to hide the ball. So by looking after it, it's like
to Natster's point all the time. Yeah. To Natster's point all the time, we have players that could possibly do it, but we're not allowed to play.
Fabregas could hide the ball. Do you know what I'm saying? Fabregas, players like that, they could, just with the body movement and all that sort of stuff, they'd send a team that way, just with the body movement, Fabregas would. Whereas at Arsenal, there's no one with the body movement. Yeah.
Even when Eze gets that ball where he's back to goal, he can take it on the left, take it on his right.
Exactly. Fabregas with one move.
Arteta does not allow him to play. Like I said, Arteta would lay in a bath in a life jacket. He just does not allow them players to play with freedom.
No, they're not allowed.
There's no secret. That's why it's embarrassing when we talked about the youngsters. Why we said Arteta has an egg on his face for choosing Odegaard over Ethan Nwaneri at this point. Ethan Nwaneri walks back into this team at the number 10 position right now.
Absolutely.
Especially now that it's been revealed that Eze's injured for 4 to 6 weeks, right? As sad as it is and he's been sold, Emil Smith-Rowe, for the cheap seats in the back, walks into this left wing over these other fucking bums that we got right now, whether they like it or not, whether they want to admit it or not. That's the other one. The other uncomfortable conversation is, with how shit he's been, there is no reason why Miles Lewis-Skelly doesn't deserve a start over fucking Zubamendi at this point. We need more offense. We need everything that we can take to create more fucking offense for the team. It's bullshit with what's going on. And this stretch...
You know what it is, though, Johnny? The obsessed Arteta fans now are saying, once Odegaard's back, that's what we need. Other week, it was once Kai Havertz back, he's the saviour. Now it's as well, we need Calafiori playing at left back. These obsessed Arteta
They're saying that we miss Odegaard. They're saying that we miss Odegaard. We want Odegaard back. We miss Odegaard.
He's another one that's a give and go.
Calafiori needs to... Calafiori needs to play now because
Odegaard
all of a sudden had one bad game, which Semenyo was going to give a lot of players around. He's a saviour.
Odegaard's a fucking hand job. That's what he fans.
But Rich, my friend, but Calafiori's performance against Man City doesn't justify the fact that he needs to start the next game. Because he's still the same shit left back that he
he's rash. He's a headless chicken at times. But that's what I'm saying, mate. It's like it's other week. It was once Kai Havertz back, watch Arsenal.
Let me put this question.
Now it's we need Martin Odegaard back. Now it's we need Fiore back. It's these wet wipes obsessed Arteta fans.
Let me put this question to everybody on the panel. Right? Let me put this question to everybody on the panel. Fuck Premier League. What team has won a league title? And in the same breath of knowing that team's won the league title, that team needs at least 10 players to leave to make the team better. Because that's what this Arsenal team is. What team can you name for me in the history of this sport that if they get over the line, the entire fan base will say, yes, we finally got over the line, but we got to kick out 10 players. Can anybody name me a team?
Napoli.
Napoli's not even able to kick out that many players. Here, I'm a Celtic. Leicester didn't even know they were going to win the league title.
Gianni, that's an easy one. Benfica every season.
Benfica?
Yeah, because we're a supermarket. Yeah, we're a supermarket. We turn like 30,
right, but
20
I'm saying,
players every year.
But what you're saying, okay, Benfica losing players is because it's a marketable team to do that. What I'm saying is, if you take it from the fan perspective, Benfica had enough money to keep players for a certain amount of years rather than constantly selling. There hasn't been a Benfica team where a fan could say we need to get rid of 10 players to make the team better and is necessary to do so. You may say 3 to 4, but because we're a selling team now doesn't mean that that's what it means. Arsenal has spent £1 billion, and we're still talking about we need to change 7 to 10 players, even if we win a fucking trophy this year. That's
what I mean, Johnny. Like when Man City
the manager,
they don't need another rebuild. If we've nearly, let's say 90% maximised a window in the summer, it would probably our best window for a bit with numbers, etc. We could have done with a left winger, but like. How can, like what you've just said, how can we possibly say in summer we need another rebuild? Because I'd get rid of Trossard, Martinelli, Jesus, Havertz, Calafiori, Odegaard. That's 6 straight away, straight out. And then there's Vieira, obviously there's Kroenke.
Here's a funny thing that you mentioned all those things. Anyway. You see that number? 54 and a half million, right? 54.5 million is the yearly salary combinement of Odegaard, Jesus, Saka, Martinelli, Trossard, Havertz, and there's one other person that's that's a part of that list. 54.5 million to 7 players is a fucking disgrace.
Kai Havertz will cost Arsenal about 137 to 138 million, I think,
He's the
with his
second highest
contract and his
player.
wages.
He's the second highest paid player. He's 280,000 pounds a week.
280,000 pounds a week, yeah.
What the fuck is that bum do to deserve 280,000 pounds a week?
Exactly.
You give that
this
to
is
me.
where we're at, John, and this we're doing it again.
You
Saka's
give
on
me
310 or whatever, and now we're going to.
You'll never see me again.
And now, if Kai Havertz gets a new deal, there's talk about he's going to get a decrease in his wage, but I can't see that happening. They might give him 10 grand more, but he's going to touch nearly £300,000 a week. I mean, I hope we Martin Odegaard and Kai Havertz, for me, they're the two I have to go. Martin Odegaard is the weakest captain in football, and I cannot even talk. When people mention Odegaard, I do not see a captain. Declan Rice all day long for captain, or Gabriel.
He's another one that can't look after the ball, Odegaard. He's a 1-2, give and go. Yeah, he tries a little bit. Yeah, he basic give and go. That's why Real got rid of him. Because Real Madrid like players that can put their foot on the ball, of course.
That's why Sociedad got rid of him.
That can hide the ball, I keep saying.
Yeah, you're on loan at Vitanese and all of it, money, Dutch Ebenezer, I think.
Yep. Nat, Carl, appreciate you guys hopping on. Appreciate you guys stopping by. What are your guys' two different sets of news that we've come into today? One, obviously the big news for Arsenal fans is that it's been revealed that Eze's out 4 to 6 weeks with his calf injury. And what's your opinion on how you think the season's going to go from here with that? And on top of that, what do you make of the big announcement that Mo Salah is leaving Liverpool, and how do you think that affects Liverpool going forward? Nat, start with you. Appreciate you hopping on, my guy.
Yeah, no, first and foremost, big up to you for getting 300 subs. Big up Rich. Big up Earl. Big up Antonio, James, Furioso. The tribal chief, Macy, from the stream or the one before.
Big up Leicester, my man. Great to have you back on the show, bro.
As well. I'm going to start with the Arsenal. You know, with Eberezer being out for just over a month, 6 weeks. Like, is anyone really surprised? Like, we're done. We're dusted. This manager has destroyed this football club. He has destroyed this team. He's bamboozled the majority of the fans. There's still a few out, more than a few out there. It's like, it's only a League Cup. What was it? Julian was saying, because it's 100K prize money. It's a League Cup. It's a
fuck him. That dude gulps and burps whatever Arteta decides to do. Fuck him. He's a useless piece of shit.
Isn't that the same geezer that was blaming the wind against Wolverhampton Wanderers when we drew 2-2 as well?
And we didn't win. And we didn't win the
fucking death of Queen Elizabeth.
And also, wasn't it the same guy that said that the reason we couldn't play Man City was because of the Queen passing away?
That
was the same guy that said that.
Basically, the problem is at this football club is that too many of the fan base live off of hope. There is no strategy. There is no thinking beyond the horizon, the bigger picture, And they even talk about the bigger picture. The bigger picture has got nothing to do with Lego Head, mate. Nothing to do with Lego Head. I said, and I've been saying this for months now, we don't win that League Cup, we ain't winning shit this season. And here we are. You saw at the end when Arteta was going to get his loser medal, because he's a fucking loser. That's what that fucking little narcissistic prick is. He's a loser. Josh Kroenke was death staring him, Lego Head didn't even want to look in his direction, bro. That says it all to me. But I don't rate him anyway. It is what it is. Like, for me, like, if there's people that still think that we can even limp over the line, I hear it. But at the same time, what I saw on Sunday, them players already looked checked out. They looked defeated. It wasn't just dejected, bad day at the office and all of that gutted. They couldn't be even bothered to fucking turn up, bro. These shit fucking wallads, bro. These wet wipes. Like, I'm still pissed off. I'm still pissed off because we can talk about tactics, we can talk about personnel, players playing in the wrong positions and all that. And I hear it. I get it. That is happening. But as bad as these players have been, no one can tell me, compared to what all these other twatter merchants, do you know what I'm saying? These TikTok brain rot merchants, right? Oh, who can do better than Super Duper Mick? Well, there's a lot of fucking managers that can do a lot better than Super Duper Mick, and they'll get a lot more out of this crop. As overrated as they are, there are plenty of managers with proper CVs that have had, even, to be honest, even managing one season before Arteta and all of that, they've already got more experience. Like Sol Campbell's got more experience as a manager. Patrick Vieira's got more experience than Arteta as a manager. Like
Lundberg.
why are there still people that have faith in that guy? Listen, why do people still have fucking faith in that guy when he'd never managed in his fucking life? We could all be in that position and do a better job than fucking Lego Head. Dumb fuck. Do you know what I'm saying? 6 years, £1 billion spent, and it's kind of looking likely that we're not going to win the league. It's going to be the 9, 6, 8, whatever the fuck point bottle job. Back once again for the Renegade Master and all of that. But for me, yeah, my biggest issue other than this manager is most of the fan base. They're losers, bro. They've got no standards, no mentality. They accept bullshit left, right, and centre. They buy into the crap that Righty was saying. Oh, like, oh, no, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You know, oh, it's only the League Cup. Bearing in mind, you won us. You were part of that last team that we won the fucking League Cup in '93. That's before I was even born, mate.
PR puppets, Napster. That's all they are now.
Nat, in that case, if Ian Wright said that 93 medal, give it back then. Throw it away. Flush it down the toilet.
If it really doesn't mean shit to you, Mr. Wright, yeah, then give it back. Yeah. Because all I've been asking, all I've been saying is get over the fucking line. I don't care about your style of play. At this point, I don't even give a shit who plays. Just get over the fucking line.
Yeah, that's what we are.
Anyway, get over the line. And he couldn't even do that. And this fucking cunt, yeah, decided to wear Prada on final day, bro.
It's a little suit.
Are you fucking nuts? Arsene Wenger, for all his faults, right, always wore a suit.
Yeah.
School Arsenal badge on the crest. Whenever we were at Wembley, he was even wearing that at home games, certain big home games. Like in
and Nat, even Emery in a Europa League final wore a suit.
Oh, 100%. 100%. All of them understand it. They respect the club. This manager don't respect the fucking club. He respects the club, my ass. Get fucked. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and this is the problem. And a lot of these fans enable this behaviour. They're enablers, bro. And I'm done with it. The season's over. It's done and dusted. Game fucking over. There's no more respawns. This ain't
also Nat as well.
And we just need to reset after.
Also Nat as well. Yeah. Sorry to talk over you, my brother. Sorry about that. Also as well, the Champions League we won't win. Macy made a good point as well. If we get through past Southampton, what we may have Liverpool or Man City in the semis, maybe. Yeah.
Could be West Ham or Leeds as well. Either one of them as well.
Well, let's hope it's that side then. But say, for example, if we get Man City or Liverpool, that could go tits up. If that goes tits up and we scrap the Premier League, there's no excuse for this fan base. No excuses.
Yep.
Don't come next season and make excuses. Just don't.
Nope.
They're already saying we need this player.
We've got Chelsea and Portfolio as well, Antonio.
And like I said, Eduardo Wagan, the wet wipe, saying Kai Havertz an unreal footballer and all this, and this is what we've attracted to Arsenal. People what just post about Arsenal because they're not proper fans. Some of them have never even watched Arsenal. They've just never even been associated with. They've just thought, right, it builds traction. That's Arsenal. We can get publicity from it, and we're just going to post about Arsenal on social media. And people like Eduardo Wagan, the wet wipe, saying Kai Havertz an unreal footballer. I mean, how the hell can you even say Kai Havertz is an unreal footballer? Honestly, these are the worst fans I've ever known in sport.
It's a
some of these Arsenal fans.
And that's did you hear what Martin Keown said on TalkSport? Yeah, that was Martin Keown.
I don't give a shit.
I despise Martin Keown. I used to respect the guy as a player, but ever since he turned himself into a pundit, he has become the biggest liability because it continues.
He's a sellout, matey.
Yeah, because all he does is that the club tell him to say something positive about Arsenal, and he has to say it. So, like Keown is
because Martin Keown lets the club stick it in his ass. If the club told him that he has to take one up the ass, he'd do it. That's the problem.
And Righty as well. They've all done it.
And Righty.
Even
Here's
the
the
team
thing.
as well.
This motherfucker, righty Ward. This is the beautiful thing about this, right? That result at the end of the game, that 90 minutes changed the whole thing. Because Ian Wright, if you all saw the Sky Sports commentary, Ian Wright showed up to the game with a wannabe Cuban fucking fedora, like he was down in Miami, acting like a big shot, talking about quad this, quad that. And as soon as 90 minutes was up and Manchester City slapped the fuck out of us, this guy's now talking about, oh, the title don't work. Shut the fuck up. Either be about it or just shut the fuck up.
Even in Man
That's what they've done, though, John, and that's what they've done. They've turned like righty and
also
Kikium,
Man
were no
United
nonsense,
as well was on
rugged.
TalkSport.
You know, he get you a played with steel in his game up time, and Arsenal's turned these into PR puppets.
But Rich, the reason why that has happened, though.
Out.
But Rich, the uncomfortable conversation of that is the reason why is because the fan base have allowed it. Again, I say this all the time. You leave England, this bullshit don't go on nowhere else. If you swap Arsenal fans with Napoli fans, you'd see a complete change in less than a year. Because
Johnny, I was about to ask you about the Napoli fans. I was about to ask you, how would they react?
Brother, they burned the fucking stadium down.
Yeah. He wouldn't be here in the first place.
They stole Luciano Spalletti's first year at Napoli. Napoli bottled the fucking league. Everybody forgets that AC Milan won the league because Inter and Napoli bottled the fucking league that year. What did the Napoli Ultras do? They stole the motherfucker's car. They told him, you'll get the car back and everything that's in the car when you win the league. He won the fucking league. He got his car back. When Medic Hamsik and Napoli fucked up in a big game that cost Juve to go over us in the league, I believe it was the second year of Sadi, Medic Hamsik and his wife were shopping in downtown Napoli. The Ultras came and robbed him at gunpoint for his watch and all his wife's jewelry. Wow. Now, I'm not advising or promoting fucking violence, but here's the thing. Again, as I always say this, when the metropolitan area of Napoli, the population, the city and everywhere around is nearly 5 million people, but close to 40% are unemployed. If you're lying, cheating, stealing to put 50 euros together to go to a Napoli game, the patient level for processing all this bullshit is going out the fucking window. That's the problem. A lot of these fans at Arsenal are all for we're just competing, we're just doing this, we're just doing that instead of actually fucking winning. If you have a fan base that got close to zero tolerance across the board like a Napoli fan base does, Arsenal will be winning trophies every fucking year because they know that they're being held accountable to what it is. But the sad thing is, again, historically, Napoli is barely a Big Six team in Italy. Milan fans don't do this. Inter fans don't do this. Juve fans don't do this. You go to Bayern Munich. Go shout out to Zier. Zier said right now, if Company doesn't win the Champions League, if he doesn't win a double by either Bundesliga title and Champions League or Bundesliga title and the Deutsche Pokal, he wants him sacked. He's won the league 2 years in a row and it still ain't good enough. That's Bayern Munich. Apparently,
even Allegri, AC Milan fans call him for his head at times and that. Do you know what I mean? They do.
They went to Ibrahimovic's house. He's the sporting director. They went to his house and told him what the fuck it is. That's what I mean.
PSG went to Neymar's house. Like
PSG went to Neymar's house.
Arsenal have raised the prices of season tickets and all of that in general, and most of the fan base accepts it. Anywhere else in Europe and around the world, that doesn't happen. Only at the Arsenal. That should tell you absolutely everything wrong with English football, modern football to a degree, and in particular this football club. The standards are in the gutter. I'm a member. Fucking cartel. We need to get rid of the rest of the cartel on the board because getting rid of half of them ain't enough. If Josh Kroenke don't fix up, he needs to bounce as well because you've wasted £1 billion. You put all of your trust and faith in a guy with no experience. I mean, that's not even a head's gone, yeah? That's just beyond diabolical at this point. Do you know what I'm saying? And a lot of these players, these useless modern footballers, yeah, the maulers that I call them, they need to fuck off. And a lot of the fans can fuck off with Arteta because the way I see it, and I'll end it on this before Carl, I know you've been waiting patiently, my brother. Like,
carry on, mate. The floor's yours.
Appreciate that. It's a win-win. This season, it's a win-win, yeah? If we don't win shit, Arteta's going to go. And I'll be celebrating. Yeah, he's gone. If we win shit, I'm celebrating. No one's telling me I can't celebrate. If we don't win, Arteta's gone. We'll get rid of most of these deadwood somehow, some way. I'll be celebrating. I'll be raving. Either way, that's what's going on, people.
Yeah, man.
It'll be the best day of our lives if Arteta leaves, and all the Arteta sections will be crying their bed. They'll be in their bed crying.
Brother, if he leaves, I'm cracking that Blue Label bottle that I got that I was supposed to crack.
Oh, feel free to do it, man. Feel free to do it. We'll be having a party soon. We will be there.
I've had a bottle of Moet champagne in my fridge for about 4 years now. So.
4 years. Yo, I've just seen reports that Chelsea are being linked to a young kid named Messi, not Lionel Messi, Ryan Messi, some French.
What? Messi.
Apparently, Chelsea are being linked with him.
Let Chelsea pick out any dog shit that they're looking at. Fuck that.
I just don't know why Chelsea are so obsessed with buying young players. Like I understand money is the biggest issue, but this
that's what they have a transfer ban.
Chelsea are slowly turning into the Neverland Ranch. Sorry, was that too soon?
He was shit.
And also, Gianni, what do you think of DeMarco being linked with a move to Manchester United?
Listen, as I've said, Inter Milan does not have the capability of holding on to all of their top talent. There's still a shit ton of money in debt. They have to straighten that out, and they're going to have to sell players. So like I said, I would not be surprised if Inter Milan pushes the eject button this year and sells a ton of players for big money, regroups, and builds a new team with what they have. Listen, next to Berta, the best sporting director in the world is Bet Marotta. He's the architect of Juventus going on that 9-year straight Scudetto run. He's been the architect of all the trophies that Inter Milan have won, plus getting to the Champions League 2 times in 3 years. So Marotta, if there's any sporting director I trust, it's Bet Marotta. So if they sell DeMarco for big money, if they sell Bastoni for big money, if they sell Barella for big money, if they sell Lautaro Martinez for big money, you can trust and believe with him getting the amount of money, he will rebuild a team. It may take 2 to 3 years for Inter to get back to where they've been as far as making Champions League final, but he will regroup with Inter. If there's any sporting director you don't bet against Marotta. He's won so many trophies. Carl,
Monchi's all right as well.
Gianni, can I ask you a real question? Yep. Are you going to the World Cup?
No.
Because you've got a big game coming up this week.
I do not think Italy's qualifying for the World Cup.
Because you have to, because Italy's history with America is big and significant. Yeah.
You know what? Here's the problem.
And
they need a wake-up call.
They need to be there. They need to be there commercially. They need to be there. Really big.
Commercially, they need to be there. But here's the problem at the end of the day. I don't
Sorry
give a fuck
to change the narrative. I'm just saying it's
I hear
huge thing.
But here's the problem, brother. As long as the political bullshit behind the scenes remains strong in Italy, it's not going to change. Again, we can call it for what it is. As long as the segregation and everything happens continually against the Southern players, which 9 times out of 10, the Southern players are better than the Northern players either way. As long as Southern players are still not allowed to play because of whatever clubs they represent, not being the big 3 in the North, as long as there's still political situations where shit players are allowed to get on the team over better players than them, which we just saw with the new team they picked, it's not happening. Politano ain't been worth a fuck for 9 years. But yet Berardi, who's one of the top 3 goal scorers in Italy over the last 10 years, can't get into the team over Politano because Berardi's on Sassuolo. It's bullshit. The fact that Luca Pellegrini can't get a call up when he's been the captain of Rome for 4 years, been one of the best midfielders, but we're choosing kids that play for Juventus or one of these other fucking teams. It's bullshit. So you know what? Do I want Italy to qualify? Yes. But I also want the FA to get a realization that how they've been running this team and how they've been running Italian football is wrong. Maybe we need to miss another World Cup for somebody to start waking up. So it is what it is.
Also, Gianni, as well. How many youngsters, Gianni, in Italy? How many youngsters have we lost over the years who didn't get a chance? How many?
Next
Untold.
Well, here, first of all, if we're talking about the Neapolitan kids, Napoli produces probably more talent than anywhere else. The problem is we lose our talent to the streets because if they don't make it as a player, they have to go to the streets and normally lose their life because that's the way shit goes down in Napoli. Whether we like it or not,
The
that's just
thing
sad
is,
reality.
Gianni, I'm kind of clued up with the youth level because obviously Benfica's basically shit hot at youth level. So obviously I watch it and I know who's doing what. And Italy, say in a good 10 years, to be honest, at least even 10 years, that the youth crop, they haven't been producing for their capacity, for how many kids play and the.
But we don't allow the youth to play. That's the problem.
No, that's
what I was saying. In Italy,
the crop's not coming through. I don't know why. How?
No, we do. No. We do have a good crop of players. The youth is not put into the effect that the way they should be. When you look at England, even now, when you look at Portugal, when you look at everything else, if youth players are good, if they can't break into a team, they go on loan for a year and they're promised minutes at the club when they come back. Italy don't do that. If a player is good at 18, the Italian team will put that kid on loan for 6 years and hasn't seen any change in where his player is. They're still talking about what if, buts, and maybes, and the player never gets to the level that he's supposed to be because Italy is all about, it's got to be between the prime years of 27. Well, the problem is you look at most of the talents and the best players in the world, they're hitting their stride at 22, 23 now. Not 27, 28 like it used to be. That's Italy's still operating like it's the 1980s and the 90s. That's the problem with Italy. And the political shit on top of it makes it worse. Carl, what do you make of Eze? What do you make of Salah? Where do you see Liverpool going forward? And where do you see Arsenal going forward with the situation with Eze?
Well, first things first, mate. Congratulations on getting over 300 subs, mate. Well done. Keep up the good work. You're doing an absolute solid job.
Appreciate it.
And yeah, sorry if I'm running a little bit late. I was doing my hosting duties for my mate's pod, as you can see behind me.
We're not going to talk about that.
No, let's not. Let's not. I'm still scarred from the Super Bowl. Don't worry. Big up, mate. Long time no see.
Yeah, definitely, mate.
With Eze, yeah. Well, that's our fucking outlet at number 10 gone, isn't it? When he wants to perform, that is, and it's not Tottenham. Really, the only one who could break through the lines of the number 10 position. The fact Odegaard is returning really freaking gives me the EBGBs whenever he's on the pitch. He can never do anything
Who do you
correct.
think starts? Because we've got people, I don't know if you've been paying attention recently, we've got people telling us that Havertz is the most complete player that Arsenal has. There's actually been people saying this. The other funny thing is, ever since the different injuries, people have said, we need Jesus back, even though Jesus ain't worth a fuck. Odegaard, now they're talking about, Odegaard is so important. Brother, Odegaard couldn't start for my fucking high school team. That dude's a fucking bum. So
he's captain of football I've ever seen.
So let me describe you about Havertz, okay?
The guy's a failed wonder kid anyway.
So when
he was never a wonder kid. He was never a wonder kid. Anybody who put him up as a wonder kid level was fucking overhyping him. That dude sucked. Real quick, Carl, go back and watch Real Sociedad when he was there. Old man David Silva kicked him out of his own position, and David Silva was over the hump at the time when it happened. Now, I'm not taking shots at David Silva because if we're being honest, David Silva is one of the best players I've ever seen play.
Yeah, he was.
On his day, that motherfucker was unbelievable. However, Odegaard got pushed out to the left wing. People forget this. Odegaard had to play left wing for a season with Real Sociedad because he wasn't good enough over the hump fucking David Silva. Odegaard is trash.
So regarding of Havertz, when my son was a baby, he had toys where you put shapes in blocks so it fits, right? Havertz is the shape that fits into neither fucking block, but you squeeze him in somewhere because that sort of fits. That's what Havertz is. Is he a number 9? Is he a 10? Is he an 8? Is he the water boy? What position is he best playing? There's a saying, it's great to have a versatile player. Yeah, jack of all trades, but not a master of your craft. Mm-hmm. You're not a master of your own position, so we don't know what Havertz is. There's only one other option I have left, and we know Arteta won't do this because he's a stubborn prick. And that's putting Lewis Skelly in further forward. He's an attacking midfielder. Or he can play as a creative midfielder. So that's my only option you can legitimately think of, unless we are praising and hoping that freaking Mikel Merino returns in May. But by then, we might be behind by then. We might be behind City by then. I guess I know you're laughing because Marino, but
Mikel Marino's another bum that should never have made this fucking team in the first place. That
sometimes it could be good, sometimes it could be shit. We know.
Yeah.
I
reckon be either Havertz or Saka, maybe number 10, maybe, I don't know.
Dalman's an actual number 10. Dalman should play the 10 from
No, Dalman should be the left winger. Because the left wing is so diabolical, anybody is better than what we have, and I'm willing to give it to a 16-year-old. And real quick before you come back in, Carl, this is another thing that I say is just another thing to pile on that shows that majority of these Arsenal fans forget what it takes to win. We're a big club, right? We're a big club, but we need to protect Dalman. Did AC Milan protect Pato when he was 16? When he jumped onto the scene to help them go and win the title? Did Inter Milan protect Mario Balotelli at 16 when he came out of the youth academy and helped fucking Inter win?
They should have done for it. They should have done for his own sake, but you know what? Because he was a bit of a volatile player.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you win, you win. If you need it, you need to. If whatever it takes to win, this is the different side of it. You have to be able to play to win. Did Barcelona protect Messi? I mean, this is the thing that we're talking about here. You need to be able to play. If you got to go with a youngster to get you through, then you got to do it. Because there's nothing there that looks anything like it's going to help us. Madueke can't play at the left. He has no right foot to dribble into the midfield. He looks lost because he can't cut in on his left foot to cross the ball or even try to shoot. So throwing him on the left wing don't work. Eze at the left wing, he missed one chance against Liverpool, and this manager threw him under the bus. He only had been with us for 4 or 5 games at that point, if that, maybe third game. He missed one chance. He started fucking slating Eze. So Eze don't work at the left wing ever since that happened. Martinelli sucks. Trossard sucks. There's no Havertz can't play the wing. So it's what are we doing here? This is why all this is fucking stupidity. But go ahead.
Your midfield three, if you wanted to move Saka, move him over to his left. Move him over to the left-hand side because he can't take on the players anymore. He can't cut in like he used to, and he hasn't got that explosiveness anymore. So put him on the left wing, put Dalman on the right wing, Gyökeres up top, put in when Eze is fit, put him in the 10, and you put Lewis Skelly outside him in the 8, you put Rice in the 6.
Absolutely.
And then you use Zubimendi as a rotational piece.
Yeah. Exactly. And really, to be honest with you, Zubimendi's already talking about that he's open to returning to Spain. Bro, if you're open, just get the fuck out. Just get the fuck out.
Johnny, I thought you were absolute bollocks, but I don't know if that's true. Then absolutely bring Adam Water in, or Tonali, or Fofana from AC Milan, just someone with a bit of physical presence who's good on ball, who will bring a bit of creativity.
Adam Wharton I'd have all day long.
Rich, like I
Tonali for me for Premiership.
I was saying,
I understand Tonali, but he has got some better infractions.
Yeah, no. I'm not touching Tonali. I'm not touching Tonali. I'm sorry.
We might not have it for half the season due to that. So
exactly.
How much, hey guys? How much did Zubimendi cost? Was it
60 some, almost 68 million euros? So
yeah, hold on a minute. PSG bought João Neves for 65 million.
Oh yeah, we know.
Do you know what I'm saying? You know these sort of guys, yeah. And it's like I'm sure Arsenal could have presented a deal, a future, a plan for him. Champions of England, champions of France. You want to be champion of England? No. But,
yeah, the problem is, Furioso, is we've gotten our talent ID down the fucking drain. That's the problem. We have a manager. We have a manager that took one of the best. I was
heartbroken. I was heartbroken when João Neves left, right? Benfica, and it's like, but when they leave, these jewels leave. I want him to go to clubs like I don't want him to go to the French league because I don't want to watch the French league. I don't watch the French league. I want him to come say to Arsenal, or I don't want him to come to Chelsea because I don't like Chelsea. I don't like Man U. So yeah, I'm trying to get, yeah. to the Premier League, and it's like, come on, Arsenal, bite the motherfucker. Pardon
Yeah,
my
but look at
language.
how many players that we've passed on. We chose Fabio Vieira over Vitinha.
Players like
come
that,
on, what the fuck are we doing?
Vitinha would have cost less as well.
Instead of
PSG,
Johnny,
PSG,
instead of
hold on a minute, guy. How can PSG be out buying Arsenal in the bloody French league? You know what I'm saying? Better deals. It shouldn't be happening. I know there's some Arab sort of oil money and all this sort of malarkey going on. Fair enough. And
Well, mate, it's the fact
Luis
Enrique is just a bloody good manager.
Yeah, and why is
Enrique
there? That's another thing. Why I know it's the money that I think they're paying astronomical fees, but fair enough. But João Neves, Arsenal should have plecked him up ages ago.
Oh, 100%. But like to what Carl said, it's the manager.
Yeah,
Carl said, it's down to the manager again.
Mendy, he goes and gets his cousins. Mendy's basic and he's lightweight for the British League.
Instead of Mendy, we could have got Belieber.
We
could have got Belieber from Villarreal on a cheaper deal as well.
Not only that, let's even simplify it from there. If Carlo Ancelotti is hired by Arsenal after he got sacked at Napoli, when he didn't even deserve the sack at Napoli, you're telling me if you give Carlo Ancelotti, even with as big of a dumb fuck as Edu is, if you give Carlo Ancelotti £1 billion to spend in 6 years, you're telling me we don't win multiple trophies?
No, he gets a statue right next to Wenger.
Absolutely.
Especially with the basis of the team that he has.
And it's not like
first of all, you're giving Carlo Ancelotti Aubameyang. Look at how many strikers Ancelotti has got to bang. You're telling me we're giving Ancelotti Aubameyang walking through the fucking door, and there's still $1 billion that's going to come through. On top of it, all the youth talent that we've produced, like a Smith Rowe, like a Lewis Skelly, like a Wenger. You mean to have this basis, Aubameyang, and now you're able to give him $1 billion? Ancelotti might be teetering on a George Graham level of amount of trophies he could possibly win with $1 billion.
Even Simone would make these players.
Gianni, that centre back at Man United, Heaven, he's good. I've watched a bit of him. And I like him. He's left-footed. He's very good. He is Heaven.
Yeah, he was Arsenal, wasn't he?
Let him go.
Yeah, we let him go, bro.
Yeah,
he was at the Oxford Academy. Sold him to Manchester United. Same with Chido Obi Martin.
Yeah, this manager has fucked up on multiple occasions because of his lack of talent ID. Because he's a dumb fucking prick. Do you know what I'm saying? Narcissistic, Jim Jones, Captain Black looking ass motherfucker. Do you know what I'm saying? This guy is the enemy of football. Anti-football heritage, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Not Jose, the complete opposite, bro. That's what we're dealing with. This is why when he goes, I will celebrate, and all them fans, Egal, Christian, etc., Stricto,
they can go with them.
Yeah, they can fuck off with them. Royally. Do you know what I'm saying? Because we don't need you to keep bringing the standards all down even further. People think that we can't go any lower when it comes to the standards. Trust me. When you have Righty, Martin Keown, Ray Parler, and them man there, do you know what I'm saying? Talking their usual bollocks on Talk Sports, Sky Sports, etc. Yeah, it will get worse. The longer this circus is still here. This is why when this manager goes, I will have the. Look, I'm not feeling well right now either way. But when he goes, trust me, even if I'm ill, I will feel automatically by default, bro.
Oh, brother,
10 times better. 10 times better, because this guy can't manage. He can't, pick lineups. His tactics are all over the place. He's trying to reinvent the wheel when that's not even possible because nothing is new under the sun. Everything in football, ancient football, modern football for the past 200 years, it's already been done. This manager is trying to bamboozle everyone, thinking that he's doing something that no other manager, no other tactico has ever done in football history, wherever you're from in the world. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. And the sooner a lot of these fans wake up, and there's more of them, especially the match-going fans, they're going to start to realise, oh, shit, I've not only wasted my time and my money, I've wasted my energy on backing this guy. Yep. And now I feel like an idiot, which a lot of them do, bro. Because getting bantered by ops weren't enough. Do you know what I'm saying? But when this manager constantly lets you down time after time after time again. It's like that girl that you just can't trust, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? You can't trust her to be faithful, innit? She's always going to cheat on you. Doesn't matter if she says sorry. Doesn't matter if she say, "Oh, do you know what, baby? I won't do that again. I'll do better next time." A month or so later, even a week or so later, at this point, she goes out, does the same fucking bullshit again. Do you know what I'm saying? Most of our fan base are simps, bro. They're super simps.
It's like I said now.
They enjoy this shit. They enjoy the pain. They enjoy the torture.
The fact, first of all, Martin Keown should never speak on Arsenal again. I don't give a fuck if it's a legend or not. The fact that you're sorry ass, first of all, I hate Juventus. I fucking hate Juventus. But if you're a great player, I will give you the props that you're a great player. The fact that you tried to put Martin Odegaard at the same level of Liam Brady, you deserve to get 8 big slaps a day till the end of fucking time. I'm sorry. Martin Odegaard couldn't tie Liam Brady's fucking shoes on a bad day.
He's not even better than Charlie Nicholas, bro.
No.
He ain't better than Cleb. He ain't better than Cleb.
He's not better than Cazorla, Aaron Ramsey. Nowhere near, bro.
No, Fabregas.
And do you know what's crazy? I'd even have Matthew Flamini over Odegaard. I know they're a bit different type player. Flamini broke into.
I thought that Edu was a player, bro. I thought that Edu was a player.
Santi Cazorla is better than Odegaard. Santi Cazorla right now is better than Odegaard.
You know what?
There's so many managers better than this manager. But the PRO says.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier on. Chelsea away when we had 10, then they had 10 men. Casado gets sent off in 37th minute. A top manager would have said at half time, "We're going to go out there and we're just going to drag this away." Play to us for 15 minutes.
Man down. Like, why can't we play against 10 men? Why can't we play?
He could have played two up front for 15 minutes and would have dragged them absolutely everywhere. Instead, we're a 4-3-3.
Name me very quickly. Name me any other manager in footballing history that will struggle as much as this fucking clown with the opposition going down a man playing against 10 men. Name me a manager.
And they scored first, didn't they? They scored first in the second half.
Don't worry.
We were lucky. David Raya kept us in the game, really, to be honest.
It's a shit show, bro.
Yeah, but on top of that, look at what happened in the game Sunday. Again, this goes back to you can see this shit with the game Sunday. Kushanoff, we're playing long ball. The only good thing Kushanoff is good at is running. All he is fast. He ain't that good of a center back. We all saw him last year. He was an emergency purchase for City, and he was dog shit. I don't give a fuck what anybody wants to say. He was dog shit. We made the 2 worst center. That back line of City in that final is the worst back line I've seen for City in 15 years. It's the worst back line for Manchester City that I have seen since before Roberto Mancini got there when the money started rolling in. We made Kushanoff and Nathan Ake look like Marcel Desailly and Franco Baresi back in the day. That's how fucking shit we were. Them 2 fucking bums couldn't get into a base level USA team calling it soccer. That's how fucking bad them 2 fucking guys are. And we're over here trying to say, and we're over here talking about how great Pep was. No, Pep played the exact same thing that he did that got the shit kicked out of him by Real Madrid's B team. And we're over here acting like fucking pussies. It's ridiculous.
Also, Johnny, as well, when he got a yellow card, a decent manager would have said, you know what? Target him. Target him.
Yes, I said that. I said that to my mate when we were watching the game. I was like, right, he's been booked now. Gyökeres, you stick on him. You make sure you stick on him in the box, because at that point, then he's either going to make a mistake, or you're going to get a goal, or you're going to get one-on-one with Trafford.
Yeah,
it's not rocket science. I'll use a term that our good friend Manny, who was on the show, big up to Manny. Football was a simple sport made complicated by idiots.
Yeah,
that's what he always keeps on. That's what he always keeps
There's
saying.
also another thing as well.
Talk to Brian Clough about football, how it used to be. That bloke in there, he stops ball from going in net. Them people in front of him, then 4 in front of that man who stood on his own. They stop ball getting back to him, and then people in middle, they stop that ball going to defenders, and him up top, he just puts ball in net. Done. Legend.
Not only that,
now it's invert this, invert that. You know.
But see, here's the problem, and you brought up the perfect person to talk about this with George Graham. This is kind of like George Graham. George Graham was still blowing teams out 6-0, 4-1, 5-0, 3-1s. This wasn't just old school 1-0 to the Arsenal. That wasn't George Graham. George Graham played a little bit more pragmatic. But if you went there asleep, George Graham's team has slapped the fuck out of you for fun. Again, let's all remember who was balling with that damn team. So
and when he stumped the gap out to win 1-0, he would actually do it properly.
Exactly.
And not do a half-baked approach.
And again, there's other managers that we have seen play pragmatic that can still play good football. Again, go look at Atletico Madrid the first time they won the trophy with Simeone. You can't sit here and tell me that team, when they didn't play Barcelona, when they didn't play fucking Real Madrid, and they didn't play Sevilla, they were playing good football. Look at who they had. They had Gabi, they had Thiago. Who's going to tell me that Arda Turan wasn't a fucking baller for that damn team? Arda Turan walks into this team at any forward position at this point now compared to us.
And you know what, Johnny? I'd take Diego Simeone tomorrow. He would get a lot of these players playing in this Arsenal team, definitely.
They'll certainly get a wake-up call. They'll certainly get shaken up because
Diego Simeone and knock out half the locker room.
Yeah, he will. He will. It would.
But he allows that's what I mean. They'll call it. He allows the players to play with freedom and express himself, and then he knows when to shut the shop up and defend.
Yep.
Are you guys all on Simeone then? Have you? Because you're all Arteta out, aren't you? I mean, because you're
absolutely.
There's three managers that I would look at for Arsenal. My number one choice, I don't give a rat's ass. As soon as the World Cup's over, call up Ancelotti and offer him 20 million. Offer Ancelotti 20 million and tell him we're going to give you 250 million to spend because there's a shit ton of dead wood that we got to get out of this club. Ancelotti's number one. Number two, if he's available, I would take Luis Enrique. However, I doubt he's leaving PSG just yet. I think he wants to create a dynasty much bigger than what we've ever seen in France before. And I think he's going to stay at PSG for possibly 2 more years. I'm not sold he's leaving. With that being said, Simeone is going to be leaving Atletico within the next year or so. Diego Simeone with the defensive foundation. Listen, we can say what we want. Arteta has set up a defensive foundation. But there's only 2 masters of defense that are still around. Simeone is the master of a defensive formation. You can't sit here and tell me, with what we've seen over the years from Simeone, if he reset this team up in a 4-4-2, got 2 wingers that knew what the fuck they were doing, one of them could be Dalman, and you could pick whoever else would go on the right-hand side, give him Gyökeres and another striker to play his 4-4-2 formation, you can't tell me that Simeone won't walk into the Premier League and within 3 years win some trophies. You can't tell me that ain't going to fucking happen.
Because he'll flick that switch and know when to attack at right time.
Exactly. That's 4-4-2. And the fact that we've already got a decent defence, I'm not going to overhype it and overrate it. But Gabriel and Saliba, like for the course of 6 years, despite not winning anything, they've been really good. So he's already got something to work with. Make sure Timber gets rested up. Nketiah had a stinker on Sunday, but other than that, he's been brilliant for the most part. So he's already got that foundation, and we can add to that along with getting rid of the deadwood. And then playing the 4-4-2, the chicken and chips, peri-peri chips and all that formation, which is what I absolutely love. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm here for it. We get, like you said, Johnny, another striker next to Gyökeres, you know, a different type, a Julian Alvarez kind of type or something a little bit.
A bit of Fox in box now, like a bit, you know what I mean? It will, kind of.
We get a proper midfielder. We get a proper midfielder next to Declan Rice, so we don't have to do all of that running and covering.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You know, in the 4-4-2, he can attack a little bit, but he can also, you know, drop, knowing that whether it's initially it was tonight. Let's say it's Onana, for example. I think with this team, we need an Onana to just do all the dirty work, but he's still quality on the ball. And then if Declan Rice can move up, he can move up.
See, I'd rather take Tielemans. I think Declan Rice. If I really had to think about it, I think Declan Rice, if you play him as the old school British number 4 defensive midfielder or even as a number 6, Rice is top 5 number 6s in the world. Defensively, he's flat out. The guy wins the aerial duels. He gets the ball back to his feet and passes it off. He does what he's supposed to do. Beyond that, you're asking too much of him. He's not a creative player. One of the things I hate the most about Rice is when I see him trying to take the initiative and dribble. Like the game against Brentford, where Rice shouldn't be in the fucking box should not be in the box with the ball at his feet, looking around for who to pass the ball off or even running forward at all. Rice should be winning the ball, give it away, sit back, cover the back line. If we were going to take, I'd rather put Tielemans next to him and let Tielemans step into the midfield.
And do you know what's annoying, Johnny? We had a pre-agreement with Tielemans, mate. We literally could have got him for nothing. Now Tielemans will cost about 60 million.
Do you know if you look at the amount of money that Aston Villa's paid, Aston Villa bought that entire midfield for less money than 50 million. They got Tielemans for free. They got Kamara for 7 million from like some whatever French team they got him for.
Marseille, maybe I think it was.
The only Marseille, that was it. And Onana was the only big money from Everton. Onana was the only big money purchase. Everybody was done for cheap. And this is why it's stupid with what's going on. We're wasting money with all this shit. But Simeone would come in and be on straight smoke if he came in.
The only reason why I say Onana is because, yes, he's been injured and all that, but he can do, like, he's not, I'm not saying he's the greatest going forward, but he has something a bit different. No, he's not a Tielemans, but because he has that athleticism, do you know what I'm saying? And the way, like, for example, with Diego Simeone, with the way that he plays, the way Declan Rice plays, Declan Rice can sit. And Onana, he's a better passer of the ball. Do you know what I'm saying? He's bigger, he's stronger, a bit quicker. You know,
it's a bit like Vieira, isn't it? Diaby, he'll break through, he's charging runs.
He's better on the ball. Let's be real, he's better on the ball. So he can carry that ball a lot further forward and do similar to what Partey did, but just add something a little bit different going forward. Because I know Onana's seen as a bit more defensive, but he's actually got more qualities that we could use in a 4-4-2 than Declan Rice.
The thing is that
he can go. Do you know what I'm saying? Mourinho, he needs to fuck off. You know, Lego Head 2.0. Like, I'm sick of looking at the sight of him. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm done with it.
The thing is, Nap. The thing is, they're putting too much on Declan's shoulders. It's not only for Arsenal, because he's the motor of the midfield, basically.
Yeah, he's the engine.
He's also going to have to be the motor for England. I'm telling you now, England are counting on him big time. He is the motor for England. So basically, he's got the country and Arsenal on his fucking shoulders. Pardon my language.
No, you're
incredible.
Right.
There's too much on him. He needs a left wing, a right wing, you know what I'm saying? Like, you need someone to help. Zubimendi does not do enough dirty work.
He had Partey next to him, Furioso. So he had
yes.
Yep. You see the difference.
But that's the problem. That's the problem.
He is too nice.
Partey with Rice would have been phenomenal.
If we played the 4-2-3-1, though. If we play, this is the biggest problem. This is the other big problem is this 4-3-3 nonsense is not a 4-3-3. It's a 4-5-1. It's a flat 4-5-1. You cannot tell me that either Odegaard or Eze or Wanyeri would succeed in that bullshit position that he has them because there is no number 10 that starts that deep to create offense. You're behind the 8 ball already. That your creative midfielder is not further up the pitch. Again, we could, first of all, let's all be honest here. Part of the reason why we all hate football is the old school number 10 is no longer a position. It's not allowed to be played in this new brand of football when the old school number 10s were the Mavericks that got you out of your seat and made you love football. That's the first problem. The second problem is when you do play this 4-2-3-1, you're wanting the number 10 to come back and do too much defensive work. I'm sorry. I don't even need to talk about Maradona or Zidane or those guys. When did Kaká do defensive work for AC Milan? Never. When did Neymar do defensive work for Valencia? Never. These are the reasons why we have a problem. Eze, the whole time, should be playing up the pitch to do 1-2s with Gyökeres so that you could utilize Gyökeres' ability because the motherfucker can't hold up the ball. He can't pass. He's not good in the fucking air. All he is you put the ball in the box and let him shoot as many times as you want. 9 times out of 10, he's going to put a goal in every 4 opportunities he has. Problem is, do not play to that. Then you got all these dumb fucking idiots who talk about Havertz like he's the second coming of Jurgen Klinsmann. Sorry, he sucks ass. He's fucking terrible. He is everywhere except where you need him to be. Michael Keane ain't been a good center back in 10 years. He made Michael Keane look like he should make the England national team squad in the game against fucking Everton. And then the midfield is so ran into the ground because they have to do both jobs of coming from all the way back playing defense and now going all the way forward to try to play offense. They're so tired. Kieran Dewsbury Hall was dribbling these motherfuckers looking like Platini. Kieran Dewsbury Hall is dog shit. He was spinning Rice and Zubamendi because these guys are too fucking tired to play because this idiot manager wants everybody to do everything all at once. You either play defense as a team and think that you're going to play offense as a team, except nobody knows what the fuck they're doing.
So why buy Norgard for then?
Yeah, because
sensible signing. That's what they said. Sensible signing.
For some reason, Gianni, my friend, for some reason, this manager doesn't want to try using Norgard. He only uses him in the FA Cup or the League Cup games, but he never uses him in the Premier League. And this is why this manager, like he never tries like something different. He always sticks with the same 11, and that 11 doesn't work. So that is why this manager can't be trusted to use the same 11 over and over again. So I will never
treats Norgard like a youth team player.
I have one question for the panel, yeah? I know you guys...
Gianni, I've got a conspiratorial opinion. This is just my opinion. That Arteta didn't play Dauman in the final in the hour of need, because he didn't want to be bailed out by the kids twice in a row.
He didn't want to get shown up. That was why. He didn't want to get shown up. That's why. Sorry,
hold on a minute. Let me finish the punchline. Because
that's
for
good
him
point.
to be bailed out by a kid twice in a row would belittle him and his empire.
Yes, exactly.
You get me? And he'll be like, "What? You got a kid bailing you out twice in a row?"
Yeah,
no.
because this kid,
he'd rather take the bullet than give the kid the life.
The price of pride.
Because everyone and their grandmother knows that 16-year-old kid is
Call
the
that
only
a conspiracy. Call that a conspiracy, but I believe it.
No, that's a good point.
Conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy.
It's a fact.
Everyone and their grandmother, knows that
it's fucking psychology, dude. It is.
No, it's not only psychology. It shows that everything he's done is horseshit.
Facts.
What fucking team has spent $1 billion and is still relying on a 16-year-old to bail their ass out?
Twice in a row. He didn't want it. He didn't.
Not only twice in a row. What is it going to mean if you spent $1 billion and the 16-year-old is the guy that's got to carry you to fucking win a Premier League title?
Means he's more useless than you originally thought.
Exactly.
And also as well, Dauman, we're relying on the
16-year-old.
One at a time.
Gianni, I got a perfect opportunity. I got a perfect example.
Furioso, give me one second. One second. Carl, go. One at a time.
Max Dauman, the 16-year-old kid, is the only one on our team currently right now that'll make people stand up out of their wheelchairs. The only one.
Fucking right.
Right. Of course. And also another thing as well, Man City just allowed Nico O'Reilly to do whatever he wants because he's young and he can ball out. And this is why Arteta never relies on his academy players, but Pep does. Pep, the reason I despise Pep for the fact that he never started Cherki against Real Madrid, but I mean, I have to hold my hands up and say that he did the right thing starting Cherki against us. So, I understand Pep fucked it up against Real Madrid in the Champions League, and I understand I understand Gianni, you're not happy about it. I get it, but my thing is that sometimes Pep can learn from his mistakes, and he can always look forward to what is in front of him and not look back. So this is what I like from Pep.
The best
thing with Pep is they resting players even 8th of February when Man City play Liverpool. Cherki, Reinders, and I think Foden were all on bench. He just knows how to do it. And if you get over the line and win that league, you'll just be like,
management. He knows how to rotate. He's a proper winner. He knows how to rest, rotate, recuperate. This manager has not been rotating for 6 fucking years. And the result, right here, right now, Fat Boy Slim settings, is that his empire has fallen. It was crumbling before, it's fallen.
It is.
a day. Who now?
The other thing too is that here's also the problem. Yeah, Pep knows how to rotate players, but every fucking manager that's competent knows how to do that. Every manager, every successful. This is the thing that I hate about football.
Even plan B simple.
You not only have a plan B, but simple shit that is required no matter what. People are praising somebody for. Sorry, no, that's not how this fucking goes. That's not how this fucking goes. Oh, he knows how to rotate players. Well, duh. Every fucking manager does. I mean, has anybody watched the Rio Ferdinand interview with Carlo Ancelotti? Has anybody seen that? The 30-minute short when he was talking? Watch the 30-minute short with Carlo Ancelotti with Rio Ferdinand. He says it very simply. He goes, there are players that I cannot drop in big games. And sometimes with those players, you have to make tactical moves and risk games for them to miss out so they can play the big ones, i.e. the player that he talked about with Milan. Clarence Seedorf.
Right.
Never drop Seedorf for a big game because Seedorf is always a big game player.
Seedorf was phenomenal.
He's one
greatest
of the
football I've ever seen live, Gianni. He covered every single grass at Emirates Cup.
Underappreciated. He's one of the most underappreciated great players of all time. Everybody forgets him when they talk about the best midfielders. But with Ancelotti, he goes and says, there are players. There are times where you have to make tough decisions and rotate players and take a risk for the betterment of the overall leading to the goal line. When he was talking about AC Milan with rotating players, yes, they had an unbelievable team, but look at some of the decisions that he made. When they won the 2007 Champions League, he was resting the other strikers. He moved Kaká to be the second striker, moved Seedorf up further the pitch to be the number 10 so he could utilize Ambrosini, Pirlo, and Gattuso all in that defensive midfield to play proper fucking football. Rotation is mandatory no matter how great the team. Whether you want to be Pep's Barcelona that should have won 3 trebles in 3 years, they didn't. Whether you want to be Real Madrid's 3 straight Champions League winners, rotate. It doesn't matter. If you want to be the Bayern Munich of the 70s, the Liverpool of the 70s and 80s, the AC Milan of the 80s and 90s and 2000s, no matter what great team it is, no matter how great the manager, rotation and squad management is mandatory. If you fuck up on that, it doesn't matter how great your team is, you will most likely fail. I've never seen a starting 11 play 60 games and it being the same starting 11 and expecting something different. We all talk shit about Chelsea dropping money left, right, and center with the amount of crazy players that they had at the squad at the time during Roman Abramovich's era. They all got rotated. They all
won trophies.
Hell, Ashley Cole was the best left back in the fucking world when he was at Chelsea. Guess what? When Ancelotti came in and played that 3-5-2, when they were the first team in English history to score 100 goals, guess what? He got rotated out. Florent Malouda went on that side. It's simple shit. People think that this guy is rewriting history. It's not. If you do your history on football, simple shit is what's required for the big. The difference between good and great is in the details.
Yeah.
That is always the difference. The difference between good and great is in the details. Squad rotation and squad management is one of the fine details that leads to a team being from a good team to a great team. And Arteta knows how to do that.
Panel, you know what? I think this summer is going to be absolutely important. I'll tell you why. Imagine if we do go trophyless. Does Arteta stay or does he get sacked? If so, who comes in? We got players that need to leave, right?
Oh, and Antonio, sorry to jump in, mate. I've got one thing to say. After this year, if we don't win anything, Arteta has got 1 year left on his contract.
No, he's gone.
And there's no. Well, hold on. And there's no news. There's no news that's come out so far about an extension.
Yep, exactly.
Right,
it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Looks like he could get sacked.
Anything. Well, no. Either he sacks him or Kroenke's pay him off.
Right, but also as well, Carl,
Here's 15 million. Fuck off.
He's getting
also as well. Say for example, if players like Saliba and Gabriel want to leave because they won nothing, then what?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Then it all breaks, doesn't it? Then we go back to square one again slowly.
Exactly. That defensive foundation gone.
Mm-hmm. And that's why.
Then it's going to be, we need another 200 million spending on defense again. It's just going to be it's just going to be a revolving.
He's going to get sacked.
Just a wheel going round yet again. And then it's like 5 years' time, he's still building. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
This is why you need a proper manager in charge. We've got a sporting director who's a proper sporting director.
Exactly.
Now we need a proper, proven winning manager.
If Edu was still here, excuses would still be getting rolled out. You ain't got Edu no more. You got Berta. Berta ain't fucking around.
So Michele Gianni from Napoli as well. He looks like he's working with Berta.
Listen, Michele is the best talent ID scout in Europe right now. I'm sorry. The amount of ballers, people can say whatever they want about us not winning certain years. The amount of ballers Napoli has passed through since Michele was the head of talent agency back in 2007 up until this year. The amount of ballers Napoli has produced and the amount of money that Napoli has made off of talent ID and reselling is second to none. Berta is building something to where it will be a monster for somebody to stop. Again, historically, Atletico Madrid is the 5th biggest team in Spain. They're not 3rd. Historically, Bilbao and Valencia is bigger than them. The difference amount of money that Barcelona and Real Madrid operate with compared to Atletico, what he got out of Atletico and Diego Simeone should be fucking praised because there is such a disparity. If Diego Simeone goes on and wins the Copa del Rey with Atletico, the only trophy that Berta didn't win with Diego Simeone is Champions League. They won 2 Europa Leagues. They will have won 2 Copa del Reys because he's very much responsible for the squad that's there right now. And he's won 2 La Ligas on a shoestring budget compared to Barcelona and Real Madrid. The fact that he did that and now you're coming into Arsenal that has all this money coming around, Bert will be fine with him at the helm. The biggest thing is getting Arteta out the fucking way because he's the biggest problem.
100%. I've been
saying. Reckon he's even got a direct call to Josh Arteta. He's got more power than anybody.
Nat would be happy about that.
Hold on. This is what I've been saying for the longest.
I got my guy Yasser.
Big up Yasser.
Every time.
Josh Kroenke, right? There is a reason why he brought in Andrea Mafioso, bad boy Berta, mate, along with Michele. He's had enough of Lego head, bro. You saw that after we got embarrassed. We got popped off the park, whatever you want to call it, yeah? His reign is done. Arteta's reign is over. Fact. I've been saying it, yeah? It's a win-win for me. This is why I'm not going irate or none of that shit. Yeah, there's a bit of passion, of course, because I'm an Arsenal fan. I want us to succeed. I have standards. We all have standards here. Do you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we have the best structure that we've had since David Dean, bro. All we need to do is get rid of most of these fucking losers, these super simps, little pricks out of our football club, out of our fan base, and get rid of the rest of the cartel off the board. We do those 2 things, then we will dominate. If they're still here, it will take a bit longer. Do you know what I'm saying? Even when Arteta's gone. Because the amount of damage that he's caused, and a lot of these Arteta inners will never accept it. Because they've already got egg on their face and they're too embarrassed. They don't want to admit to V in it. Do you know what I'm saying? There's too much pride and there's too much bullshit moving like bitches. It is what it is. Do you know what I'm saying? How bitches respond, how they react, and all of that. Yeah. This is what's going down. Yeah. Andrea Berta, Josh Kroenke, they'll sit Lego head down at the end of the season, even if we just win the league, and they'll be like, look, £1 billion spent. You've taken us as far as you can take. We're going in a different direction. It's done. You've destroyed the youth academy. You've run all of these players into the ground because
our attacking identity away completely.
If we keep you on, with a year left and then let you go on a free just to save money, not that we need the money, but that's by the by, right? We will be even worse than where Liverpool are right now in the league table. We will go back to 8th when we sacked fucking Unai Emery, bro. Oh, but Arteta took us out of the doldrums. Well, he's going to put us back in the doldrums, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Best believe that, But we were telling you this from day dot. This is why I never wanted this manager, And they're all going to come round. Absolutely. They all come round eventually. They'll go where the wind blows, in it, because they don't want to.
They already are.
Stupid. Yeah,
they already are.
The
amount of people that I've seen on different streams talking about another fucking process with another manager that's not proven is absolutely ridiculous. You got dickheads that are talking about, well, if Arteta goes, we're going to need to revamp the team. Let's go look at Areola from Bournemouth. Huh? The fuck you talking about? Actually, wait, Macy. No. Macy was there. Macy, who is that fucking idiot that tried arguing with me? I said, coming into this season, if you sacked Arteta, a guy who's a free agent that a lot of people are overlooking, and I'm waiting to see how the Qatari season ends, brother, if he's available and he wins the Qatari League and he gets Al Sadd to the Champions League semifinal in Asia, brother, I'm hiring Roberto Mancini in a fucking heartbeat. If he proves himself that he can run a team again the way that he has after all the years of being an international manager, I take Roberto Mancini in a fucking heartbeat if nobody else is coming. Yep. This motherfucker tried to tell me, I forgot his name. He was on one of Aaron's call-in shows. He tried telling me that Areola is a better manager than Roberto Mancini. And that he'd rather have at Arsenal over Roberto Mancini. He said, you're smoking crack, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Yeah, I agree with Gianni. I mean, Areola is good, but is he going to take us to the next level? Hell no. So Mancini,
he's another De Zerbi.
He's another De Zerbi.
Like facts.
Yeah, so we need a manager with experience, someone who's won trophies in the past. Mancini has won trophies. Simeone has won trophies. Like a manager that has won so many trophies. Like not this upcoming young manager. Like we do not want another upcoming rookie young manager. We want a manager with experience. Someone,
we need a father figure, mate. Someone who's been there as a player, won trophies, can inspire these players.
Hang on, Rich. Do you know why that's the case? Yeah. Do you know why that's the case? That a lot of these fans want Areola, yeah, because they have a fetish for the project. They love a fucking project. You know, they're managers that love like a project. Do you know what I'm saying? This new project. If one doesn't work, we'll bring in the next one. Fuck all of that bullshit. I want a proper manager. Look, I rate Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe and even Areola, they're all better managers than Arteta. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That being said, that doesn't mean that we should go higher than because they're better than Mikel Arteta. Bro.
No.
Yeah? No chance, bro. We are the third best team in the country. Or we're meant to be, but we don't act like it. Most of our fan base, still to this day, don't act like it. So we need to get a Mancini in, get Don Diego in, Don Carlo. I wanted Don Carlo after Arsene Wenger, but apparently that's too much to ask.
I think they should have sold.
I also
another one.
I wanted Ancelotti when Emery got sacked. I wanted Ancelotti when Emery got sacked. When we sacked Emery, I said Ancelotti or get Allegri. But instead, what does Josh do? He goes and gets Arteta. Like,
if you mention Ancelotti or these wet wipe obsessed Arteta fans,
hey guys, is Ancelotti a short-term quick fix, or is he a long-term so-called project? What are you guys after?
No, he's are you just a long-term winner?
Is he the future, or what is he for you guys?
He's a long-term winner. He's a long-term winner. If you get here, there's very few managers available right now that have the stardust level that Ancelotti has. First of all, if we're honest, Ancelotti is in the same conversation as Sir Alex Ferguson, Giovanni Trapattoni, and Pep Guardiola. He is in the Mount Rushmores or your GOAT conversation for greatest manager of all time, off top. So immediately when he comes walking in, he has the hold of the locker room on day one. That's first off. Second off, imagine a fucking Arsenal team that is stacked with talent that will get rid of the deadwood because he ain't going to tolerate no fucking bullshit because he hasn't wherever he's gone, right? Ancelotti, every fucking player imaginable will say, I get to get paid big money and go play for him. I'm going.
It's game over, bro. We're not that far away, Gianni.
No, we're not.
We're not that far away.
Exactly.
So to answer your question, Furioso, yes, it is kind of short term, but think about it, yeah.
No,
2-3 years with Don Carlo, yeah. No, but even 2-3 years with Don Carlo, yeah, we're winning the league. We're
winning more than
close.
just the league, brother.
And you know what? And
we might even win the League Cup this
and
time.
you know
around.
what, Nap? There's a good chance of going on a run, winning 1, 2, 3 titles because Chelsea are gone. They're going to take a good 5 or more years to get back round again. Liverpool, they still need to get their shit together. So really, it's a 2-3 horse race. There's a chance here of getting another title.
Furioso, if you get Carlo Ancelotti and you give him 3 years and 200 million pounds to spend to freshen up this team on top of the money that you're going to get from kicking the dead wood out, you're possibly talking about 3 years. You're possibly talking about 3 years of fucking domination. Fuck 3 years as a trophy.
A bit of
you're talking about 3 years of dominating.
Yeah, a bit of
also, guys, can you imagine being a player, walking into that changing room and seeing Carlo there?
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
You're looking at those players and thinking, then players are going to look at him and think, God, he's won everything. They won't stop talking to him. Do you know what I mean? They'll be like, how did you win this as a manager? You know what I mean? They'll be fascinated
the
with it.
aura,
Like
the aura is different.
And loving
it's
it.
a different aura altogether, isn't it?
Yeah.
Arteta looks like some librarian dude, and then Ancelotti's got he's got crazy heritage, isn't he?
You can't interview any player that has played under Ancelotti and they all don't say how great he is.
Exactly.
Even Arteta's never even got a cap for Spain. That sums it up.
There's not a single player that has played for Carlo Ancelotti, whether it be in Italy, Spain, or in England, that don't talk about how great he is. They all again, Chelsea's DNA was defensive, pragmatic football under Jose and everybody in between before Ancelotti got in. Ancelotti took the boys and said, listen, I'm not going to tell you how to be footballers. You guys have all gotten to this level for a reason. We're going to change up a few things. Yeah, you're good defensively. We're going to play a defensive formation in a 3-5-2, but we're going to go out and score goals. What does he do? He takes one of the most defensive teams that we've seen in the Premier League and score 109 goals in his first year and win a double. And if it wasn't for running into Jose Mourinho's treble-winning Inter side, Chelsea has a very good argument of making possibly the semifinal, losing to Barcelona, but still making a semifinal and winning a double is no fucking slouch feat. That's the thing. Ancelotti changes the whole fucking game. He changes the whole game.
Ancelotti.
Johnny, thank you for having me, my guy. Good to meet everyone on the panel. Big up to everybody.
Appreciate it, Rich.
Big up, Richmond. Take care, bro.
Peace out.
Peace out, Rich. You're more than welcome. Anytime I do
big
a
up
call.
to everybody in the chat. Thank you very much.
Big up, man.
Big up to everybody.
Yeah, big up, man. Take care.
Scum and smoke prick.
Arteta out.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Never should have been in. Never should have been in.
Never.
Facts. No, but that's why I'm saying Ancelotti's for me the first man on the talking list. If I could get Luis Enrique afterwards, I'll take him.
Can I just ask a question, Carl? Who would you have after Arteta? Because it's looking like he's going to be potted. Do you know what I'm saying? Because we already see the signs, we already see the patterns with what you've said earlier. And I know your thoughts on this manager in this football club for the past year or two. Like, who do you want at the helm for the start of next season, knowing the uphill task that we got to do, getting rid of all these dead wood, resting players, and also
try and keep players.
Yeah. So, Cole, who do you want?
Anyone with a winning CV that's won the League or Champions League. I mean, that's the bluntest answer you can get at me, but you want specifics?
I raise it.
You see, that's a get over the hurdle option.
That's a get over the hurdle. Here's your CV. Yes, sweet. Okay, yeah, you're good enough. Right, get us over the line then. You've got 2 years. Get us over the line. You've got 2 years. It's 20 million. Give us 2 years.
Dude, he might yet do it. Georgia at the end of this season. I know you've waited 6 years with him.
It will prolong him though. That's the only thing. But
I don't.
We'll be happy if we win the league. I'm pretty sure all 8 of us will be absolutely gassed if we win the league.
Absolutely, yeah.
Real quick, guys. Real quick, Carl.
Sorry,
one sec. Real quick. Plaja, appreciate you hopping on, my guy.
Big up, man.
You're always welcome. Appreciate you hopping on. Do you want to shout your channel out? What you got going on, my guy?
Yeah, I'm just going to chill out because there's nothing really to do after that absolute shit show. I mean, this is one of the worst Man City teams. I mean, they have the worst centre-back partnership, and we just make them look like we're a championship team. They made us look average. Apparently, people are going to talk about the high line. We never actually exposed their high line. We just decided to park the bus throughout the whole second half. I mean, Arteta thought it was okay to park the bus and wait for a penalty shootout. It's a final. Who plays for a draw anyway? No manager would ever play for a draw. Are you trying to be like Crystal Palace? Crystal Palace actually sat back and countered to get the opening goal. We didn't. We just had the 3 chances in the first half, and that was it. We did nothing. So, yeah, I'm just going to watch the England games. Probably might watch Brazil versus France. One last question for Gianni. Do you think Italy will beat Northern Ireland?
No.
Good question.
Okay. Also, one more question. I know this sounds crazy. I know this sounds crazy to everyone in the panel here, but do you guys think that being being top goal scorer for your nation's a myth? Because everyone talks about like Neymar's Brazil's top goal scorer as if he's a Brazilian legend. Do you think that's a myth?
Yeah, because Memphis Depay is the top goal scorer for the Netherlands, and he's nowhere near the best player that the Netherlands has ever had.
Like they were saying, like Neymar's the legend because he scored like he's the Brazil's top goal. So I'm like, it doesn't make sense.
No, he's not.
There've been way more legends for Brazil before Neymar.
Yeah.
Or going all the way back to Pele. Let's not do
we can have 100 1 minute.
We'll be here for another 2 hours doing this.
Yeah.
Not even top 10. Neymar's not even top 10. Neymar's not even top 10 Brazilian player.
Facts.
In my opinion,
Facts.
not even top 10. I'm talking.
Would you say Ronaldinho would be in the top 10?
I'd still pick 15 better, probably.
Yeah, because like, it's just the thing is that people are comparing Madueke to Ronaldinho, and that pisses me off.
What?
Yeah, like
the headband is comparable, mate. Not even the headband.
You stole my thunder then. It's just the headband.
Macy, don't send it to Lee Gunner, by the way. Yeah.
I know. I mean, why did Lee say that he wanted to buy a headband though? Like, I respect Lee for his opinion, but come on, Lee. Why are you why you want to get a headband? Like,
to be honest with you, I can make a case. Neymar's not top 15 Brazilians.
Yeah.
If we really want to do this, I can make a case he's not top 15. He's not better than Pele. He's not better than He's not better than Ronaldo Fenomeno. Even
Zico.
Adriano, Zico,
Socrates.
Yeah.
Socrates.
All the guys.
Here, he's not better than Romario.
He's not better than Revellino. He's not better than Revellino.
Is he better than Elano?
He's better than Elano.
Yeah.
He's not better than
Zico.
He's not better than.
He's not better than Zico. Rivaldo.
Revellino. He's not better than Revellino.
Jorginho.
Jarcinho.
Yeah.
There's
Roberto
a good
Carlos.
15, even 20 maybe ahead of him.
Roberto Carlos better than him.
Do you think Marcelo's better than him? Johnny, I have to ask you this very quick. Do you think Marcelo's better than him? That's the real question.
No.
Don't compare positions. Is that the left back?
No. You hear that's it. Omar said it. Cafu's a better fucking player than.
Yeah.
That's who I was thinking of. No, brother, if we really sit down here, you want to talk about two. Actually, we'll open this up as a panel discussion because this is actually a great player to talk about because both of them are fantastic talents on the ball, but wasted talents when you look at how their career panned out. Who's better, Neymar or Robinho?
I think Neymar.
I would say Robinho.
Neymar's better. Of the two, in my opinion.
Robinho, I would say Robinho because like
ability. And I rate Neymar. Don't get me wrong, guys. I rate Neymar, but Robinho.
Yeah, I mean, I like Neymar.
Ridiculous. You could.
Robinho was good. Robinho was all right, but Neymar did have more goals than him. He did.
No, but it's not about the goals.
It's not about stats.
I know, but Neymar can play too. Neymar can play too. That's the thing. He can play.
Yeah, but Robinho on the ball was.
So could Robinho. Robinho could play too.
On the ball. That's the thing. On the ball. Yeah, he was good, but then he had no end product. He didn't.
Robinho had end product. What are you talking about?
Not like Neymar. Not like Neymar, dude. Come on, end product.
It doesn't matter if it's like that. Okay, well here. Okay. to go to that point, right? Okay, Neymar may be a better finisher than Robinho. Here's the problem. Here's my biggest problem with Neymar. If I'm being honest, on the ball skills, Neymar is probably top 15 greatest players I've ever seen touch the ball as far as on the ball skills, if I'm being completely honest. The problem is where he is ranked as far as top 15 footballers with on the ball skills. The way the rest of his career went after Barcelona sends everything downhill from there. That's the problem.
I agree
because
with that.
here's the issue. If Neymar had PSG winning the way if Neymar was winning with PSG in the time frame of a decade previous, when you had the likes of that old school Monaco team with Ludovic Joly and all them ballers on Monaco.
Leon as
You
well,
look at
yeah.
the old monster Lyon team from the early 2000s. When you look at Marseille, you look at Bordeaux. When you look at all of the teams that were no longer in France, when Neymar got there to PSG, it was a cakewalk for him to win in France at that time. And he could never get over the hump to win the Champions League. On top of that, Mbappe came with him. They couldn't fucking win. On top of that, Neymar was his own worst enemy because if you remember, anytime a coach would tell him to stop partying, he would call up the sporting director and get the coach fired because they knew he cost too much money to get rid of him. Nobody was going to spend $200 million for PSG to break even on Neymar. That's the whole reason why nobody was going to come and buy him for that, which is why he had all the control. He caused managers to get fired. Questionable enough, a lot of people say in France that he was the reason Thomas Tuchel got sacked in the year that he got sacked. And look what happened. He turned around and took a Chelsea team that had Havertz, Timo Werner, and Hakim Ziyech as their front three and won a Champions League.
The Champions League final that lost to Bayern. That
Right.
22 years.
And who was the biggest factor in PSG getting there? It was Mbappe, not Neymar.
So, Gianni, are you guys all going for Robinho then?
I personally,
Yeah.
I Robinho over Neymar.
Yeah.
Robinho played in the Premier League, and then he went to Milan.
Don't get me wrong, I can't stand Neymar.
Yeah, and he also went. And he also.
Don't get me
I remember
twisted. I do
Robinho
not
had.
like Neymar. I do not like Neymar. I just think Neymar out of the two is better. That's all. Yeah, and I watched both careers.
And not only that, Robinho also balled out at Turkey as well.
Yeah, Turkey.
Yeah.
But he didn't ball out. He didn't
countries.
ball out in England, did he?
No, he actually did
No, he was
not.
at City, wasn't he?
Before. No, I have to say this, right? When he went to Man City, to be honest, there was an interview that he did later on before he got arrested for the Man thing and all of that, where he thought he was going to Man United. I think if he went to Man United 09-010, when they were winning there or thereabouts regularly enough, just towards the end of Fergie, you would have seen an even better Robinho than what you did at Man City. Because Robinho did well at Man City, but Man City weren't the Man City that.
No.
That's what, if Robinho holds off a year going to Man City and he goes there when all the rest of the players start going there, when the money rolls in, we're talking about a different Robinho in the Premier League than where it was when he went to Man City. He went there before all the other players went there. You can't tell me if Robinho shows up at the same time that Roberto Mancini's there with all the other players that went on to win that 2010,
City win the league like Hunter, bro.
Exactly. Robinho would be in a different conversation in England than what he is already.
For his height, right? For his height, he's what, 5'8", 5'7", yeah? So he's even shorter than me. He's smaller than me, but with all the ability in the world, finishing for me personally was underrated, but dribbling, one of the best I've ever seen in my lifetime. Do you know what I'm saying? Yes, he done the mad thing, and we don't condone that. I don't, for sure.
Correct.
But even with that, you can't take away his ability and what he done. He just had a head loss and all of that shit, and a lot stronger.
Unbelievably talented
as well. So
unbelievably talented for sure. Out of the two of them, it's touch and go. Which one to pick? It is. I can't stand Neymar. I really can't. I like Robinho.
I mean, there was one point where he scored against Brest. He was doing the crybaby celebration.
Yep.
And because he was mocking the Brest fans when he was doing that crybaby celebration, which was a bit embarrassing.
Yeah.
Imagine if he went to Arsenal, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I know it's imagine if he went to Arsenal, like, was it 2017-18? and then we had him under Arsene Wenger and then Unai Emery. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if he was that good, and look, I rate Neymar on the ball, but he madly underachieved. He underachieved. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
If he went to the Premier League, whether it was at Arsenal,
he did underachieve.
Chelsea, yeah, and then he got them over the line with the league and latter stages of the Champions League, maybe even getting over the line in that or the Europa League, I'd be like, do you know what? Cool. Because you got all the ability in the world, but the very, very best, they get it over the line in the big games. Ronaldinho got it over the line. Ronaldinho got it over the line.
But now imagine
Ronaldo in the World Cup.
Hey guys, do you think that Robinho achieved his potential? I don't think so.
No, I don't.
I
still think he's better, but he's.
But imagine Robinho in that team. Imagine Robinho in that team, though. In the team that Manchester City won with Roberto Mancini. You're talking about Yaya Toure, Nigel de Jong, with David Silva on the right, with Robinho on the left, with Nasri still to come off the bench, with Jaco and fucking Aguero as the strikers. That team walks the fucking league. I
think Robinho left too soon. It might sound controversial, Johnny. Sorry to cut in, brother, but I think Robinho left like too soon. Because if he stays a year or longer, he would have been a Premier League winner.
Yeah,
he would have done what Neymar would never do.
Wait, and look at the AC Milan team. Look at the AC Milan team that he was a part of. That AC Milan team is always forgotten about. That was the team that ended Inter's dominance. Look at that front three, and look at how interchangeable it was. You had Robinho, Cassano, Ronaldinho, Pato, all playing alongside Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Zlatan came later as well. Like it's like after Barca didn't work out. Like so I could
Robinho's in that conversation of greatest waste of talent.
Hey guys! I've just remembered a question I want to ask Arsenal fans. What do you guys think about the Henry move to Barcelona? Was it a flop or a success? His career seriously.
Well, he won the Champions League, didn't he?
He wanted to leave Arsenal because he wanted to win the Champions League.
He did.
Yeah, but in terms of and he did. Yes, he won things. Yeah,
he sacrificed his own game to win the Champions.
What about his?
That's basically what he did. But to be honest with you, he did so much for the club when he was with us.
Yeah.
He knew that 2006 final. That was our one and only shot. That was our one and only shot, and unfortunately, we paid the price for it.
Also, Carl,
we looked at that and gone, we're not going to get there again anytime soon. I might have to leave to go to other places.
I always felt he gave you his best years. I always felt he gave you his best years, didn't he?
He was still balling out in 05 and 06.
He was see, here's the thing. To what Carl said, he sacrificed his game in order to win. So I wouldn't say his most memorable moments are with Arsenal. But if Henry was allowed to ball out the way that he would have at Arsenal at Barcelona, he still would have been unbelievable. The problem is here, Bob said it best. Henry left at the right time. He left at the right time. He got us everything. Listen, for me, I don't know if there's ever going to be a player better in the Premier League history than Henry. In my personal opinion, he's the best player in Premier League history. The funny thing is, the only other person that I'm going to listen to after him is his partner in fucking Bergkamp. Bergkamp and him are the two best players that I've played.
Do you all agree with that? Do you all agree with that, guys? Just get good opinions.
Yeah.
Everyone agrees on Henry, yeah?
Yeah,
I'd have to think about it.
Best Premier League player ever.
The only sad thing, is that unfortunately,
Dennis Bergkamp, I would edge it just on TT was unbelievable ability. But I think the way I love to see football, my favorite player growing up was Zizou. Zizou was my favorite player. It was artistry. Yeah, I know he played for Juve and all of that, but the talent was unreal. Playing a different game. And Dennis Bergkamp, I saw him late. I'm not going to lie. But even going back watching primetime Dennis Bergkamp, bruv, he was nasty as well, and you couldn't get the ball off him. Long shots, could take free kicks. Wasn't the greatest penalty taker, but to be honest, we had other players for that as well. But the weight of pass, the first touch, other than Zizou, I've not seen a better first touch. you can add Leo Messi to that as well. Like his first touch was immaculate, bro. TT's first touch was great as well and all that, but Dennis Bergkamp had the fundamentals. And even TT said himself, he was the man, innit?
Yeah.
You know, turning up to training early and all of that, making sure all the drills are done right, everything that he emulated, he copied in, bro. Yep. And that's probably what elevated TT to get to the next level, because he always had the ability to have the edge. Do you know what I'm saying? And Dennis Bergkamp showed the way in it. He was the one, Dennis Bergkamp was the signing, and I'll finish on this, that changed the whole sort of like that cemented the DNA of Arsenal football. Going away from George Graham, even though we played some great football, but the whole 1-0 to the Arsenal.
We had the defence already in covered. You had the defence already in the likes of Steve Bold, Tony Adams, Lee Dixon, Nigel Winterburn. You still had the back and Seaman as well, goalkeeper. The back line of the goalkeeper was already intact. All it needed was a little bit of sprinkling of magic creativity from Wenger in the attack, and we start flying through. But Bergkamp was before Wenger. So just to clarify that. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Listen, we're lucky. Listen, if we're being honest, we're lucky that Bergkamp was a flop at Inter and he went to Arsenal.
Yeah.
We're lucky that he was a flop at Inter. And how he was a flop at Inter makes no sense whatsoever. Especially, imagine if Bergkamp stays around at Inter for a couple more years with the monsters that he would have ended up playing.
What about Henry at Juventus? He was a flop there too, really.
Yeah, but he was playing.
Well, he was
young. He was still young. He was still young, playing on the wing.
He was young, but he was also being played. He was also being played out of position at you.
Yeah,
I watched them games because I'd watched them in the summer playing in the Toulon tournament, the famous under-21 Toulon tournament in France. I used to watch that every year, and that summer Juventus bought him. So I was like, right, I'm going to watch, and I was watching Serie A like mad anyway those days, and Bergkamp also went into, but yeah, so he was out of position there. He was still young, and it's big names in the team also. The same thing with Bergkamp also. They had him playing number 9 up front and all that, and he just couldn't. That wasn't he wasn't. I don't think he was an out-and-out striker. Bergkamp. Do you guys think he was the guy?
Bergkamp was
at Arsenal. They played him as the
creator,
striker. Number 10.
You needed with Bergkamp and Henry, you needed a chalk and cheese. Bergkamp was more the tougher, brutalized, nasty bastard type of striker. Henry was more your what's the word to describe
flamboyant.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a word, finesse. It was more the flamboyant finesse type of striker. Yes. But you knew as soon as he took the shot, there's only one way that ball was going. It was going in the back of the net.
Yep.
And he's a speedster like mad. Coming in from the wing, speed.
Bergkamp, the same thing that we said about Robinho leaving too early from Manchester City was the same thing with Bergkamp. Bergkamp was brought in to be instant success at Inter because Moratti wasn't fucking around. You had 2 years. If you didn't work as a player, he got rid of your ass. And again, hindsight being 2020, if Bergkamp is held on by Inter, how the fuck do you stop that offensive line that Inter eventually develops? Can you remember, Inter didn't win a Scudetto, and they had Vieri, Jorquef, and Ronaldo Fenomeno on the same offensive line. Imagine Jorquef, Bergkamp, and Adriano, and Vieri's off the bench. Or imagine this. Imagine if it's Jorquef, Bergkamp, and one of the greatest wasted talents of all time in Recoba as the front line.
Recoba, yeah.
And the guys that you guys will, and most importantly, another guy Inter Milan had that everyone forgets about because he was there and then he moved to Real or whatever, was Roberto Carlos.
Yep.
They had Roberto, Everyone forgets this one.
Yep.
Roberto Carlos was an Inter fucking Milan.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Everybody forgets, and this is why it's funny when I hear Premier League fans talk about Roman Abramovich is the one who introduced money into the sport. No, he didn't. Massimiliano Moratti did. Massimiliano Moratti at Inter Milan full of Galacticos even before Real Madrid did the Galacticos thing. Again, look, that motherfucker had Laurent Blanc on his team. Along with Cristiano Vieri, along with Renault. At one time, Inter Milan had Ronaldo Fenomeno, Yuri Djorkaeff, Cristiano Vieri. Anybody remember Zamorano?
Yeah.
Hey, do you know what's the most random one? Hey, do you know what's the most random one? Is when they bought Robbie Keane to Parta R9.
Yep.
Robbie Keane. I watched them games. Robbie Keane balled a bit with Ronaldo. He did.
Yep.
You know, I watched them games. I watched them, so I know. You know.
Yeah, Paul Ince was there as well, and Roy Hodgson was the manager because Roy Hodgson didn't rate Roberto Carlos in it. He had Paul Ince, he had Robbie Keane.
Robbie Keane was mustard. What a
Diego
striker.
Simeone
He
was there
nice.
as well at the time as a player. Was Diego Simeone in like late 90s as a player? Right?
Yeah, Simeone went there right after Lazio. Simeone
He
went there right after
was
Lazio.
also a baller as well.
Yep, real quick. Antonio, go ahead, my guy.
No, I was going to say, look, do you remember Laurent Blanc playing for Napoli as well?
Yeah.
At one point.
Yeah.
Oh, we've had some ballers. We've
We
had
did.
some ballers.
Ferrara as well. Alemão. Careca.
Yeah, Alemão.
Our front three on the second Scudetto was Maradona, Zola, and Careca. We were smoking. We were on
I
sweet
like
boys.
the centre back. They had the centre back Ferrara at the back.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a typical
Renica.
Italian centre back for
Fernando Di Napoli.
Yeah.
Di Napoli was a baller back in the day. That Lazio team that won the league is one of the most underappreciated teams of all time.
Yeah.
That team had Diego Simeone. Everybody forgets because he didn't work out at Man U. Juan Verón was a fucking monster.
But do you guys know who the manager was?
Yeah, Sven-Goran Eriksson.
Yeah, Benfica GOAT.
Yep. And then remember here, when you talk about the GOATs taking free kicks, everybody better put some respect on my boy Sinisa Mihailovic. Mihailovic was a fucking baller.
Yeah, left foot was even on the football games. I remember on the football games, he always had pretty much the highest average for free kicks and shit like that.
And here, Abhijit said it too.
Just like in real life.
Napster's favorite defender, Alessandro Nesta, one of the GOATs.
Oh, yeah.
One of the GOATs.
Unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable. I wanted him like
was silky. He was silky.
If it wasn't
in the papers, who would you pay to see? Yeah, I wanted Nesta and Sol Campbell, especially in that 03-04 season. If we had Nesta, I think we would have probably got over the line in the Champions League or at least got to the final.
Oh yeah,
do you know what I'm saying?
Brother,
we already were winning the league anyway. Maybe even winning the treble. Who knows?
If Nesta doesn't have the injuries that derailed him towards the end of Lazio and the whole time while he was at Milan, Nesta is the only fucking defender in the history of this sport that gets to talk to fucking Franco Baresi, Maldini, and Beckenbauer.
Well, yeah.
The best defensive player of all time.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the injuries, everybody go back and watch when Barcelona played AC Milan in the Champions League in 2011. Nesta put the padlock on Messi's ass.
Yes.
He put the padlock on Messi's ass. That unbelievable Pep Guardiola offense, yes, they found a way out at the end of the day and they knocked out Milan, but that old man put the padlock across that whole fucking offense. David Silva didn't know what hit him. Messi didn't know what hit him. That motherfucker is one of the greatest defenders of all time.
Absolutely.
My favorite Italian defender of all time is I do like Baresi, but it's Paolo Maldini. The reason why I choose
I'm
not saying he's necessarily the best. Hold on a minute. I'm not saying he's the best defender.
No, he is the best.
The best defender, but he's got the best versatility. He can play left back, centre mid, anywhere across the back.
Yep.
He's awesome. Awesome.
Listen, Maldini's in the conversation of top 5 greatest footballers of all time. Fuck just defenders.
Yeah,
also, well,
beast.
The most saddest thing,
and
Johnny.
he's 6 foot, and he's 6 foot something. You know, for left back, he can play left back awesome up and down that wing.
Hey, he'll put in a world-class performance, get off the pitch, dress up in a suit, and steal your bitch.
Yeah. Also, Johnny, as well, the most saddest thing.
Do you know what? I've got a sentimental thing about Maldini. It's a bitter one because he won the European Cup against Benfica in 1990 for AC Milan. We got to the final. They beat us 1-0 Rijkaard goal. But His dad won the European Cup in '63.
Yep.
Was it? No, '65, I think it was.
60
Against Benfica.
Yeah, 65.
Maldini, his dad was a defender also. He won
Yeah,
the
Cesare.
European, so both son and dad won the European Cup against Benfica. Make that make sense. 50 years apart, nearly 50 years apart, or 40 years apart, or something. Crazy.
Go ahead,
Johnny, the saddest thing though, even though they came close a few times, the likes of Baggio, the likes of Maldini, never winning anything for Italy, even though they came close a few times.
It's one of the greatest questions in footballing history is how Italy didn't win a World Cup between '82 and 2006.
Yeah.
When we were having the discussion earlier, the 1982 Brazil team, the 2002 Italian team, and then take your pick of either 1990 Dutch. Those are the three best teams that never won a World Cup.
You should have won the USA one. You could have won the USA one. It was penalties.
Yeah, but
that was one of those.
Yeah, but I argue 2002 is better than 94.
That was a strong team.
94.
The team I watched attentively and I loved that World Cup was 1990. That Italian team with Schilacci, Baggio.
Here's the thing.
Stacked. And
that still hurts.
Guys from the 80s, and they had the new breed coming in Italy, sort of thing.
That still hurts.
But Baggio in
as well. I know I weren't even born yet. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that.
Here's the thing with that team, though. The problem was offensively, Paolo Rossi was already gone. His legs were gone, and he wasn't there. And it was either Baggio did something amazing, or we weren't doing anything. Even with the likes of Albertini and everybody else was there that was on that team in 90 and 94. If Baggio didn't produce magic, we were fucked. The 02 team had the old guard of the defense, but now Vieri, Totti, Del Piero, the new breed of the offensive players came to
Camoranesi.
Camoranesi.
The offense came in.
Well, Johnny, what happened?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Antonio.
What happened with Vialli? Why didn't he go to the '94 World Cup?
Because he was wasn't he playing for Napoli at the time, or was it Sampdoria?
He
was at Sampdoria around that time.
Oh right,
him and Mancini.
Yeah, and they nearly won everything.
Mm.
That's the sad thing with that whole situation. They nearly won everything and didn't get a fucking call up. Because remember, Vialli didn't get called up after '92.
No, he didn't. No.
Yeah, Vialli was one of the star strikers when Juventus won the fucking Champions League and was dominating in the '90s. But for some reason, he wouldn't go. That's what I mean by the fucking politics in Italy. This shit runs deeper than most people know. Gianluca Vialli, who is celebrated at Chelsea, which those weren't even his best years. You want to watch peak Gianluca Vialli? Go look at fucking Sampdoria and go look at Juventus. I hated that motherfucker at Juventus.
Yeah,
but again,
Sampdoria 1985 against Benfica. I've watched that many times. Vialli's playing up front, and Graham Souness is in the middle of the field.
Yep.
Graham Souness with Vialli, 1985.
Yep. Hey, one of the best strike partnerships of all time is
absolutely.
Mancini. A lot of people don't realize how good of a baller Roberto Mancini was back in the day.
Oh,
amazing player.
Oh, Johnny, Lombardo as well. Attilo Lombardo.
What about Giuseppe Signori?
Yes,
Giuseppe Signori was a fucking baller.
Oh yeah, awesome player.
Listen, the problem with
we had ballers back then.
Yeah, but
hey, Antonio, are you Italian?
Yeah.
What team do you support in Italy? Just so
Napoli.
We know what... Napoli.
Same
as fair play to you.
I like
Hold on, I gotta show something to you. Hold on.
Yeah, go on, Johnny. Go on.
I like it.
Joining the cause, Antonio. I'm joining the cause.
No, panel. You know what it is, right? I get nostalgic when I speak about this because I grew up, or some of us grew up in an era where there were legends, and where football was something else, and it's very sad how it's become.
Oh, it's awful.
Well,
It's
I mean,
awful.
we went from Chris
we
Waddle
sound,
to
but the
Nolly
problem
Madueke.
is when we talk like that, we sound like old farts.
Yeah, we do.
That's the
Yeah.
annoying thing. Yeah, because these young'uns,
Oh,
the Prem generation,
Yeah.
they just said,
Hold on,
whatever.
Paisan, I got something to show you.
I had a dude tell me on a channel, one of these channels, say that Drogba's better than Eusebio. And it's like Chelsea fan, and I'm like, yeah, I know you can't compare the eras, but it's like, come on. And Drogba is good.
This is
we got Johnny.
I don't bust this out often, but I'm sure everybody will appreciate this. This is my grandfather's original 1986.
That's a nice top.
Jersey.
That's a nice top.
No, I'm
That
sorry.
is
87.
stunning.
This is the 87-88 after we won the first Scudetto with Maradona. This is the
That's beautiful, beautiful. The Butani pasta.
Oh.
That pasta.
I wouldn't lie to you. I get a serious hard on with Italian shirts. I
Yeah,
don't know. Like, every
That's a
single
pause.
time an Italian
Pause.
hard pause. But no. Every time an Italian shirt just comes out, whether it was old, whether it's a retro one or a new one, it just always hits the spot. It's just always like it's just a beautiful thing to watch. That's why I love Italy.
And we got a good taste of fashion.
Favorite country.
But back then the football was something else, isn't it, Johnny? Serie A.
One thing I didn't realize, there's Stone Island that all, pretty much everyone, it's the uniform, isn't it? Football uniform and more. It's Italian. I didn't realize it was Italian. It's, they got the style on there, the swag. It's what it is.
No, Antonio, I'm getting this framed next month.
Nice.
I'm getting the jersey, and I have to. My dad's moving next month. He's moving back to Chicago.
Okay.
Dig it out. My grandfather, I know my dad has it. We got to dig it out. He has an original 1970 long shirt, long sleeve AC Milan Gianni Rivera jersey from the 70s.
Oh wow. Yeah.
That's I hate Milan, but Gianni Rivera is fucking.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Johnny,
AC Milan.
Johnny, have you shown Shane that shirt?
Yeah.
You already have. Okay, I bet he was.
Yeah, Johnny, what do you think of what's his face?
I showed
Bruno.
Shane, I showed Kenny Ken, and I showed DJB. Kenny Ken couldn't believe it when he saw it. He was like, "You have an original from '87?" I said, "Yeah." It goes, "My grandfather's." I go, "It ain't my normal."
I tell you what,
it ain't going nowhere. This is.
I've watched Napoli live before. It was because I used to go to them Arsenal preseason tournaments. When they used to have 4 teams there. I went to quite a few of them. Benfica was there a couple of times. I watched Porto, Inter Milan there. I watched one of the best goals I've ever seen live in my life there by Van Persie. He lobbed this ball over this player and hit it first time. A bit like Gaza sort of thing against Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sort of. It was that type of goal. Awesome goal. It was only a pre-season.
Yeah.
You remember the Emirates Cup, and Napoli was there when.
Johnny, I'll go ask you this question. What do you think of Bruno Conte in it? Like, because he was similar
Class.
era, Rivera or
Class.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Bruno Conte in the midfield, bro.
Class. Antonio Conte was class. Again, I hate that motherfucker because he was with Juventus, but he was class.
He could ball, bro. He could ball as well.
Here's the thing: you can hate your rivals, but class is class. You have to respect if somebody's a good player. Are there some players that I talk hella shit about because they're Juventus players and I slag them off because they're Juventus players? Yeah. But if you're class, you're class. If you're class, listen, I hate fucking Del Piero. But you see me telling you that Del Piero, for me, is top 5 greatest offensive Italian players of all time. Whether anybody likes it or not, whether Napoli fans like it or not, class is class. It does not matter. It does not matter. As much as I hate AC Milan, because AC Milan was our big rival in the 80s, and we still hate them to this day. Again, Saki's Milan with Rijkaard, Gullit, and Van Basten, to me, is the greatest team I've ever seen play football, in my opinion. And if it wasn't for Van Basten getting hurt at 28, if he got a full career, the conversation is Van Basten, Messi, and Maradona for the greatest player of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fucking rock solid team. That was that AC Milan. Look, we got to the final with them in 1990. They were just they had Baresi, Donadoni, Maldini, Costa Curta,
Tassotti,
Donny Tassotti, Rijkaard, Gullit,
Ancelotti.
It's just the fact we only
Ancelotti
got
was on
beat
that
one.
team.
The fact we
Carlo
got
was a
beat
baller, bro.
Yeah, but the fact
Like,
we got
John-
beat
John-
1-0,
class,
we
man.
got beat
Ancelotti
1-0 to them, you know, against potentially the best team ever, supposedly. I think the best team ever, not that I was alive, was the Santos team of back in the day, but then I was
That's
not
a shout.
alive.
That's a shout.
But that I've watched with my eyes, as in on TV, I was alive, it's got to be the AC Milan reign.
Also, as
That
well,
that was a hot team. It was tough to play against.
you know what? I actually forgot about this. I came across it on YouTube by accident. But you remember in the mid-90s, was it 94 when Milan beat us 2-0 in the Super Cup?
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
But I remember, dude, I remember watching Napoli ball that team, though, and beat that team with Maradona.
Oh, yeah. Listen,
You
the
know,
greatest goal I've never seen. The greatest goal in my personal opinion. Antonio might be sympathetic to this as well because we're both Napoli fans. The greatest goal I've ever seen is Maradona's indirect free kick in the box. He had to do this is how corrupt Italy is. Okay. There was a handball in the box by Juventus. Instead of giving a penalty, they told Napoli you needed to do a 2-touch indirect free kick. Maradona rolled the ball, I think, to Di Napoli. Di Napoli gave it back. He curled a free kick within the box over the wall into the top corner.
In the penalty area. Inside.
Within the 18-yard box. And it not only wasn't against a scrub goalkeeper, it was against Dino Zoff. Dino Zoff, one of the top 5 greatest goalkeepers of all time, and he beat him with that. For me, greatest goal I've ever seen. Greatest goal I've ever seen.
I want to ask you guys a question, yeah? I want to ask you
go on,
very, very quickly, Antonio, yeah?
No, it's going.
Do you think Don Carlo is the greatest player to be the greatest manager? If that kind of, if you see where I'm going with that, like the greatest player to have been also a great manager, or was because Zizou was a phenomenal player, but as a manager he's been highly successful, but you wouldn't put him as a great manager. Do you know what I'm saying? He's top manager.
Pep, here's the thing. A lot of people forget how good Pep was.
Pep was a
fantastic player.
Yeah, he was. He was
class. Pep was and the other one to throw in there is Cruyff. Because look at that team that Cruyff.
You know my goat is Don Carlo, bro. You know my goat is Don Carlo.
Yeah, listen,
he was a phenomenal player as well.
The thing is that with Cruyff, not only do I have so much respect for him as a player, but when you talk about teams that you loved watching, that Romario, Stoichkov, and fucking Rivaldo and all the goons that he had at Barcelona was something else, man.
Yeah, Pep was there as well. Cruyff was there, I believe. So, like, yeah, all of that. Yeah.
Bob, here's the problem with what you're saying with Marcello Lippi. Marcello Lippi and fucking I'm forgetting the other one, Capello. I'm sorry, they don't get as much praise for me because they were around when Juventus was rigging shit. So both of their careers as far as club football gets a little lean put on them because they were around when Juventus was rigging shit. When you look at that team, they had no business doing any of that nonsense. When you look at that team that Juventus had in the early 2000s, there was no need for them to be rigging games. No need. No need. I can read you. I hate that team so much from that. I can read you off the entire team. Them motherfuckers had Buffon in goal. They had Lilian Thuram, Fabio Cannavaro. Shout out to another guy who don't get the praise he deserves. One of the best fullbacks, in my opinion, was Gianluca Zambrotta.
Zambrotta, yeah.
You had old man Jonathan Zabina, who was a good fucking player in his own right. Then in the midfield, you had Patrick Vieira, fresh off of Arsenal. You had Emerson, who was a fucking dog at Rome. You had Camoranesi, and as much as I hate him, I think he's one of the most overhyped players in Serie A history is Pavel Nedved. I don't think he's as everybody says he is, and anybody who wants to disagree, Henry was robbed of the Ballon d'Or over that piece. Because Pavel Nedved never deserved it over Henry. And then the front two, you had fucking Del Piero and Ibrahimovic. There was no need for that team.
And you had Takanardi on the bench, bruv.
Brother, you had Takanardi on the bench. Not only did you have Takanardi on the bench, remember he made a quick blip. You had David Trezeguet on the bench.
Yeah.
There was no need for that fucking team to be rigging games. No need.
They should have been winning the league outright.
Shit.
Yeah.
No shit.
Should have won everything outright with that.
Davids was there at one point as well.
Nah, you wasn't beating Milan. You wasn't beating Milan at the Champions League. That's when we talk about football heritage, AC Milan is the next most entrusted team in the Champions League behind Real Madrid. We can't discount. Listen, as much as I hate Milan too, Milan had a bad. As much as I hate AC Milan, I hate the fact that I loved watching them play football. As much as I hate them because of the rivalry with Napoli, I love that fucking team.
Yeah.
Only 90s. But you can't tell me you didn't like watching Seedorf, Kaká, Pirlo, Gattuso, Ambrosini, Crespo, Shevchenko, fucking Pato eventually. That team. Nesta
team. Yeah.
Remember, Jaap Stam went there for a year to try to scam a Champions League. You still had Costa Curta. You had who was the Georgian fullback? You had Kaladze. You had Massimo.
Yankelovsky won a Champions League as well.
Yankelovsky was there too.
Yankelovsky, 07, bro. He was solid, bro.
Shout out to a bit of D
as well,
down his left foot.
And Portuguese legend who was a baller, Rui Costa.
Oh yeah,
Rui Costa was fucking class.
My goat.
Proper number 10.
You know he's my goat.
Rui Costa.
Pablo Cesar Aymar as well. Sorry, I have to say, Johnny. Pablo Cesar Aymar as well.
Yeah, Aymar, yeah.
Benfica as well. Like he was a proper number 10. We got to put up with Nick and the Living Guard, bro. When there's Rui Costa,
Rui Costa.
Aymar. Even we had better 10s, obviously. Dennis Bergkamp, Santi Cazorla, Fabregas, Kleb. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they're just so many number 10s. Riquelme, bruv. One Roman Riquelme, bruv. That guy, Villarreal, and even at Boca Juniors before and doing bits, bruv.
Hey, guys, I remember, back in the day, I remember Fiorentina, they sell Baggio to Juventus, I think, and they go and get Rui Costa. And then Rui Costa balls out with Batigol for 3 years. That was
Batistuta was so fucking sick.
That was beautiful.
Batistuta was fucking insanity.
It was crazy.
Hey, Johnny, do you remember Baiano as well?
Yep.
Baiano. Oh, yeah, Baiano. What about Edmundo, the animal, the Brazilian? His nickname was the animal.
Yeah, Edmundo. Schwartz.
Edmundo. Yeah.
Real quick, guys, Carl, appreciate you hopping on, my guy. Appreciate you hopping on for that.
No worries, bud. Cheers, everybody. See you around.
Yep.
Peace.
Carl.
Take care. Carl.
Hi, guys. I'll head off as well. So good night to everyone. Peace out. Gianni, thank you for having me on once again, and hopefully this Friday, Forza Italia. Well, we'll see what happens.
Hey,
but
if not, just Forza Napoli.
That's it. Forza Napoli. That's it. Anyway, whoever's got a YouTube channel, including Gianni's, like and subscribe to every one of them. Chat room, okay?
Oh no! Look at what Jim did. He put AC Milan on the back.
I know.
Fuck that. Esse sordi.
3-1, bro. 3-1. Gianni Antonio, and you got myself an adopted Napoli fan. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I'm watching more.
We're good.
Southern Italy, bro. Number 1.
Welcome aboard. As I say in Naples, voglio sei uno di noi.
Hey, Antonio, where you are? Are you in Italy?
No, Southeast London.
Oh, you're in England.
Oh, you're Southeast. I'm Southwest, brother. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Southeast London, yeah.
I'll tell you what, when I went to that Emirates Napoli game, because there was a lot of Napoli fans there.
Oh, we traveled better than anybody.
Yeah,
we traveled better than anybody.
Yeah.
Because I was kind of in the middle of them.
But I will say, Napoli's. If you ever get a chance to go to an away game at Napoli, it's awesome. First of all,
it is.
I'm biased. We have the best fan base in all of Italy because we're all fucking insane.
Oh yeah,
the pregame before
stadium, that, Sao Paulo Stadium is legendary, man. You guys
brother,
are crazy.
I tell you something, before I go, I've been to a couple of Napoli games. when it was called the Sao Paulo, and also Johnny, do you remember sometime in the summer they'll have a like pre-season kind of friendlies where they get a try, it's Triangolo they call it. So I went to the Salernitana Stadium. I believe Salernitana fans.
Oh no,
they rock.
Yep. No, fuck Salernitana. The only fans around that are cool with us is Avellino. Avellino and Benevento. Those are the only ones that I can deal with. No, Salernitana act like they're something they're not. Fuck them. Fuck them motherfuckers. But as an away fan, let me tell you something. As somebody who, now that I've bought my house in Napoli and everything else, first of all, if you get a chance to go to an away game at Napoli, first of all, you're going to see what real standards are as far as fans, number one, because we don't tolerate bullshit. But before game, you want to go have a couple pops, have a couple boozers down at one of the pubs, you can, you'll have a great time. Not only that, you'll be able to go get some of the best fucking food you're ever going to have in local places around. First of all, not the Napolitan pizza obviously is the best. And there's not, and you don't have to go to all the major name places. Like I know everybody talks about Di Michele in Napoli because it's the famous food. Brother, you can go to any of them fucking joints, they're all good. But the real good thing is if you you get some of the vendors. This is going to sound crazy to some people, but there are street vendors. The street vendors in Napoli, if you like seafood, it will be the best seafood pasta you will ever have in your fucking life from a random street
Absolutely,
vendor. Probably caught the octopus, the shrimp, the scallops, everything in between. He probably caught it that day and just got finished cleaning it. And he probably just picked a lemon off of one of the fresh lemon trees around. As far as what's it called? Comfort, as long as you're not a Juventus fan, or a Rome fan or a Milan fan, you will be treated like a fucking king in Naples, especially if you.
I'm good, Johnny. I'm good because I'm
and do not ask for Panapon pizza either at Napoli. Don't. They will chuck you out.
You fucking right, they will. And not only that, we got some of the best nightlife. Some of the clubs in Napoli are fun as fuck. You won't listen. I don't know any other city in Italy that if they win the Scudetto or win anything, even when they won the Coppa Italia in COVID, the whole city shut down for a week just to party. We're the only city that will party for our team to go off and win. Milan won't do the same thing. Juve won't do the same thing. If you happen to be around when Napoli win, it'll be one of the greatest parties you've ever fucking experienced.
Absolutely.
So Napoli is where it's at in more ways than one, basically. And I'll just say this very quickly. Street food is the best, bro. Like even Antonio, you'll know this, innit? There's certain places in London, there's certain places around the world, all of these big name brands and all that, it is what it is. But if you go to proper street vendors, do you know what I'm saying? Proper street food that they made fresh on the day, bro, wherever in the world, Africa, Asia, Southern Italy, etc., the Americas and that, trust me, that will be any fucking Michelin star or any top tier restaurant, do you know what I'm saying? And it will be worth the money as well, even in this day and age. So,
absolutely,
brother. If you go out in Napoli, 60 euros buys you a king size fucking meal. You're not getting killed. You're not getting killed out there, brother. I've been out at nights at Highline restaurants in fucking Napoli where you fucking go out, you think you're gonna get killed for like 200-300 fucking euros, like if it was a night out in Chicago or a night out over by you guys in London, brother. You can go get top of the line fucking food for $100 out there and eat like a fucking king.
Absolutely,
and not to mention plenty of eye candy because
absolutely.
The Neapolitan women, baddest fucking women there are. The baddest fucking women there are when it comes to Napoli. The only bad thing is they are fucking spicy. If you can't handle tempers or anything else, they ain't for you, brother. They ain't, because they are fucking batshit crazy.
And if they're connected.
I love
anyway, guys. Good night, everyone. And Gianni, voglio, ci vedremo, vabbè. Okay. Anyway, peace out, guys. Good luck.
Yeah, no, he's good people, man. And he's Napolitan. Fuck, he's good in my book.
Fucking hell, bro. Yeah.
Since we're on this conversation, right? We started talking about wasted talents. We'll go around in a panel. Give me your top 5 biggest wasted talented players that you, in your opinion. Who are the greatest players that you saw that were great players but never lived up to their potential? Who would they be? Macy, who's your 5? I'll start with you and we'll go around.
This is a tough choice, Gianni. Lassana Diarra would be my number 5 pick because like when he was at Chelsea and Arsenal, he wasn't really balling out for both London clubs, but then he went to Portsmouth and you can say he was playing all right there, but then after that he got that big move to Real Madrid and he was looking like a proper midfielder, playing alongside Xabi Alonso and all these other great midfielders in Madrid. And then after that, nothing was left. And then after that, nothing was like Diarra's form started to drop. And then I think he then moved to China for a couple of seasons. And then he came back to Europe, played for Marseille, and then I think he spent 1 season at Paris Saint-Germain. So, I mean, for me, the Lassana Diarra would be my number 1. He was going to be the next French midfielder, but his talent was a bit wasted when he went to Chelsea and then he moved to Arsenal.
Okay, so you said Lassana Diarra. Okay.
Yeah. This is a very good question. Interesting choice, Gianni. Let's see. Who else is there?
There's so many. One of the greatest wasted talents that I've ever seen. This is Furioso might agree with this because he's Portuguese. He never lived up to the potential he should have, but for me, Quaresma on the ball. Quaresma on the ball is top 15 greatest players I've ever seen dribble the football.
Better than Cristiano. Better than Cristiano.
Yeah, he was better than Ronaldo when he came up. Ronaldo eventually surpassed him, but Quaresma, when they came up, brother, what that motherfucker was doing at Porto was stupid. The amount of Trivela goals that he was scoring from retarded angles was absolutely ridiculous. Furioso, I think you're muted. I can't hear you. I think you muted your mic.
No, sorry. He's also correct, my friend. There's also left a move, the Trivela. I know Trivela's been done before way back, but he sort of, he revolutionized or made it fashionable again, didn't he?
Yep.
The Trivela thing. I remember on the football games, once again, there's the special, Quaresma has the special card. The Trivela thing.
Yep.
Like no other players. You know what I mean? So he's got that little, I know it's only games and whatever, but they're important these days.
I have another.
Go ahead, Mason.
I have another top 5 wasted talent. Freddie Adu, the USA guy.
That's a great one.
Yeah, Freddie Adu, the guy from the United States
never
of
that
America.
guy, though, was he?
I think Freddie Adu was overhyped and pushed into the limelight because of money, because the United States actually
they were comparing him to Pele.
Hold on a minute, guys. Most importantly, let's get the elephant out of the room. He was not 15 years of age.
No, I agree.
Okay, this guy was easily in his early 20s or getting there, and he was playing with little kids. And then when he got to play with the big boys, which he did at Benfica, don't forget, he played at Benfica, so I know all about Freddie Adu. He, believe it or not, although he was out of place, fish out of water, he did have 1 or 2 crazy, amazing moments, believe it or not, but he was a fish out of water. Yeah, he was like a kid. Yeah, it was a fabrication. He really was a marketing fabrication by America looking for that star. Because America can make a street sweeper a superstar with marketing. We all know what America is.
Yeah,
we're marketing there.
Yeah,
there is another one I even found out. Gianni, my man, Ravel Morrison You know Ravel Morrison?
Oh, yeah. At United.
Ravel Morrison's another one.
Yep, he's another one.
But for me, hey Gianni, do you remember a player? I can't remember his name now. He was an Italian player, and at the time, it was in the 90s, I think. At the time, he was the biggest. He was the world record signing.
That wasn't Lentini, was it?
Yeah, Lentini. That's the one.
He had.
You know what? He was, because my picks of those guys, like Denilson, another guy, record-breaking fees. They were the world record setters at the time. I think Denilson at the time was 60 million. Lentini must have been maybe 40, 25. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But then Lentini absolutely fell off a cliff. He had a car accident, I think.
Yep.
And then just didn't have a career. It was incredible.
Yep.
So Denilson. I mean, can you imagine? Real Betis had the record-breaking signing.
Yep.
Real Betis with Denilson. I couldn't believe it at the time.
Did you have that Denilson on your fantasy?
Because back in the day, the top the top teams get the biggest record signings, don't they? Not a Real Betis buying Denilson.
They had quality players, bro. They had quality players. I think they had Joaquin.
Yeah, they did, but they still didn't win anything.
Yeah.
But they haven't got the referees. In Spain, Real Madrid and Barca have got all the refs. Come on.
Yeah. No, Lentini's a shout. He's up
there.
Lentini's
one of those, because I remember at the time this guy was going to be. He looked the part. I think he was at Torino. I think he was at Torino. This guy was a horse. He looked the part.
Torino. Then he went to.
He was like 6 foot. He was an Adonis. He was like 6'2" or something, a massive cunt. He could like glide. He just do anything with anything. And then, bless him.
Yep. No.
But he was a promising record breaker. He's in the record books.
That's facts.
Yeah,
facts.
Lentini's
definitely a big one. All right, you said Freddie Adu, Lassana Diarra. Who else did you say, Macy?
I also said Ravel Morrison.
Ravel Morrison. Okay.
Yeah. Another. I even found another wasted footballer, my friends, Borjan Krkic. Do you remember?
Oh Krkic, Barcelona. Yeah.
Yeah. Another wasted footballer.
Facts.
He's the football manager wonder kid. You know this thing about wonder kid. Odegaard was another one on Football Manager. Because believe it or not, these football clubs, they use Football Manager for the data. We all know this. They do. And sometimes I look at these managers nowadays, and they're pretty much using fucking Football Manager. I'm telling you, some of these guys ain't no fucking managers. They're just copying the game and,
Hey, Bav.
Oh, yeah, me too.
RSV said it. Adrian Mutu. If he could leave the cocaine alone, that motherfucker was class. That motherfucker was playing with his nose way too much.
I got to say two more guys. There's Giovanni Dos Santos and Hatem Ben Arfa.
Ben Arfa was my guy, man.
Ben Arfa was supposed to be the next breakout star, but I just don't know what happened to his talent. Like, I remember he scored that amazing goal against Hull City when he was at Newcastle. That goal still was perhaps the best goal of the Premier League era.
Yeah, no, 100%. So Antonio is asking abundance of goalkeepers, who was the best? All right. Buffon's number 1. Zoff is number 2.
Christian Abbiati? Would you say Christian Abbiati's?
Best keepers.
I was never a fan of Abbiati.
He's not
in all honesty, Ghali's number 3.
Ghali, go on then.
Ghali's number 3. After that, this will be unpopular, but for me, I would probably say highlight reels. It's a toss-up between Toldo and Walter Zenga after that. Me personally, I would probably take Zenga, then Toldo, then Pagliuca, then Peruzzi. And then
Donnarumma's at the bottom, innit? Do you know what I'm saying?
Donnarumma, see, here's the thing. No, you know what?
What about that Bucci guy? Remember Bucci at Parma? The Parma guy.
Yeah, he was a decent keeper.
He was
a decent
eccentric.
keeper.
He was eccentric, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Small.
See,
small.
if I see, here's the thing. If you look at trophy cabinet, Donnarumma is behind Zoff, Gali, and Buffon.
Yeah.
If we so you know what? I'll go Buffon, Zoff, Gali, Donnarumma, Zanga. The thing about Walter Zanga is Zanga didn't win much at Inter because that was the time when the Serie A was crazy. Zanga was the goalkeeper with that with the three Germans Inter with Lothar Matthäus, Jürgen Klinsmann, and Bergomi.
Gianni, I showed you that little thing about that game I went to, Benfica Juventus. Every team was like a fucking national side.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We saw that, didn't we? Juventus had fucking Decanios and this and that on the bench. It was just globetrotters. It was the whole thing. It was like, they were stacked, for God's sake. So many that we forget, that we actually forget.
Okay. This is an interesting thing that RSV put in. We'll take a pause on the wasted talent. At least 3 great EPL goalkeepers of all time are better than all of Milan's best ever keepers.
Abbiati's,
hold on a minute. Say that question. Hold on, say that question again. What's the question?
The question is, Milan are the 3 best English Premier League goalkeepers of all time better than all of Milan's best ever keepers?
The best Prem keepers ever. Interesting question. I like that.
Edward van der Sar. Would you say Edward van der Sar?
Me personally, I'm not taking Edwin van der Sar over Dida.
I think there's only. My answer is this: there's only one Italian keeper that the Prem best can't compete with. That's Buffon. I think the rest, yes.
No.
Dida,
I disagree. I disagree.
Yeah, that's what the magic. What's your opinion?
Dino Zoff's better than a lot of the fucking best.
Oh, we going all time. Zoff played in the 80s.
Yeah, but Dino Zoff, if it wasn't for Dino Zoff, Juventus wouldn't have all those trophies.
Oh, so we going back in the day or just Prem? That's the thing. Are we Prem or back in the day?
No, he's saying the great out of all the great Premier League goalkeepers, they're all better than Milan's best ever keepers.
Yeah, so Premier League is from the 90s. So Premier League's from the 90s.
Yeah,
Premier League from the 90s.
And what's his face? Schmeichel. Are they better than any of Milan's best ever keepers? Like the D.
Yeah, Schmeichel's better than all of them, bar Buffon. That's how I work it.
Schmeichel's better than all of Milan's goalies. I don't know if I'm taking Petr Cech over Dida, though.
I'm taking Cech over Dida. Gianni, I'm taking Cech over Dida. I really am. I am. Dida wasn't world. It wasn't.
I was going to a question.
I think that's a lot closer. I think that's a lot.
Cech was a rock. Cech was a rock. Dida was a bit.
I don't know.
I was going to do a question.
Buffon trumps them all, but Peter Cech. I mean, Schmeichel trumps all the other guys bar Buffon. That's my answer. Buffon stands alone.
No, Schmeichel's not better than Zoff.
Yeah, but Zoff is not. But Zoff's not the Premier. Zoff is 80s.
Yeah, but this is like best ever keepers. So, like, is Schmeichel
ever? Are we talking ever? Are we talking ever, or just because Prem is
no?
Just
He's
the
talking
90s.
ever. He's talking ever.
Ever. Oh, right. Ever.
Schmeichel's not better than Zoff.
Well, I don't know. People might. Well, put it this way: my dad.
Playing football.
Hey guys, my dad swears on Lev Yashin.
Oh yeah, Lev Yashin.
But I wasn't around, so I don't know.
Listen, Lev Yashin led to what all the goalkeepers are now.
He was the guy, isn't he? The standard, yeah.
So you have to put him up there. But as far as
the
just
thing, you
comparing-
see. And then you've got for England, I think England had this guy, which I really rate. Well, two guys, Ray Clemens. That motherfucker was a fucking amazing keeper, left-footed, incredible.
No, who's
keeper.
the little guy from Everton?
Oh, what? Neville Southall.
Neville Southall, yeah, greasy eyebrows.
Southall's quality.
I think he was
well.
better.
Peter Shilton was world class. He was a world class.
I don't think he was world class. I think he was good, but
he was good. Yeah, he was.
He
But
cost
the
us
guy that was the talented guy was Ray Clemens. He was a talented keeper. That guy.
Let's be real. David Seaman was better than Shilton. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, that's debatable. That's debatable. Yeah,
Shilton. I don't care.
Good. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Hey, Gordon Banks is a shout too.
Oh
yeah. Gordon Banks has got one of the best. Do you know what Gordon Banks has got one of the best saves ever?
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The famous Pele header.
Yep.
That save is crazy. Getting down like that.
Yep.
I got to do a shout out as well to my goalkeeper, Manuel Neuer. I know he's a lot more modern.
He's a rock. He's a rock.
Changed the game for modern keepers.
But my favorite keeper
was the originator.
So was Jens Lehmann. Jens Lehmann was a badass goalkeeper too.
100% Jens Lehmann, but Manuel Neuer, he's basically what keepers are now. Do you know what I'm saying? Playing out in modern form, he is.
And it's funny you brought up Manuel Neuer, Natster. Like I was saying that there are players that are still balling out in their ages, like 36 or 40. Like for example, David Luiz is still balling out at Paphos. Hulk is balling out. Do you remember Hulk? Yeah, he's balling out as well.
Monster.
Yeah,
wicked man.
Ilicic is balling out as well.
For those that play FIFA, that old school fucking Zenit St. Petersburg with fucking.
Oh yeah. Danny, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That was Furioso can appreciate it because he's Portuguese. Danny Gomes from Zenit St. Petersburg. Donnie was
number 10
fucking blast.
The Venezuelan Portuguese.
Yes, the Venezuelan.
Do you guys remember Malcolm? Do you guys remember Malcolm? He was a baller, but he was like when Barcelona bought him, he never really realized his potential. Then after that, he moved over to Zenit Petersburg, and that's when his career started to get.
He was at Bordeaux.
He was at Bordeaux, and then he came to Barcelona.
He was cold. Who was the Tunisian winger / striker with them? Because he was on the opposite side. Who?
Wabi Kazri?
Yes, Wabi Kazri.
Yeah, that Sunderland guy. The guy who used to play for Sunderland.
He was cold. He was cold. Mad underrated.
Remember, you know what's funny? Is the front three, he got injured while he was there on loan. The front three that season for Bordeaux was Jeremy Menez, Wabi Kazri, and fucking Malcolm. That team was a cheat. If Jeremy Menez would have stayed healthy, that team would have been a fucking cheat code.
One of the best front threes at the time.
Who do you guys think is the best keeper? I think the best keeper in the last 5 years or so has been the Atletico Madrid keeper. Who's your guy?
Black? Oh, yeah, not Black.
Yeah, Black's my favorite.
Of the last 5 years?
Yeah, around there. You know,
Courtois by far.
Yeah, good one. Yeah.
You guys rate Ilicic? Gianni,
if you go in the last 10, 15 years, it's Neuer for me. Like I know Neuer.
I like old Black guy.
Neuer for me, he. When have you last seen a keeper like go out of your box playing fucking midfield, bro? Controlling the ball better than Madueke and all of them, man. He can control the ball, better than Kai Havertz, bro. How can a goalkeeper, even as great as Manuel Neuer, have better first touch than Kai Havertz, bro?
Yeah.
Madueke, Garnacho, Martinelli to a certain degree as well at certain points. Like, you know, it's madness, bro. And that guy
also another thing as well. I also like. Do you guys rate Edgar Davids?
Oh, Edgar Davids.
Yeah, the one with the ball.
I'm fucking Edgar Davids,
man.
man. You know what I'm saying?
Davids,
Come
listen,
on,
He was.
I still
I
think
fucking hate
all right.
Juventus. I fucking
He
hate
was all
Juventus.
right.
But that midfield three of Davids, Deschamps, and Conte, they were all ballers with that 90s Juventus team. They were
man.
all ballers. I fucking hate Juve, but class
I know, Gianni. I know you
was
hate Juve.
lit.
Davids was all right. Yeah, he had that mad eye.
He was wearing those goggles because apparently he had a bit of an eye issue.
Yeah, but he was cold,
had
man.
eye disease of sort.
Yeah,
Davids
I think it
was
was
a fucking baller.
glaucoma something.
Yeah, so he was.
Glaucoma, like when someone has one
good. I mean, they had him and Seedorf, left foot, right foot.
Yeah.
Because Davids was left foot.
I remember. Do you remember, Gianni? Do you remember Jan Vendergaard of Hesselink?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Hesselink.
That's a weird name.
Hey, look at this stupid shit. RSV said this, and I just looked this up just to see if it's true, and it is true. You got retard Liverpool fans trying to say that Salah is better than Del Piero or Totti. You're smoking crack.
Nah.
You're smoking crack.
Watch videos of Del Piero then.
No, he's
like,
not.
I'm just sick and tired of all these other fans saying that the players of this generation are better than the players of the past.
The thing is, hold on a minute, guys. What Salah did do is he had like them 2 really hot seasons. You know, they were nearly ball and dooring him and all this bullshit and all that. But that does not make him better than a Totti or Del Piero. No chance.
No chance.
That's the problem with modern football, and I have to be real. You'll probably disagree with me, Furioso, but Cristiano
Not even
Ronaldo,
close. Not
with
even
the
close.
goals, and everything else that he done. Yeah, he had talent, Cristiano. Don't get me wrong, but Cristiano Ronaldo birthed all of these fucking mutants that you see today, bro, including the way that Cristiano was playing. Like, especially at Real Madrid and all of that, and then going to Juve, etc. All of the Salahs, the Garnachas and all of these other modern players.
They look ordinary.
Scrubby, yeah? They base their
ordinary.
Game off if they based it off of Leo Messi, even Neymar, we would get better product of players, at the very least. They wouldn't set the world alight, but they'd be a lot better than they are now. Because Garnacho is one of the worst players I've ever seen in my life.
I know.
Garnacho's dog
is terrible.
Yeah, he's trying to.
Man like Noddy, come on, 150.
And every time Garnacho scores a goal, every time Garnacho scores a goal, he's trying to do the Ronaldo celebration.
Exactly. That's exactly.
He's an absolute. He's an absolute child.
You're not that guy. You will never be that guy.
Of course.
And he don't even
He's a nut. He's what you call a biatch. You know, one of them.
He's a dickhead. As we say over here, he's a dickhead. You know what I'm saying? That's how we say it around these parts.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, and this is funny to bring up because when I was with Lee was like, we can name 50 players better than Ronaldo.
100%.
Here's the thing, man.
That's idiotic. Well, maybe so. You could, mate.
As a footballer, I would like.
All right, let me put this question to you, right? And we're gonna get back to the waste of talent question.
Yeah.
But if Cristiano Ronaldo doesn't change his playing style to being more direct and being about the goals, do you think his career ends earlier with the way he was dribbling around? And is he looked at the same way? Because the problem is as much as listen, I hear the whole argument that Ronaldo got rid of the technical side of his game to be more direct in scoring. He wasn't as technical and everything else. I hear all that. But the question is that if he sacrificed some of that for more success at Real Madrid, the way it was, are you going to look at him the same way as if, let's say, Ronaldo only wins 1 out of the 3 straight with Real Madrid because he decided to be more of the showman than what he was at being direct?
For me, Gianni, like we've seen over the years, players that have won 1 Champions League, no Champions League, but have won the World Cup, like Ronaldo, phenomenal. The real Ronaldo, bruv, as I always say, yeah. Like Cristiano, you're right. He did sacrifice his game. He went towards the goal route. I was going to say GA, but it was more G than A, of course. Do you know what I'm saying? Being up front, you know, inside forward on the left. I hear it. And I know he got this injury, was it 2013, 2014, where he just completely, he wasn't even doing the step overs or anything like that. I hear it. But in my mind, yes, he does end his career earlier. But for me, I would respect him a lot more if he could get the most out of what he could. Like with Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho's prime was short. There were a lot of players over the last, was it 15, 20, well, from 2010 prior, there was a lot of players that had a short prime and their peaks weren't as long. Do you know what I'm saying? They had shorter careers. They retired at 32, 33, 34. The problem is with Cristiano, yes, he's long, like when it comes to longevity, it's great. He looks like he's in great shape and all that. He's gotten stronger. Yes, he's lost the pace. Yes, he's lost the agility. That comes with age, right? But he's going out sad, man. Do you know what I'm saying? And I put Cristiano above Leo Messi. So this ain't Cristiano hate at all. Do you know what I'm saying? I put Cristiano above Leo Messi. Why? Because the way that he was playing from 04 to 08 was undeniable. Even when he was getting more goals in like 07, 08, do you know what I'm saying? It was still box office, bro.
It's because you saw it. It's because you saw it in the Premiership.
It's like he took his soul out and just parked it on the bench, and it's just like Madrid, and was just like, leave it there. I'm getting the goals, so I'm in the same conversation as Leo Messi, bro. As much as I can't stand Jamie Carragher, he's absolutely right when it comes to Leo Messi and Cristiano. It's not even close. When it comes to ability, it's not even fucking close. Like you know, Guns has said it many a times, but I agree with him. I could name 10 players easily that are better than Cristiano on the ball for the last 30, 40 years. Definitely last 30.
Yeah, on the ball, but it's the...
When it comes to the goals, yeah, sure, unbelievable. Match winner, mentality, you know, mindset, physique. You can't knock the guy. Do you know what I'm saying? You know, the individual achievements, got over the line, and he was a massive influence for Portugal when you won the Euros. Cool. What happened to him in the final, it is what it is. But I saw him in the 04 final. You know, that 04 tournament, he was killing it, bro. He was fucking killing it.
The thing, you know, that final, the France final, if it wasn't for Ronaldo, we wouldn't have got to that final. That's the thing. He might have not have played in that final like that, but he scored hella important goals to like quarters, semis, group phase, rather bailing us out. Against Hungary, we were 2-0, 3-0 down. Yep. This motherfucker with these like fucking mentalities starts saying, "Nah, we ain't finished."
Yep,
I hear it.
You know, he's like,
but for me, with Cristiano, it's
he's got that bastard about him.
He's got the mindset. He's elite.
Yeah, he's the right bastard.
If Neymar had the same mentality as Cristiano, Neymar would be levels, bro.
If Neymar had the same mentality as Ronaldo, we're having an entirely different conversation.
That's my point.
No, but you know what my biggest thing? Do you know what my biggest thing about Ronaldo is? I've never seen this guy, maybe once in 20 years, have like 2 weeks off, like injured for not even a month. So for maybe he has been. But this guy for that long, 20 years, and it's just bang, 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 just keep going. And he's never broken down. I know you guys say he had an injury, then he had to change his game, but I don't remember him stopping.
No, he
was bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, no, he never had
an injury. You get dudes that finish in 8 years.
With a knee problem. Like, he wasn't out that much longer, but it was a bit of like a scare.
But the motherfucker's been relentless for 20 years, dude.
Look, I
respect
his career. Do you know what I'm saying? I respect
freaky, and I don't even like him like that. Even being Portuguese, I don't like his whole attitude. But that's his, that's what he chose to be, isn't he? You know, he rubs people the wrong way, doesn't he? You know, the winking, the bitching,
it's more the
crying, and whatever. Yeah, but. You know, I wish he could be cool as Marlon Brando, but he's not going to be. That's what comes with the package, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think
You
Cristiano.
know what I mean?
I think Cristiano's
package.
back because he's been there way too long. Like they need to move on from Cristiano. He's coming up to 40 now. Or he's pretty much. Like that guy needs to retire. He don't need to prove anything in world football. You know, he don't need to prove anything.
But what do you know? What's the worst thing that they ever did to Ronaldo? And that was bad. You know the whole Morocco thing. When they got beat with Morocco and whatever, Argentina, the whole squad and team and country plays and is for Messi. They do everything for him. Whereas when it was Portugal in that World Cup, Ronaldo was the outcast. It was everyone against him, plus all the haters. The team wasn't playing for him. They benched him for fuck's sake. The most important game, knockout stage against Morocco. They benched this motherfucker. Whether he's finished or not, it's still the importance of the game, the aura. Like Gianni said, Ancelotti said, I'm picking my best players, whether he's finished or not. But it's Ronaldo, isn't it?
Yeah, but to be fair, brother, like
when
it comes to Portugal, like you've had some bang average managers in the last 10 15 years.
I'm glad you
even that guy that you had when you won the Euros, bruv. He weren't a good manager. Do you know what I'm saying?
Neither is this fucking bum Roberto Martinez.
Team over the line.
Roberto Martinez.
Do you know what though? But do you know what happened? Do you know what happened there? This is a correlation and actually a funny coincidence. That we ended up winning a tournament eventually, the dark way, the so-called bad way that we saw. Because back in the day, for a century, we tried to play like Brazil, entertain, Quaresma, Figos, and this and that, dribblers, ballers all over the place, Paulo Futre, and whatever, And we ended up getting beat. We used to play the Italians, right? For instance, in qualifiers, 80s and 90s. We'd play them off the park, no shit. But who would win in the end? Italy. Italy. No shit. Because why? They would tie you up, go up, across, goal. See you later. Game over. And there was only 4 teams in the group stage, and we never turned up in well. Anyway. So then we ended up. We said no, fuck that. We'll play the dark way because the talent is still in the darkness, so to speak. There, Nanis and Quaresma was playing there. Ronaldo, and I find that Arsenal are trying to do that now. That's the correlation and the coincidence that Arsenal are doing it that way. They're trying to win now, in this way, which is the dark way, which is corners and whatever, defensive, and whereas back in the day you were trying to ball, weren't you? You tried to ball whatever, and you came short. And now you're trying to win, the way you are this season, because you're not playing pretty, are you? Back in the day, you tried to play pretty, you didn't win. Now you're trying to, because at the end of the day, it's getting over the line. I know we want to be pretty, but get over the line, so isn't it? And that's what Portugal did. But we tried to win it pretty, and we never got over.
But here's the thing. Portugal winning it non-pretty is an anomaly because at the same time, it's different when it comes to club football than what it is in international. International, it is what it is. The only international team that has won that has not won by trying to just get over the line is Brazil. The Netherlands haven't gotten over the line because they haven't tried to just go out and win. The Netherlands still want to play.
They tried to play pretty in the 70s.
Exactly.
They played the total football.
They've never won. And they've never won. They've never tried it the other way just to get over the line. Portugal did it because Portugal had a good enough of a blend of players that could play beautiful football, but also play the dirty way if they needed.
And Pep, don't forget Pep. He was a nasty centre back, dirty. Yeah. You need them dirty guys. Like we had Pep, you had your dirty guys, Cellini. Yep. He'll pull your shirt. He'll do anything. You know what I'm saying?
100%. The problem with Arsenal is is this motherfucker Arteta is trying to do things that have already been done in football and trying to disprove the history of football with what he's doing. That's the problem. The difference between clubs and international teams is clubs have heritage. Clubs have heritage. You have to play to the heritage of the club. Juventus, whether Juventus fans like it or not, it's fino al fine. Figure out a way to win, primarily more defensive. The two teams that have played more of the beautiful football in Italy has been Inter and Milan. Milan, to like what Furioso said about Portugal, they could do it both ways because they played the beautiful football under Sacchi, and then when Capello took over, it was fino al fine defensive style. AC Milan won the league with only giving up 15 goals when it was the best league in the world when they brought Marcel Desailly in from Marseille. And the back line was Desailly, Baresi, Costa Curta, and Maldini. And remember, Cruyff was a Cruyff for the guy before him for Barcelona said, they're not going to score. We're going to blow them off the park. And then Milan wins the European Championship in '94, winning 4-0. So
that was the mad final. That was, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a mad final. I remember that 4.
But with clubs are different than what it is with national teams. Here, look at Italy. Italy, all the way up until Spinazzola got hurt at the Euros that they won, Italy was playing beautiful football. Italy never played beautiful football. It was counterattack, catenaccio, win by any means necessary. If you got to fake an injury to get somebody a yellow card or a red card, that's how the Italians played. Whether Italians like it or whether anybody else like it, that's how Italy played. Italy, when they won under Roberto Mancini, we played the best football out of all the teams in the Euros at that point. The only team that played as good as football at us was Spain. That's it. Italy went against the history of the country and played beautiful football, and they won. Just like how Portugal, the history of Portugal is beautiful football, but they won the Euros playing it the opposite way.
Yeah, because you got to do
clubs.
We learn from our mistakes, you see, because we learned from we had the Greece thing, didn't we? With the Greece thing, we were going at teams, and then we got punished because Greece were doing the defensive stuff.
Yep, exactly.
And they were beating everybody. They had a German manager at the time. I can't remember his name. And he had them rock solid.
Yep.
You know, and playing to their strengths. Go up, get a corner kick. They were really good at corner kicks, funny enough.
Oh, them fucking...
Funny enough, that was their secret weapon. Like Arsenal are doing back in the day, corner kicks. That's a funny thing, yeah. Do you remember that? That, mate?
Oh, I remember. I watched the final.
They were doing Arsenal then, 20 years ago.
And his manager still can't do it, bro. It is. My thing is, just to go back very quickly, when it comes to like Cristiano, like going out a bit sad and all of that, and how you mentioned earlier, Furo, so that the players, excuse me, aren't playing for him like they should be, yeah. But at the same time, yeah, for me, it's almost like he's going out like a Mike Tyson. Do you know what I'm saying? Once great, but the longer he goes on, the worse it is. You see him at Saudi, bro. Yeah.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah.
Same with Messi in Miami.
Great player. Yep. Do you know what I'm saying? Because Leo Messi in MLS, whatever you think of him, yeah, he's just chilling at walking pace. He's just chilling at walking pace.
Yeah, but
Cristiano still thinks he can do what he used to do.
But you know what though? Messi's doing the same thing, and he's not doing it. That's the thing. Messi's trying to do that same thing at Miami when he brought all his boys along for the ride over there, and they're trying to play, and they're losing games too. So it's Messi. I hear that's actually a great.
The
thing is, Nap, it's now they've come to an agreement with the Portuguese team now that at the World Cup he's going to be a part player. It isn't going to be he starts. It's come to a point where the team now, the squad's going to be used a lot more. It's not going to be Ronaldo starting every game. He's now happy with that. Happy just to be a part, and if anything, he would be happy. He said, "I would be happy to be on the bench this time and see the young generation win it, because he would still be winning it." because he's influenced them, hasn't he? So he's taking that seat now, literally taking that seat. So you're not going to see him start like when he got beat in the like at the other things. Nah, it's not going to be that. He's accepting now that, and he's going to try and be there like a influence to the younguns, Neves, Ramos, Vitinha, and all them guys. Yeah, even Leão. Yeah, all them. Yeah, so he's basically there as an ambassador, to be honest. And he'll come on in an extra time or the last 20 minutes or start some games, but not every game.
He's definitely going to be a penalty taker. That's for that one thing.
That's what I mean. He ain't going to start every game in the summer. Then
he can smash a penalty. He can smash. Do you know what I'm saying?
And he's good. He's good to bring on extra time.
That's
extra time, and the teams are tired and all. And Ronaldo's stepping on the pitch. You're going to shit yourself. You won't.
If he accepts it, then fair play.
No, dude. I'm obviously a par with it. I know, obviously, all the Portuguese news. That's my life, isn't it? And that's what the acceptance is now. It's going to be, he's like a player ambassador. He ain't starting every game now, and that's good. It's good for everyone else.
If he accepts it, fair play. Like, if he has the mindset where it's just like, do you know what? I'm going to take a further role than what I did in 2016 while playing. So when he was injured in the final against France, where he was encouraging them play, if he does that from the bench, and then he'll play like every game, depending on how far you get in the tournament this summer, if he does that, then fair enough, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? He's 40.
He's in it, but look at Trump. Trump had him at the White House. They're going to use him as marketing because they know if Ronaldo's at the stadium. I'll give you an example. Portugal's playing Mexico at the weekend, and Mexico was all crazy to see Ronaldo. The tickets were going for $1,000 and whatever. And he's not been announced in the squad. The tickets have gone down to £100.
Yep.
Do you know, and everyone's pissed off because they all bought the tickets already.
Facts.
Whatever thousands. So Ronaldo didn't get called in the squad, and it's like shit. You know what I'm saying? I want to see Ronaldo. So they're using him as like I said to Gianni, Italy needs to be at the World Cup because America is fucking a third of Italy. You know what I'm saying? Influence. Easily. New York is Italy. The name Tony. Where to New York? You know that, Gianni.
Yeah.
Where to New York, Tony. You know it.
I know. I'm from Chicago. I know it.
Are you in Chicago, Gianni?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but you know the New York thing, don't you?
Trust me, I know.
Tony,
we make fun of all the
Italy.
The Bronx Tale and all of that. I love that film, by the way. I don't care. Like, I fucking love that film, Bronx Tale.
What film?
Bronx Tale. Yeah,
Bronx Tale is one of the best movies of all time.
Exactly, bro.
Hey, Gianni,
get out the car. Get out the
Gianni, because you're Italian, what's your favorite? It's interesting your opinion with you being Italian. What's your favorite gangster flick, sort of American made and whatever? What is it? Because you're Italian, and I want to see what you're tasting. I'll just give you mine. It's Once Upon a Time in America.
Oh,
it's Jewish gangster, but yeah.
That movie. The funny thing is that movie was removed from the theaters in America after 4 weeks. It was removed from the theaters because of the negative connotation that it put about the Jew, because that's about the Jewish mob.
Jewish mob.
It's not about the Italian mafia. Listen, as far as mob movies,
what's yours?
That's number 2. For me, the greatest mob.
You like it? You like it then, yeah?
Love it. I love that
movie. Dude, my favorite director is Sergio Leone, the Italian guy. Sergio Leone.
The greatest movie of all time, the greatest mob movie of all time is the first Godfather film.
You can't go wrong. Good pick.
Top
Good
5 gangster movies of all time is
Yeah.
Godfather 1, Once Upon a Time in America,
Classics.
A Bronx Tale,
Mm.
Godfather 2,
Mm.
and Casino.
Casino, yeah.
Legends, man.
Casino.
Yeah. I do like a bit of
Non-mafia, just straight up gangster movie. Heat.
Oh, I
is
love
one
good.
of my favorite
You've
movies
got to
of
put
all
a bit of
time.
Carlito's way in there.
Carlito's Way is
Yeah,
up there too.
I've
That is a
I love
big-
American
Like-
Gangster as well. I'm not
I
gonna
like
lie.
Carlito's
love
way is
American
nice.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing with American Gangster. Acting wise, Denzel was fucking awesome. Denzel, that's one of Denzel's best films, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think, specifically, just for a quick side note, Malcolm X for me is Denzel's best movie because him playing Denzel was next level. But not only American Gangster, Training Day.
My favorite of his, the top one. Yeah,
Training Day was fucking awesome. Training Day was fucking awesome.
You don't like Philadelphia, then?
It was high. It was high.
Boring.
Remember this?
Now here's the funny thing, right? Here's the funny thing. The reason why I love Casino is because Casino, if you go through the history of the American Mafia in general, Casino creates a lot of uncomfortable conversations because majority of people, when they think about the American Mafia, they think about the 5 families from New York. The thing is, if you actually look into it and look into what really went on, Chicago was more powerful than the 5 families from the early 1950s till the 2000s.
Al Capone. Al Capone was from Chicago.
Al Capone's from New York. He moved to
Which
Chicago.
was the Chicago guy, or went to Chicago?
The biggest Chicago gangster of all time is Paul Ricca. If you listen to, okay, I can't talk about too much.
Yeah. But are you saying Al Capone went to Chicago? Are you saying Al Capone went to Chicago? You saying?
So this is how everything happened, and I don't talk about this that much because I do have.
Yeah, I don't want to get you in trouble.
I have some extra knowledge about this because of certain people. We'll leave it at that. Al Capone, what people don't know is there was a mob war in New York because the Neapolitan Mafia, known as the Camorra, formed a family in New York. They got into a war with the Sicilians and the Calabrese and some of the other Neapolitans that did not like how the Camorra was moving in New York. Al Capone was a part of the Camorra in New York and was kicked out of New York because of how the war went. Al Capone went to Chicago because the Chicago mob boss at the time was known as Big Jim Colosimo. He was Neapolitan as well. He brought Al Capone and he brought over Johnny Torrio from New York to come into the Chicago mob. Big Jim Colosimo was murdered because Big Jim Colosimo did not want to sell alcohol legally. He looked at it the same way as drugs. That's why he was killed, because of how much money the Chicago mob made in the Prohibition days. Now, Capone had the biggest money-making operation in the 1920s. However, the problem was with Capone was he was a murdering psychopath that wanted to be flashy. Anytime a gangster is flashy, you go to the joint. You're going to go to prison whether you like it or not.
You got to get, yeah.
Exactly. The biggest gangster in Chicago's history, 9 times out of 10, when you listen to all these idiots who talk about the Chicago mob, they talk about Tony Accardo. Anytime you hear about Tony Accardo being the biggest Italian gangster in Chicago, don't listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about. Those are all people that have no idea what they're talking about. The biggest gangster in the history of Chicago is not Al Capone. It's Paul Ricca. Paul Ricca took over the Chicago outfit when Capone went to prison in 1931. He ran the Chicago mob from 1931 to 1970. Chicago controlled every major city west of Chicago all the way to the West Coast, except for the Northwest. Paul Ricca, if you watch the original if you watch Godfather 1 and 2, especially 2, the scene that you see when the guy's name in the movie is Hyman Roth talking to Michael Corleone. Hyman Roth is the nickname for Meyer Lansky. Meyer Lansky was the biggest Jewish gangster in the history of the United States. He was bigger than Bugsy Siegel. Meyer Lansky was childhood friends with Lucky Luciano.
Hey, Johnny, like Snoop Doggy Dogg says, do it all illegal, like Bugsy Siegel.
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
But this is how powerful Paul Ricca was. Paul Ricca was so powerful, he never took a meeting outside of Chicago. Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky, any big mob guy that you can think of that was around from the East Coast from the 1930s till 1970, if they wanted a meeting with Paul Ricca, they had to go to Chicago. Paul Ricca never left Chicago for anybody. The one time Paul Ricca left was in the 1940s when he got out of prison, when he proved to the Italian mafia families in the East Coast that Lucky Luciano was working with Bugsy Siegel to try to cause problems for the Chicago outfit.
Chicago.
Paul Ricca brought evidence that they were stealing money, and Paul Ricca basically told Lucky Luciano and Lansky, if you want New York to go to war with Chicago, we'll go to war. Luciano and Lansky realized how powerful Chicago was, and that's why Bugsy Siegel got clipped, because New York did not want to go to war with Chicago. The Chicago outfit has been the most powerful mafia family in the United States since the 1950s. They've been the most powerful, and they've made the most money. The reason why all the New York gangsters that you see hopping onto YouTube and all this talk about, oh, the movies Casino isn't that true, is because it shows how powerful Chicago was. If you were one of the mob families from the East Coast that had a bookmaker or several bookies in Vegas, you had to give money to Chicago to operate in Vegas. That's how powerful Chicago was.
Do you know? I'll tell you what, Johnny. Years and years ago, early 80s, early 90s, there was a series from America. They only made 3 seasons, and it was the start of Casino. They reckon Casino was a follow-up to the series. It was Police Story or Crime Story. Do you remember the series?
Yeah.
It was based in Vegas.
Yep.
They had the guy in it was Ray Luca.
Yep.
And they had the guy with the mustache. He was doing a lot of stuff back in the 80s and all. Do you remember the series?
Yeah, you're talking about Dennis Farina.
Farina, yeah. That series was legendary. It's a bit of a cult because it had 3 seasons. Not many people watched it. But it was basically the Casino, the film, because I read about it and all that back in the day when Casino come out and all that. They said it's kind of a follow-up to that series. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So and I watched that series. I love that series. It's so dark and it's basically body when Vegas, before Vegas was all built up.
Yep.
And they were burying bodies there and that sort of thing.
Yep. In the desert.
We're talking early 70s to mid 70s. And then Casino follows it from then onwards.
Yep. Well, because here's the thing. Chicago, the New York families started trying to rob the Midwest families because New York started taking a loss on the East Coast with Rudy Giuliani, who would later be the mayor, with how he was hitting them with the RICO Act back in the day. So guys started getting sent to prison. Chicago never had that problem. Chicago was making money. for those that don't know, if you look at a map of the United States and you look at from Chicago west, the only city that Chicago didn't control west of it is Omaha, Nebraska, because that was the Kansas City mob. The Kansas City mob controlled Omaha, Nebraska. If you look at Los Angeles was controlled by the Chicago mob. San Francisco sold out to the Chicago mob later on in the 50s and the 60s. Chicago at one point controlled from Chicago all the way to the West Coast. They controlled way more territory than New York ever did and were more powerful than New York ever was. The thing is that everybody wants New York because New York was loud and gave away how the mob used to be. If John Gotti was in Chicago, he would have got clipped. Same way Sam Giancana got clipped. And that's where we're going to end talking about the Mafia. We're not going to do no more of that.
Well, just one thing I think, supposedly Al Capone back in the day came over to England or knocked about with the craze. You know, the English craze.
Yes, he did.
Wow. I think this is...
He did.
Yes, but supposedly, I mean, I don't know if there's any video.
No, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
wow. It is true. Al Capone, here was the thing with Al Capone. Al Capone was the only mob guy that would do business with anybody. As crazy as he was the only buddy that do business with anybody. One of the biggest stories and one of the fakest things that you see, it's a good show, but a lot of it's fake. If you ever see the TV show Boardwalk Empire, they show that Al Capone did not do business with black gangs, and that is 100% incorrect. Al Capone.
Why do you think?
Why do they show it that way? Because
why wouldn't he have dealings with that? With that particular.
Because when Al Capone was at war with the Irish Mafia, the only two cities in America that had a functioning black mafia that was almost as powerful as the Italian mafia was Detroit and Chicago.
Really?
Chicago had the original black mafia. Chicago's original black mafia was more dangerous and more powerful than a lot of Italian mafias were back in the day. The problem is that because of racial situations, people don't like to talk about that stuff. Number one. Number two, the black mafia went to war with the Irish mafia in Chicago with the Italians. And it's what gave rise to all the big gangs later on, because the gangs ended up working out business deals with the Italian mafia in Chicago. See, the black mafia in Chicago was not only about drug dealing. The black mafia in Chicago had a big time gambling business. And what Capone did, where he saw the money was that he gave Capone gave the black mafia family in Chicago control of all narcotics because of the whole, it doesn't look good. You know, the New York families talk about, they weren't involved in drugs. They were all involved in drugs. They were all selling heroin. Whether they like it or not, they were all selling heroin. Chicago wasn't. Chicago was making more money in bookmaking and gambling than they needed to. How it all worked was Capone gave all the drug control to the black mafia. The black bookies had to call their number into the Italian bookies, and they would split money with one another. But the black mafia made a fuck ton of money by controlling all the narcotics. And if the black mafia in Chicago got in a war with anybody, all they had to do was call up the Chicago mob, and the two of them would work together and wipe out whoever was giving them problems. That's how it's been forever in Chicago. Same thing, like, real quick, and this is the last thing we're going to talk about this. If you ever watching all the different TV shows, they show you in prison, all the different movies and stuff where it's all about race in America. That don't happen in Chicago. Chicago, it's about the street gangs. If you're white and you're in the same street gang as a black dude, you work together in prison. Ain't no white versus black versus Hispanic and all that bullshit. That don't happen over here. Ain't no such thing as the fucking Aryan Brotherhood in Chicago prisons. If you come to Chicago, if you come to the prisons around Chicago and try to pull that race shit, you're gonna get killed. It don't work. It don't work that way. White guys, Doesn't matter what you are. If you come from a 5-point star gang or a 6-point star gang, you go with your gang. It's not racial in Chicago. This is the only area where it don't happen. The street gangs run the prisons. It's not like if you go to California, if you're white, you go to white. Same thing in New York, same thing everywhere else. Chicago, no, it's all about the street gangs. And that's all we're going to talk about illegal shit. We ain't going to talk no more about that.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Let's get back to the conversation.
Wasted.
Jim, who are your top 5 wasted talents in football history? Who are the guys that should have made it but didn't, but they were still good?
All right, I'll give you one. The fifth one has to be Adriano, the Inter Milan.
Adriano's the biggest waste of talent in my opinion.
He was.
Yeah. And number 4, I have to go with. Remember Alexander Pato? AC Milan. Yeah, and then he went to Chelsea, I think.
He did.
A bit, and then he did rubbish.
You ain't getting paid.
My third one, it's got to be Aiden Hazard. If people don't agree, that's right. Aiden Hazard. When he went to Real
Hazard's a waste of talent?
I was actually going to say Hazard as well.
For what he should have been, similar to Neymar, yeah.
Yes,
Craig, I can't believe I'm hearing this. I've always thought he was overrated, but for you guys to say he was a waste of talent, that's even crazier.
Well, on the ball,
he was all right, but I thought he was overrated. Yeah, they're overrated.
He was a fucking killer.
Yeah, it's just one. He's good. He's all he's very good.
Chelsea.
But I thought he overrated him. We spoke about this before, Gianni. I think.
But see, okay. So here's my question, right? Are you overrating Hazard because he failed at Madrid? Is that the reason why you're saying it? Because you can't argue with the trophy cabinet and how important he was with fucking.
When he was at Real Madrid, I mean.
Yeah, no, I thought he had a couple of hot seasons.
He was good at Chelsea.
Yeah, he had a couple of 2 or 3.
We're talking about a young kid that carried Lille to win the fucking Ligue 1 title, though. 2010, 2011, Hazard by far was fucking insane.
Yeah, he was
insane.
He was quality. I just think that they try and make him a Ballon d'Or quality is what I'm saying. He's obviously top echelons, but he ain't what I think they make him to be. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't disagree. I disagree.
But he's obviously shit off. Of course, he's shit off. I'm not even. This is not a diss. It's just I still think he's overrated. They overrate him. They try and they were saying he was the best player in the world then at the time. I remember people getting carried away. Oh, he's the best player in the world.
No, he was never the best player in the world. He was
never the thing, but people got carried away with him and said he was the best.
Somebody saying that is getting carried away, but Hazard, fuck, I don't know, man. Hazard.
I would like him on my team. Don't get me wrong. When he's good, not the Real Madrid one, that's for sure.
No, not on Madrid.
Okay, so you got Hazard, Jim. Who else you got on there? You got Adriano, you had Pato, you have Hazard. Who's your other 2?
I have to say Ricardo Quaresma. Whatever his name is. Quaresma. Ricardo.
Oh, Quaresma. Yep.
Quaresma, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and
who's your 5th?
Your 5th, Mario Balotelli, because he did that. Why always me? At the I think it was the United fans.
Yeah,
in Euro 2012.
Right.
Yeah,
yeah. The only person I disagree on that list is Hazard. Everybody else, I 100% here.
Yeah.
Hey guys, who's the best player in the world for you guys right now in the world?
Yamal.
Yeah, Yamal, yeah.
Who would you say second? Then? Because it's everyone. Because everyone's Yamal. Who's your second one? Just to get over.
Pedri.
You see, and then what is why is the world number one the French guy? You see, that's the crazy thing.
Nowhere near.
The trophy they gave it, the Ballon d'Or, they gave it to the French guy, didn't they?
Dembele.
Oh, Dembele is better than
Mbappe.
I
asked you guys, and not one of you said Dembele, even a second choice. That's crazy.
Dembele, bro. On the ball, he's clear for me. I do rate Dembele, but he's not anywhere near the
If you're keeping it, okay.
You see what I'm saying? Why is Dembele number one? In their opinion,
Dembele was number one because of what he did with PSG for that team.
They won the treble. That's why he got it.
Gianni, I'll give you another reason, a 25% reason. The Ballon d'Or is a French award.
No.
Conspiracy,
That was the case. TT would have won it over Pavel.
I'm just saying they were feeling.
And if it was a French award, then why did Messi and Ronaldo win it for 10 years?
It's because of PSG. It's because of PSG. We get it.
Here's the thing. I say Pedri's number two because Pedri is the most complete midfielder I've seen in a long time.
He's quality.
The hot take after that is then you start dicing it up of who's going to be after those two. Because I'll be honest with you, I love me some Federico Valverde. I think Valverde is one of the best players in the world.
All rounder. He's an all rounder.
Like Vitinha as third. Like I rate Valverde.
I think those are the three best midfielders in the world right now. Is Vitinha, Valverde, and Pedri.
That's the thing.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, right now. I'm going to put a fourth guy in there, and this is someone I would take a C. Camavinga.
Nah.
Really?
Nah.
I don't know about that one.
He just hasn't got going. That's the thing. Ability-wise, I hate it. Okay. Ability-wise,
my favorite player on planet Earth is this guy. This is his cap. Look.
João Neves.
João Neves.
He's a baller too. He's a baller too.
87.
Yep.
That's the boy.
He's a baller too. But here's the thing. Abhijit said it before I could say it too. Vara's in that conversation as well because Vara is a fucking problem. See, for me, this is actually an interesting conversation to have now. Actually, fuck it. We'll go around the panel. Fuck it. I got time. I ain't got shit going on. Yes. If you were to build a starting 11 of the best players nowadays, who would your 11 be?
Oh God. Jesus Christ. In goal, you'd probably have to go Courtois.
Yep.
Great. Great. Center back.
Courtois in goal. Gabriel and Saliba are the two central defenders.
Yep.
Right back is a toss-up between Hakimi and Timber.
Oh, yeah, Hakimi, yeah.
Me personally, I'm taking Timber. Maybe it's the Arsenal bias, but I'm taking Timber because
Arsenal bias.
Than Hakimi.
I'm putting
left back is João Mendes from PSG.
Yep, Mendes from PSG.
You mean like Nuno Mendes?
Nuno Mendes.
Nuno Mendes.
Nuno Mendes is the left back. Timber's right back. Gabriel and Saliba is the center backs. Courtois is the goalie. Midfield three is Vitinha, Pedri, Federico Valverde.
And then Yamal's on the left.
Right. Yamal on the right. Vara on the left.
Kane up top.
Ooh.
I'm putting Kane up there.
Yeah, Kane.
I'm putting Kane up there. 100% I'm putting Kane.
How starved it's literally Kane and Lewandowski that are at the end. They're both at
Lewandowski's 38 fucking years old.
Yeah,
exactly.
How is 40 years old. What are you doing here?
Strikers in the world today at 30.
Jason, if it wasn't for the injury, I would agree with you. But the injury and the fall off, no. Rodri did improve it Sunday.
No, Rodgers.
Arteta and Arsenal just proved to be fucking dickheads. That's what that
Yeah.
was.
We were dog shit, bro.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
were dog shit. Yeah.
Yeah. If this was
I watched
Rodri
the
2
match
years
and
ago, before pre-injury, yes, there's not. It's Rodri, Valverde, and Pedri is the best midfield three in the world, hands down.
And I just want to say, when you tear an ACL, it takes about a year. It takes a year for someone, even an Achilles. It takes about a year, 18 months to fully get back to yourself, to your normal self. So I don't think Rodri's playing with. He's not playing at 100%. I can tell you that right now with a straight face.
Hey, my friend, he'll never, ever, ever be the same. Great players, the RCL, I remember Gascoigne, gone, never the same. R9, I remember when he first had that, that was it. He's got a 9-inch fucking scar on his knee operation. I remember watching a documentary on his recuperation because he was obviously out for ages. He was running on the beaches, on the sand, you know, to obviously strengthen and all that. So running on the sandy beach helps the impact. You don't want to be running on hard ground, does he? And that sort of stuff. Yeah, it was crazy stuff. But he was never the same. But he was obviously that good that 50%, 40% of R9 is still fucking amazing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing. And didn't he have that injury before the World Cup in 02, or was it after?
50%, no more. He was playing on.
Listen, the only striker that's a better striker in the history of the game than Ronaldo Fenomeno is Marco van Basten. That's it.
Van Basten.
Van Basten's it.
He was a beast, yeah.
Van Basten and then maybe Pelé.
Maybe Pelé. The guy was, but overall, but that Gerrit Muller, the German, although he was he was a poacher, wasn't he?
Yeah,
but he's an absolute baller and all that. Yeah, he's the guy. Yeah, for sure. In our lifetime, definitely in my lifetime. Yeah.
But see, the funny thing about Van Basten is this: Van Basten's career ended when he was 27.
27?
I've got a very big sweet spot for Romario, though. I'm telling you.
I was just going to say,
you put peak Romario could have all the finishes.
Romario is the most natural finisher of all time. Romario is the most natural finisher of all time.
Yeah, he had all the finishes.
Romario was fucking insane.
He had the futsal finishes, all the toe pokes. That's where it comes from.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You know, the thing is, that Barcelona team's front three was ridiculous when it was him, Stoichkov, and fucking who was the other one up top with them? It was Stoichkov, Romario.
Stoichkov, who was it?
In the middle was Hadji. Hadji was on there.
Yeah, I can't even. Yeah, I remember watching that team. I loved him. When he was at PSV, obviously because it was just PSV, I know he absolutely ripped that league apart. But so did Ronaldo, the R9. They both coincidentally went to the same team, PSV in Holland.
Yep.
Incidentally, one after the other. And they both absolutely, I don't want to say it, absolutely ripped. But there's another word for it. Absolutely ripped that league apart. 50 goals or something they got. Bang, bang, they're smashing it. It was like watching the footage. It was like it looks unreal, just running through players like nothing. Especially R9. Have you seen his footage of the Dutch league when he was 18? Yep. Jesus Christ!
Yep. See,
it's
for me,
a knife through butter. That shit.
For a single season, Ronaldo Fenomeno at PSV is his best single season. As far as longevity in time, the best goal compilation is him at Inter. Ronaldo at Inter was fucking crazy. It was just this. The Serie A was so stacked. That's the reason why he didn't win.
But you think about it, Inter Ronaldo was already injured Ronaldo.
Correct. That's the crazy thing.
You see, that's the crazy part. You know, he was 50%.
Yeah, I agree.
But because he was a freak, it's still, it goes because he was levels ahead of everybody else. So
how many
50%?
How many front lines can you name that's better than that front line of Inter? You had Zamorano, you had Djorkaeff, you had Vieira, and you had Ronaldo Fenomeno.
Yeah,
how many front lines can you name is better than that? And they never won. That's what's fucking crazy.
Messi, Neymar, Suarez won a treble.
Messi, yeah.
Messi, Neymar, Suarez is one of them. But again, that the amount of players that they've had and didn't win with was fucking insane.
Yeah, Inter did underachieve for the quality they got. They should have won a lot more, but
but it also speaks to how good the Serie A was.
But the thing is, if you know the politics of football back in the day and in Italy, like I know you know, Gianni, Berlusconi owned the football. He owned the media at that. I'm sure he was still at the Realm at AC. Berlusconi.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, he owned Rai Uno. He owned, which is the main TV. He owned the Tutto Sporti and all these the main newspapers. He obviously owned the biggest club in Italy. He then became the president, for God's sake.
Yep.
The guy who becomes the president of Italy was pulling strings, that's for sure. You know what I'm saying? So Inter were never going to get the nod, so to speak. The whistle was blowing that way, yeah? The other way.
True.
I know it was. I was there. I was watching the games. Because I wanted also Inter to win some championships and whatever, you know, with those teams.
Yeah, no,
I
you're
was
right.
following those players.
You're right.
You know, I wanted them to,
I haven't seen what's going on in the American sports today.
Is it basketball season? When's the basketball season start? What season is it now?
No, we're almost
done with the basketball season. Hubert Davis just got fired from UNC, University of North Carolina.
Who's looking to be champions of NBA is what I'm talking.
San Antonio Spurs, hopefully, because it'll be their first championship since 2014.
Yeah, because what's the name? That team with
why F them? Why, Gianni?
Because I want a Midwest team to win. Even though I'm a Bulls fan and I know we got fucking history with other teams, I'd rather see the Pistons win. Fuck that.
Same. Wait, don't you hate you hate the Pistons? What are you talking about?
I hate the Pistons for the historic rivalry with the Bulls, but at the same time, I'd rather see a Midwest team win than the East Coast or the West Coast.
Well,
have you got a
Celtics
cap on?
No Knicks.
Have you got a Celtics cap on, mate?
No, please God, no.
No, he's from Connecticut. Connecticut, you can't root for nothing Boston.
No,
I thought you were from Boston.
It's a Ravens hat. No, I root for nobody Boston. I hate Boston.
What team are you then in America?
So in the NFL, I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan. In basketball, I'm a Knicks fan. Don't ask me why. I hate our ownership, the front office. They can go F themselves.
Yeah.
In baseball, Yankees.
Okay. I tell you when I followed. I used to follow New York back in the day when Ewing was there. That's how long ago. That era.
That's my boy.
Trainers. And then I obviously I never followed them again. But then recently I followed when Porzingis was there.
Oh my God!
Then you didn't do anything. I think Carmelo was there also.
Please don't remind me.
Remember Carmelo Anthony was there also?
Yes.
Yeah, that era.
That was my guy.
Switched off.
That was my effing baller. Yeah, no, I hate the Knicks. And Taryn alluded to this. Oh, sorry. Taryn alluded to this a couple of weeks ago. The problem with the New York Knicks is the exact problem with the Chicago Bears and all of the Chicago teams. The New York Knicks can go winless in a season, and they'll still sell out the stadium.
Oh, yeah, they're a heritage team because it's New York.
My
son, right? He follows. He likes basketball and he likes New York Knicks. He flew over to New York, with his girlfriend or whatever, and goes and watches the Knicks. He it's one of them. And he's from over here in England.
Fuck.
And he supports them, and he goes, he'd be going to New York to watch the Knicks. Loves it.
Fuck it.
There's a reason why Madison Square Garden
is one way and the other, isn't it? People
and this is also why I hated the Bulls, because Michael Jordan would come into. Remember when Michael Jordan came into Madison's house? you. He came in a match.
Fuck the next Michael Jordan put his nuts on you,
Fuck
motherfuckers.
you. Fuck you. Go to hell.
Chicago Bulls,
Go
baby.
to
Fuck.
hell.
Chicago Bulls were the bee's knees back in the day. I used to
Oh,
watch
you're fucking right.
against the Pistons. Them games against the Pistons were awesome games.
I hate the fucking ownership.
Jordan versus Thomas, Isaiah Thomas, and
Oh yeah, Isaiah
all them
Thomas
boys.
boys. Yeah.
Those were the days.
Oh, here's the funny part. Isaiah Thomas don't rate Michael Jordan. Do you know how sad that is?
Dude, basketball has gone like all the other sports. It's soft now. There's players out here acting for 3-pointers, trying to get fouls.
The only
you can hardly hit them. You can't be as physical. The Detroit Pistons now, they would be all fucking on the bet, all out by the third quarter.
See, here's the thing. The only sport that I think that's gotten better is hockey.
Yes.
Hockey's the only sport
I
that
don't watch that, so I don't know how it's going. Yeah, interesting.
Oh, I love hockey.
Yeah.
For me, hockey's the second best sport behind football.
Yes. I completely agree.
Hockey's the second best sport behind football. Number one. Number two, the thing about Jordan back in the day with all that nonsense is, well, first of all, to what Chike was asking, I root for the Midwest because the Midwest doesn't get enough credit as it deserves when it comes to sports.
You're right.
When you look at majority in America, all the sports writers and everything else, they're either from the East Coast or the West Coast, and they're biased. They shrug off the Midwest. That's why, as much as I don't like the Pistons because of the history with the Bulls, I'd rather see a Midwest team win over an East Coast or a West Coast team. That's just my bias when it comes to that. Jordan, see, the thing is with Jordan, why Isaiah Thomas don't like him is because Jordan's the reason why Isaiah Thomas was left off the Dream Team.
Bingo.
Because the hatred between the Pistons and the Bulls. That's why.
Yep. That's exactly right. And he still has a grudge 35 years later.
Jordan still got grudges against certain guys too. So it is what it is. It depends on who you are.
But Jordan was the NBA's boy, marketing boy, wasn't he? So he
100%.
What he said went, didn't he? So I want Isaiah off. Isaiah was off.
It's not only the NBA. Nike wouldn't be the company it is without Michael Jordan.
Facts. Tell him.
Nike, what Nike is right now when it comes to both fashion and sportswear would not be where it is without Jordan. Same thing when it comes to Gatorade. Gatorade wouldn't be as big as it was if it wasn't for fucking Jordan.
You know what, Yanni? It's all ifs and could have beens because they reckon back in the day, had Len Bias not died, overdose, right?
Yes.
Because he was actually in the juniors or whatever, he was smashing. He was better than Jordan, but he ended up dying, which opened the door to Jordan. Because actually, Nike actually already wanted to sign Len.
Yes.
Before then, it was because Jordan was with Converse.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So it was all going to be Len. Len was the freak prodigy. He really was. This guy was
100%.
like Jordan. He was basically Jordan but taller.
Yep.
Literally was. And it's the saddest story ever of basketball. It's a cry. His documentary, it makes you cry. Actually, at the end, it does.
Oh, there's
have you seen the documentary, guys, of Len Bias?
No, but I'm currently watching a documentary called The Last Dance, and I'm telling you now, I have one episode down. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna make it because every time I watch it, I just think of how great basketball once was with Michael Jordan, Hakeem
Watch the Len Bias documentary. It's very it's a proper crazy. It's one of those what it could have been.
Here's my problem with The Last Dance.
Oh God.
The Last Dance don't tell the whole truth. The Last Dance is a very Michael Jordan pro documentary. First of all, one of the reasons why I don't like The Last Dance is because Jordan took away a lot of the credit for what Jerry Krause did in building up the Bulls.
Well, didn't you also say that the Chicago ownership is notoriously known for being cheap and dumbasses?
Yeah.
So in a way, Michael Jordan saved this.
No, he
Not only
didn't.
saved the Chicago.
Jerry Krause saved it more than Michael did.
Really?
Yes.
Damn.
Okay. You're watching the documentary, right?
Yes.
Here's the problem with
What's the
what
problem?
you're saying, and you're not even there yet.
Okay.
Jerry Krause is the one who went and got Dennis Rodman for the back three. If the Bulls don't sign Dennis Rodman, Michael Jordan doesn't win another championship.
What?
Who's he beating? He's not beating Houston. Damn. Luke Longley's not beating Hakeem Olajuwon. And you forget that Clyde Drexler left Portland to go to Houston to win a ring.
Yes, he did. In 95.
If Clyde Drexler and Hakeem Olajuwon are together, the Bulls ain't winning. Not only that, the NBA burned the tapes in 95. The Bulls got the shit kicked out of them by
the Orlando Magic.
O'Neal.
Yep.
So who's stopping Shaq going forward if they don't sign Dennis Rodman?
You're right.
The problem, this is the biggest problem with all Jordan fans and basketball fans that talk about Jordan and everything else.
Oh, great.
When they all talk about the fact that Jordan wouldn't team up like LeBron did, that's bullshit, because Dennis Rodman is the greatest defensive player in NBA history.
Talk about it.
He had to go get Dennis Rodman because he knew he wasn't going to win another three.
No way.
Penny Hardaway and Shaq slapped the fuck out of Jordan. Everybody can talk about, he retired. No, he didn't. Jordan came back halfway through the year. Three games in, he dropped 55 on the Knicks' ass.
Oh, fuck.
After being retired for a year and a half, he came back 3 games in. He scored 55 points against the Knicks. So I'm not hearing none of this shit that it was this and that. No. I'm a Chicago fan, but we don't do revisionist history over here. We tell the truth.
Talk about it.
He dropped 55, was smoking shit, ran into Penny Hardaway, and Penny Hardaway and Shaquille O'Neal gave the Chicago Bulls a bitch slap into reality with where they were at the end of the 94-95 season. Jerry Krause with Phil Jackson called up Dennis Rodman's crazy ass and told him, stop partying, stop banging all these different whores in Vegas and LA and all the other wild shit that Dennis Rodman was doing. We need you to play basketball.
Yes.
We need you to come to the Bulls and help us win. And that's the reason why Jordan got 3 more. So for those who say Jordan would never team up, that's bullshit, because he did. Because if he didn't team up with Rodman, he would have never won again. Whether anybody likes it or not, he'd have never won again.
So basically, Gianni, Dennis Rodman was the wild horse.
This.
He was the wild horse, basically. So everyone's calling Calafiore the wild horse, but Dennis Rodman was the real wild horse.
This is how lit Dennis Rodman was. Dennis Rodman would go to Vegas to go do a fuck ton of cocaine, fuck a ton of whores, do a fuck ton of gambling, and just to get it out of his system, and then would come back and play out of his mind in basketball. He was
about it.
And he got the finest chicks as well.
Here's the second greatest defender of all time behind Dennis Rodman is Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen never gets the respect that he deserves either.
Pisses me off.
All the Jordan love. Okay? And here's the other thing. Dennis Rodman was not only badass like that, Dennis Rodman would fuck you up in basketball and then go to WCW Nitro and go join the NWO. That's how cold Dennis Rodman was. That's how cold Dennis Rodman was. Dennis Rodman was that dude.
Talk about it.
So, but the problem is like with what Abhijit said and like what I said, I'm a Bulls fan, but I'm going to still tell you how it was. I'm not going to overgloss Jordan. Is Jordan the greatest player of all time? It's between him and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Okay.
It's between them two. Is LeBron the GOAT? No.
No. Hell no.
I don't even know anywhere near as much when it comes to NBA because I haven't watched it in years. I used to watch it a bit in the early 90s, but after
no
that,
way, I didn't know that.
Yeah. What is it? I used to love what is it? Vince Carter when he was.
So you watched the Slam.
Vince Carter was a bad boy, bro.
Slamming that bitch.
Who obviously you got Nowitzki, Steve Nash. Mad underrated, bro. I don't care what anyone says.
Nash is
Tracy
overrated.
Brady, my
Nash
favorite
is
player.
overrated in my opinion.
Oh, you think he's overrated?
He's
Overrated as
Wow.
fuck in my opinion.
He's overrated.
Dang.
You know who my guy was? Allen Iverson.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
Allen Iverson.
Allen Iverson
baller.
was my fucking
Allen Iverson
back
was
in the day.
Allen Iverson was disgusting.
My two guys growing up, one was the human highlight reel machine, Dominic Wilkins. For
Yes.
the Hawks.
Got it. Meek,
Because I used to support
Meek
the
was
Hawks.
the fucking
I
man.
used to support the Hawks because they were
man.
red and they were the red. They were a bird, and I'm Benfica, and they're a bird, eagle. So I like the Hawks. And my other team I used to like back then was the Seattle Sonics. Was Sean?
Yeah, the
Kemp.
Supersonics.
Sean Kemp and Gary
Super
Payton
with
as well.
Sean
And
Kemp
Detlef
and
Schrempf.
Gary Payton. Kemp used to smash that ring. You know he did.
Yeah, he did.
He was vicious, and I liked also Dominic Wilkins because he was vicious.
Yeah,
I used to watch I used to never miss the dunk ceremony when it was Wilkins.
Yeah, the dunking contest.
It was Dominic Wilkins versus Jordan.
Oh,
Those were the days. Those were the days. I was be watching that live on TV. So now now I don't need to watch it because I've watched Dominique. I've watched Dominique versus Jordan. For fuck's sake, it's game over.
About it.
Game over.
Nat, what you like
now
about
they're trying to do triples. Now they're trying to do triple somersaults and all.
No,
Keep it simple. Keep it basketball. Keep it basketball. Don't bring gymnastics and shit into it. Keep it real.
Facts.
That's it.
What you like about Vince Carter? Dominique Wilkins was the same thing as Vince Carter, but in the 80s. He was jumping over people and dumping.
My old man would know because my old man used to watch way more ball than what I ever did. Similar to rugby as well, but I know a lot more about rugby and of course football as well. So,
right.
But my old man loves watching NBA, college ball. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he knows a lot actually about
NBA back in the day was fucking awesome.
NBA back in the day was
the 70s and 80s, bro. My old man was on it. College ball.
The thing about basketball, Curry's changed basketball. He really has.
Yes.
Curry has. Steph Curry has changed basketball. They don't go to the rim now. The 1-2 to the rim and smash.
No, they don't
It's
do that
back
shit anymore. It's all about the 3-pointers. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
I love a 3-pointer. When you go trying to go all out for that shit.
I loved it when they went to the paint, smash, you know, aggressive.
Yeah, remember what Shaq was doing back in the day?
Dude, my other guy, Karl Malone, the mailman.
Yes.
The mailman. What are you talking about? The mailman.
I don't like
a wrestler, he did.
Why not?
Like a wrestler.
Because he's a fucking asshole.
And you don't think Dennis Rodman was an asshole?
Karl Malone was fucking around with little girls.
Oh, was it?
Never mind.
Never
mind.
I don't know about
on the court, he was a badass. Off the court,
I don't know about his private life.
He was a piece of shit. I can imagine. Oh, fuck that.
That's why I didn't like. That's why I don't like the mailman like that.
He's a dodgy fucker, is he? I don't know.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit when it comes to that. See, here's the thing.
All right, yeah.
Tell me.
But I remember he was a quality player.
Oh yeah, he was fantastic.
Oh, absolutely.
But
he was fantastic.
Well, obviously Barkley, you had Barclays and all.
Barkley was a good player
at the Suns.
Yep.
Another player, and Johnny will know this. Larry Bird.
Yeah, he's the pardon the expression. I'm probably not going to say it. Yeah, he's the best white boy to play basketball.
You're right. He is.
I'm just trying to say it. You know what I mean? I don't take it back.
You're fucking right. He is.
You fucking right.
I'm just saying he's the best white boy to do it. Sort of.
That's the baddest white motherfucker
without putting
ever played basketball.
Facts.
He was on shithousery and showman.
He's one of them. Hey, dude, he's one of them dudes where it says white boys can jump. You know when they did the white boys can jump, but with Larry Bird, you don't need to jump because you can shoot.
You can shoot.
What makes Steve Nash overrated?
Actually, I'm curious.
I used to love Steve Nash, bro.
Because Steve Nash robbed Shaquille O'Neal because Steve Nash robbed exactly to kind of like what Furioso said. It was the first time in a long time that you saw a white guy in the NBA operating consistently that Steve Nash was, because people say Jason Kidd is white, but Jason Kidd's half black. So
Really?
America,
Yeah. He's like Ice-T. He's like Ice-T, the rapper. You know,
kind of. He's super.
He's like Ice-T.
Logic the rapper as well.
Yeah, you know Ice-T, the rapper, 6 in the morning.
Jason Kidd was super light skinned, so they don't give him the props the same way. Steve Nash, they gave props to him a lot more because he was a straight up white boy playing ball. But the thing was, if you look at
I swear he's Canadian. I think.
The thing is, over the pond here, Gianni, we always look at it like America always looking for that white hope. The boxing, you remember the boxing,
Nash
and
was
the
the white
basketball.
hope back in the day.
We had Tommy Morrison. Remember the boxer Tommy Morrisons? They're always looking for. Back in the day was Jerry Cooney. The boxer, they're always looking for that white hope, aren't they?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Face, the white face.
That's why Steve Nash got them 2 MVPs. Because if you look at the first year of his MVPs, it should have went to Shaq, and the year afterwards, it should have went to Allen Iverson. So he didn't deserve the 2 MVPs. He got the 2 MVPs because, one, it was the first time that a white guy was playing at that level and that good, and the team he was playing for was that good. But on top of that, it was also because of the fact that you hadn't seen it for a while as far as a really good, like, honestly, you could make the argument there was only 2 decent white basketball players before Steve Nash's time, and that was Jason Williams at the Sacramento Kings, and then what's his name? Brent Barry.
The thing is, Gianni, the best white boy to do it was actually in an era where no one cares. Was actually in the 70s. It was like, I think it was Marco. His name was Marco something, Markovic or something Vich. He had
you're talking about
name.
Yeah, you're talking about Pistol Pete Maravich.
Yes,
that's the
talk
one.
about him.
That
Talk
guy
about it.
Skills.
Pistol Pete Maravich.
Yeah,
yes.
His handles were crazy. He had the Magic Johnson handles. You know, the no looks and all that shit.
He was Magic Johnson before Magic
Magic
Johnson.
Magic Johnson really was watching cats like that.
Junior.
You know what I'm saying? They do. They get influences. I'm sure other guys. The no looks.
I don't rate
the no looks and this and that. Magic was the lovely Magic.
I don't rank Pistol Pete over Larry Bird though. He's not.
No.
Okay, no.
But the guy before was him, and then
Larry
was Markovic on steroids, so to speak.
I don't know. You know what?
80s milkshakes.
Honestly, I don't know because Jerry West has got an argument with him. Jerry West is the logo. He's the logo of the NBA.
Talk about it.
Jerry West is the logo of the NBA, and Jerry West was a bad motherfucker.
Yes.
He was a bad motherfucker.
Hey, what do you reckon to this? The 2 white. I don't know. The 2 guys, like say Doncic and the Joker. Joker could play in any era, don't you think? He's big. He can shoot from anywhere. Good in the paint. He could. What do you think?
I don't know.
I don't think he would be able to play. He's a good player. I don't know if he'd be able to play in the 80s and 90s with that physicality. I just don't know.
They're so
don't
protected
know.
now.
I don't think he could.
Do anything to him.
There's a lot of players that from today that couldn't play in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s because of the physicality. First of all, the hand check rule is the big reason why a lot of those players couldn't make it back in the day. The hand check they had to get rid of to make it more goal scoring. See, here's the thing.
Yes.
Basketball and the NFL have changed rules for it to be a higher scoring game than what it used to be because they believe that the higher scoring is going to be a better ratings level for them to make more money off the viewership of the sport. I disagree with it. It's all about a perfect blend. Everybody likes a good defensive game once in a while, whether it's NFL or NBA. It may be boring, but a good defensive game also produces a good defensive game. The reason why they've done it especially particularly in America, is the amount of people that are sports betting nowadays is the reason why they've changed the rules for the offenses to score more points than what it is.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
If we're looking at it from the perspective of the NBA as far as being able to play, Doncic would most likely be able to play in other eras more than Joker because Doncic has an outside shot to be able to take the longer shots. The problem with Joker is is very good fundamentally, like all European players are. The problem is outright physicality. You start going down the list of the guys of the 80s and 90s, he's going to have a problem.
Yeah, he's going to have a problem with the Pistons. The Bill Lambiers of the world, no way.
He can't handle
the Pistons have got Rodman and Lambier. You know that.
Oh, fuck
you
that.
not only have
Lambier, white boy.
See, but here's the thing: you not only have Lambier. The Celtics,
Lambier. He
had
the dark arts. He did.
Yep.
Yeah,
He would
absolutely.
punch you in the back. He would.
Yep,
absolutely.
He would do anything to you.
Absolutely.
But you have Lambier. You have Kevin McHale in Boston. He's not going to handle. He's not going to handle David Robinson. He's not going to.
He's not going to handle Olajuwon.
He's
not going to handle freaking Scottie Pippen. Absolutely no way.
Well, Scottie Pippen's not a big guy that he's going to handle, but
but
he's not going to handle. He's not going to stop Tim Duncan. He's not here. An old school shout. He's not stopping Moses Malone from Philadelphia. He ain't beating him.
He's not stopping my boy. What's his name? The highlight reel machine.
He's not stopping Kevin Garnett.
No,
he's not stopping. What the fuck? We just said his name. Even as much as I don't like him, he's not stopping Karl Malone.
No,
he's not stopping Chris Webber. He's not. There's at least
Dominique Wilkins.
He's not stopping.
He's definitely not stopping.
He used to smash that fucking.
There's legitimately a list from the 1980s to the early 2000s of probably about 25 to 30 big men that Joker couldn't stop.
But them guys, the problem is, Gianni, they are not making them type of players now. Your Wilkins and all that, because they are shooting. It's shoot.
Yeah, you're right.
I got a guy in the boxing fraternity on YouTube, and he's got a guy at college. He plays from Portland, and he's pretty much the best 3 shooter in the country. But the problem is, you need to be a bit more than just the shooter, don't you? You got to have. But
absolutely.
But it just shows that it's shooting. So there's no guys. They're not making these Malones or Charles Barkleys or Ewings or
God no.
Sean Kemp.
That's because of how they're training the players nowadays.
It's a bit like it's a bit like football losing the number 10.
Yep.
Yes, you're right.
You know
Talk about it.
You know, it's kind of like that. It's
exactly.
Yeah, it's incredible, really. They taking I don't watch the basketball now as much as I used to.
No, please don't.
Because I'm one of them that I've been spoiled. Because when you've watched the very best, it's like anything else. It's a step down, and it's like mediocre.
Yep.
Because we've watched the creme de la creme, haven't we? Well, I did anyway.
Oh yeah,
your Larry Birds, your Jordans, your all the guys we've just mentioned. And so now watch it now as two dudes. I mean, Steph is an incredible shooter. That motherfucker is crazy.
Yeah, but shooting,
he is crazy.
Yeah, he is. Big up Natster. Appreciate you hopping on, my guy. Do you want to talk to the panel before you bounce, brother? And I appreciate your time as always, bro. You know that.
Yeah, no worries. Basically, NATSTER official on YouTube and on Instagram. Go follow, like, subscribe, all of that good shit. Do you know what I'm saying? Congrats on the 300 subs, of course. Just very, very quickly before I go, Robinho, Abu Diaby, Hato, Adel Tarat, and Hatem Ben Arfa. They're like my 5. Was it top wasted talents? Yeah. So I know we diverted to basketball.
Yeah.
And all that.
We diverted a whole bunch of
great all of that, and Willinho Jr. as well. I'm sure he's going to have his say, but yeah, it's like nearly 3 a.m. Where I'm at. I've got to bounce, and got some stuff to sort out tomorrow. So I'm getting better. A little bit healthier. So
that's terrific.
I've enjoyed it, guys. So big up, Jimbo, big up Furioso, as always. Big up Chike as well, and Willinho Jr. and obviously yourself, Gianni. Take care, all the best, guys, and I will see you guys very soon in a bit.
Yep.
Peace.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Salute. Gianni, I do want to say one thing before we let Willinho in.
Oh.
And I've talked about this with my cousin, and I don't know if people are going to like this or not. There is one player that could survive in the 80s and 90s, and I know no one's going to like him. LeBron James could survive in the 80s and 90s. I hate to say it.
LeBron James.
Shit.
Of course he could. LeBron James is an absolute beast. He's quality.
I know, but it's taken me this long to actually understand.
Of course he would.
It's about time you understood.
LeBron James is an absolute monster, dude. Of
only 2 players in the history of the game.
He's not better than Jordan. Yeah, we all agree with that, I hope. But he is still a monster. He's maybe number 3. He's up number 3. He's in the top 5.
He's the third greatest player of all time.
Gianni, is he not top 5, LeBron?
100% he's top 5. He's the third greatest.
He's
LeBron James is the 3rd greatest player to ever step foot on a basketball court. The only 2 players that are better than him is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Michael Jordan.
It's a freak, LeBron James, but it's whatever you choose, isn't it? Look, Jordan. I mean, I choose Jordan, but it's
same.
Yeah, I would choose Jordan too.
Same here.
Jordan too.
But LeBron plays in any century now.
Absolutely. 100%.
Kobe Bryant too.
That's what we're talking about. He plays in the next century.
I fuck with Kobe, but here's the problem that I have with Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant, as great as he is, was also his greatest enemy.
Hey, do you reckon they got rid of Kobe Bryant, or was it just a normal accident?
What, the helicopter?
Yeah, is this no normal accident?
That was a freak accident.
Or it's just a freak, freak accident.
It was a freak accident.
No conspiracy, because there's sometimes with these stars, because he was amazing.
No.
They tried to make this star. I mean, you guys in America, so you might know a bit more on the ground.
No, that was a freak act. That was a freak accident because
it wasn't the Illuminati or anything.
No. Those are people who are born.
Okay, I don't want to get hit.
Those are people that are born. Those are people that are born with a deficit. No way.
The thing why I don't rate Kobe like a lot of other people do is because, one, in basketball, it's much more of an individualistic sport than it is with football because of the amount of players that are on the team and the amount of players that are on the court at one time. Kobe Bryant was number 2 for majority of his trophies. You can't say that about LeBron. You can't say that about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You can't say that about Michael Jordan.
Nope.
Just like Larry Bird was number 1 for the Celtics. I think Larry Bird is better than Kobe Bryant.
I agree with that.
I'm a Celtics
just
fan.
like I think Tim Duncan is better than Kobe Bryant.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm a Celtics fan.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, the biggest fan, bro. Kobe, this legend made me support Boston Celtics.
Interesting one. I've got Kobe.
Yes, that's very true. The refs did help the Lakers a lot.
Kobe is.
That is very.
They rigged the game. They rigged the game against the Sacramento Kings.
Dude, Kobe is basically Michael Jordan, but taller. He's like like we said that Len Bias guy was going to be.
Len Bias, yeah.
Yeah, Len Bias, because he could do everything Jordan could do. Kobe, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? He had that record score points too. He could do it all.
But here's the problem with Kobe.
He could do everything.
No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. The reason why Kobe isn't on the same level as Jordan is Kobe couldn't do it as much as Jordan when it counted.
Oh yeah, the crunch.
He couldn't. He
It's
couldn't.
true.
Kobe.
Yeah,
Here's the big problem
was
with
it
Kobe Bryant.
clutch or what?
When you look at the Lakers when they won the three-peat,
Mm-hmm.
Kobe Bryant got rid of the entire bench that helped them win 3 titles in a row. He
Wait,
forced Rick
Lakers won
Fox.
Talk about it.
I didn't know Lakers won the three-peat.
Oh yeah, 2000,
Oh yeah.
2000, 2001.
2000 to 2002. They beat the Indiana Pacers, the 76ers, and they beat the
Nets.
New Jersey Nets.
Did Boston win a three-peat before?
No. Well, actually, no. They 9-peated. They won 9 with Bill Russell way back in the 50s.
Yeah, but
They
it
won
wasn't
9
a
straight.
9, but it wasn't a 9-peat. They didn't win 9 in a row.
One more time.
It was like 7. It was like 7 in a row, and then it was one off, or 2 in
Right.
a row afterwards. I don't.
Yeah, it
think
was from
I could be wrong.
1959 to like 66 or whatever.
Yeah,
Anyway.
with Bill Russell, and
Yes.
St. Louis.
Yep.
But
Anyway, what were you saying, Gianni? I'm sorry.
see, the thing with Kobe is this: Rick Fox, Robert Horry, Devin George, Derek Fisher were all major players that were a part of the bench for the Lakers in that time period. He kicked all of them off. He got Gary Payton and Karl Malone to come to the Lakers in 2004. They went to the final, and the Pistons slapped the shit out of them.
Talk about it.
Right after the Pistons slapped the shit out of them, he kicked those 2 guys off, and then he kicked Shaq off the team. And then he was wanting to be. He said that he would be better than Jordan and carry the Lakers, and he never did. So the problem is, the problem is that Kobe forced all the bullshit that went on with the Lakers, because then after he did all that, then he forced the Lakers to get rid of Phil Jackson and didn't do shit without Phil Jackson.
Talk about it.
Phil Jackson came back, told the yeah, they kicked out Phil Jackson. They didn't do a fucking thing. They brought Phil Jackson back. They brought all the minds back. And then they rebuilt a team when Kobe calmed down and started listening. And that's how Kobe won his 2 other titles. If Kobe was allowed all the control he would have been allowed, he wouldn't have won more than maybe 4 titles. And that's why I don't put Kobe in that same category. Was he a great player? He was fucking phenomenal. Number 8 Kobe is better than 24 Kobe.
Facts.
But I'm not Kobe doesn't sit at the same table like some of them other guys, not in my opinion.
No. And after hearing that, no
Kobe,
way. I have to change my mind about
if
Kobe.
you make a consensus, he's like
Big up,
top
guys.
3.
Big
He's
up, guys. I gotta go. It's nighttime here.
Yeah, big up, my man. Good to see you.
Big up. We're gonna end soon too, because I can't even believe I've been going for 6 hours.
Yeah, I was surprised because when I saw you were still going live, I was like, "Wow, this guy's still going." Thanks for having me back on.
No worries. I can't believe that I've hit it this long. This is fucking insane.
No, but you're an elite streamer, Johnny. That's what you are. And when I get my YouTube channel started, I'm definitely going to be going. I'm going to be doing you and League Honor. I'm going to be doing some 6-hour streams. Believe me.
Well, I got to slow down with some of this shit. So
I hear that. Hey, good to see you, Willie. Great to meet you. Great to see you again, my guy.
Big up, Willie.
Big up.
For Forza, Tutto Calcio, they got a good podcast going. They got a really good podcast going, talking about the Serie A and everything else. I don't have anything bad to say about those guys. I forget the Neapolitan guy's name. I've seen it a few times, but big up to him because he's a fellow Napoli fan. But yeah, I don't have a bad thing to say about those guys. Those guys are all good people in my book. So I don't listen. I don't fall into that bullshit about trying to start YouTube beef and all that. I ain't got time for that shit.
Nah, me neither.
It is what it is. If you don't like what I say, I'm sorry.
Don't even watch it.
Please, anybody.
Don't watch it. Oh,
wow. And I genuinely, after what you said about Kobe, man, I may have to change my mind about, damn, that is crazy. To force half your team out and he still won back-to-back titles is mental.
But he didn't build the team. That's what I'm saying. If you look at what happened with Kobe, here, Robert Horry, he kicked off the Lakers. He goes and wins 2 titles with the Spurs.
Yeah, that's right.
This is the reason why I say when you talk about basketball, when it comes to rings and stuff, rings is less of a topic than it is in other sports, because then you got guys that were elite role players that have more rings than some of the stars. Like Robert Horry's got 7 championships. Is Robert Horry better than fucking Michael Jordan? No. But that's why rings cannot be the only part of the conversation when we talk basketball. It's a different situation because of the fact that it's more individualistic. That's why there are guys that are better than other guys that may not have a ring or have less rings.
Jan, it's a bit like in football. That Dani Alves, at one point, he was the most titled player.
Exactly.
Yes.
He ain't the best. He's an awesome right back.
He was a great right back, but he wasn't the most. But he wasn't the MVP of Barcelona. No way.
Did everything, the guy.
Right, but okay. In your personal opinion, because you're older, I personally am not taking Dani Alves over Cafu. I think Cafu's a better right back than Dani Alves is.
Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, Cafu all day long. Yeah,
yeah.
I wasn't old enough to see Cafu. That's why I can't take him. But again, that's just showing. That's just showing my age. If I saw Cafu and
how old are you?
26. I'm 27 in June.
Oh, you're 27, brother. You got to go back and watch Cafu with Rome.
Jesus Christ, there's so much.
Go back and watch Cafu with Rome, not Cafu with AC Milan. That was already Cafu with 100,000 miles on his legs. Go back and watch him with Rome. He was insane at Rome.
Is it like an express up and down? And then he was the express.
Cafu was Dani Alves with elite defensive ability. Dani Alves was unbelievable going forward, but defensively he wasn't that great. Cafu was fucking insane. Cafu was absolutely fucking insane. Cafu defensively, one of the best right backs of all time. Offensively might be the best right back of all time. I forget what game it is.
He's still considered the two best right backs ever are considered really Brazilian. Carlos Alberto, the one who scores that goal in 1970. Cross the goal like that. And then you've got obviously Cafu. But Cafu won 2 World Cups, didn't he? I think. Yeah, he did. So he's like this go-to.
Actually, go back and watch the entire 2000-2001 season when Rome wins the Scudetto. That team was insane.
I like
that
Cafu,
team was fucking insane.
Cafu because he's tenacious.
Yes.
And I like guys with bite and that.
You had Cafu as the right wing back. The front three of that Rome team was Vincenzo Montella, Totti, and Gabriel Batistuta. They were fucking insane, that Rome team. That Rome team was insane.
I like my defenders with a bit of bite. They have to have bite, don't they?
Yep.
Because they trying to get catch a guy.
RSV, he's in the conversation. He's in the conversation, but I take Cafu over him. But Javier Zanetti was a fucking baller too. Zanetti was a fucking baller at Inter.
And if you're going to be all nice and pretty, you better be amazing, like say Nesta or Maldini. Yeah, even though they did have bites too, if you get me, they were strong and whatever. But
I agree.
But the defenders, I want them nasty and growling.
That's why, even though he's an asshole, I love Materazzi. He's a fucking asshole.
For instance, like that guy, the French guy, Patrice Evra, for instance.
Yep.
When he was really like sort of balling, playing, he had a lot of, biting him. Even though he's a joker, but the way he played he had an aggressive thing to him. When you go in the tackles and everything. Yeah, for instance, a player like that. And I'm not saying he's the best thing ever, Patrice Evra.
Yeah.
But he was the tenacity.
No, 100%. But listen, guys, we've hit 6.5 hours on the stream. I'm going to knock out. I am back tomorrow. I have the illustrious, the legend Vigilante, Arsenal Vigilante, hopping on for the next episode of Who You Would Pay to See 11. We are on at 2:00 Chicago time, so 7 hours forward in the UK. It'll be 7 o'clock UK time.
You mean 9 o'clock?
No, we're 5 hours behind because of.
Right, duh. Right, we're 4 hours ahead, so it'll be 6 o'clock. Right.
Yep.
Okay. Right, 6
So appreciate it, guys. Furioso, Chike, Jim, all the guys, Baxter, everybody that's hopped on. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate everybody who's stayed in for this long. I didn't realize I was going for 6.5 hours for this stream, but
we're trying to get you to
Yeah,
400.
We're trying to get you to 400. We're trying to get you to the next milestones, my guy.
2 in 1.
Fucking guy. We're trying to get you to the next milestone.
We keep doing this insane fucking long streams. It won't be too long, but I just want to say I appreciate everybody who's hopped on. I appreciate everybody who's hopped into the chat and everything. Appreciate everybody. It means the world. It's crazy to hit 300 subscribers already. And yeah, man, appreciate everybody's time. Appreciate everybody who always stops in. RSV, Gavin, Abhijit, Bav, all the usuals, Benji, Binks, everybody that normally stops in. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate you guys hopping on. And that's it for the night. We will be back tomorrow with Vigilante, and hope everybody has a great night. And,
you too, Johnny. Take care.
Yeah, peace. Nice speaking to you all. Cheers.